Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Dominique Parker and Ron Dixon. The two of you have been together, get this, 7 years. Wow. Still can't decide whether or not they should get married, so they've come to me for my advice. They gave me a copy of their marriage license with permission to tear it up should I find that their union is ill-advised. They've given me a compatibility test, which you took, which alarmed me. So I'm going to talk about that later, but before we get to that, Ms. Parker, I'm going to start with you. I know you love him. You've been with him 7 years. Why are you hesitant to marry him?
Because Ron stays out a lot. He'll come home from work on a Thursday, leave out to go hang out with his friends, won't return home for a couple of days.
A couple of days?
A couple of days, yes. One Thursday, he knew he was going to have a storm. I waited for Ron to come home. He didn't. About 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, during all this rain, and our area was flooded. So in comes Ron, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, drunk as usual. In his mind, he figured I was cheating or whatever reason. He packs all his stuff up, proceeds to go out the door, and like I said, it was flooded. So when he took one big step, his clothes and everything else went with the water. His clothes going one way, Ron went the other way. So after that, Ron came in the house and proceeded to do it again. And my thing is, when Ron stays out, get drunk with his friends and everything else, that really bothers me. That it bothers me a lot. And I tell Ron, this bothers me. But still, Ron...
Were you drunk rolling down the river with your clothes because you walked out in a storm?
Judge, I wouldn't say I was drunk. I had been drinking.
Yeah.
And, you know, I did come home because of the storm. Being that the area was flooded, we have tunnels. Right. And through the tunnels, you know, it was a water advisory, so I couldn't make it there at the time. Right. However, what I did do was be ill-advised to the advisory and still made it home. Even though it was 3 o'clock in the morning, I still made it there so that I can be with her throughout the storm.
But once you got there, did you leave again while it was still flooding?
No, I couldn't leave because it was flooded.
But she said you were outside riding the tide. Did that happen?
What happened was we had gotten an argument because I came in at that particular point in time, and rather than sit there and argue with her, I just decided that I would grab a couple of things and I would just leave.
Now see, that's 9-pound and ridiculous. You've got a life-threatening situation outside the home. You've got a woman inside the home. You're going to risk your life and her safety by going out in a river because you don't want to argue. You see what the problem is?
Yeah, but why would I sit there and continuously listening to arguing and nagging?
Because it's flooding out. That's why you don't want to drown.
I mean, I feel like I would have been okay. I mean, I was in a vehicle. It wasn't as high as, you know, the vehicle was. So I felt like I could have just got some things. Even if I would have just sat in the car, I could have just camped out in the car for that night.
I get tired of waiting on him.
Yeah. Is this a frequent event?
Yes.
Give me kind of the expanse, what you see about his failure to come home.
Once again, say he's going out hanging with his friends or coworkers, and he would go hang out, but it'd be, okay, Ron, it's, I text Ron, okay, it's such and such time. He'd say, I'm coming, babe, I'm coming. The next thing you know is a day or two later. So it's like, it's always, I'm coming, but you never come home. But I know where he's at. The point is, I don't care if I know where you at or who you with, if you're with your friends or not, you're supposed to be home with me.
When you leave, do you stay for several days?
No, not all the time, Your Honor. There has been
on occasion.
No, there has been instances where I have, but she makes me do these things because of her attitude and her nagging and her complaining. I'm like this. I'm not gonna sit here and argue or fuss and fight with you. I just rather eliminate myself from the situation and let cooler heads prevail.
What does she typically argue and fuss and fight about?
Well, it can be just with me being out with my friends. She know when she met me that I had a close knit circle of friends. We all get together at various times. We go out, we drink, we hang at each other's houses. And sometimes it can be late into the wee hours of the night. It can be late because, I mean, that's something that we do. Oh, I've invited her on several occasions. However, she don't indulge like that. She doesn't drink like that. And, you know, a lot of times when we're out late, that's not her thing. She's not one to stay out late a lot of times. So, you know,
now,
she knows where I'm at.
Let me ask you a question. You get a woman, you know, first of all, you're single, you're running around, you're doing what you want to do. And you find a woman you like, and you bring her home and you install her in your house, do you alter your behavior at all as a function of the fact that your domestic situation has changed?
Yes, I have. I've altered my behavior
and tell me
a great
how
deal
you've
of a lot.
altered your behavior. What's different now that you have her?
Well, a lot of things is different. Like I said, a lot of this is in the beginning where I don't stay out like I used to. I communicate with her more. And, you know, a lot of times I'd be willing to spend time with her. However, when I'm there, her thing is she's in the phone. That's my issue with her.
Okay.
She's either on social media or playing games.
Now, Ms. Parker, now, wait a minute. Now, take a moment. Take a deep breath.
I'm trying to go
lean back.
Yeah, I'm leaning way back.
Are you, when he is home, is it a pleasant place for him to be? Or is there attitude or electronics and nothing else?
It could be our attitude in the beginning. My phone, because I'm always with my phone. He's not home.
That's her problem. She's with the phone.
I'm with my phone.
But when he does come home,
comes
do
home
you
and he
put
goes
the
to
phone
sleep.
down?
He said we cannot communicate. I get more communication out of him when he's drunk and sleep. I can ask him any kind of questions, and he will answer them. So therefore, he can't say when he's home, he don't want to be bothered. He's on the same phone I'm in, he's in his phone too. He's on social media talking to this person and that. He just left his friends and still talking to them on social media. So what do I supposed to do?
Yeah, I see what the problem is, but beyond that, I understand that, Ms. Parker, you've got some attitude problems that has to be addressed.
Out of the blue, here she comes, steaming, steps in between me and the female. I'm his lady, why are you in his face? And I'm sitting there trying to explain to her that this is, you know, this is a mutual friend of ours, you know, this and that, and we're talking about a ceremony.
Now, did you do a frontal assault on a woman you didn't know because you were concerned about what was going on? So, Mr. Dixon, I'm going to start with you. You say she has attitude problems, that she's angry and jealous. Give me the best story you have to illustrate that.
Well, Your Honor, one time we were out with some friends. We were at a bar. Now, this was a childhood friend that I've been knowing for a long time. She's also associates with a mutual friend of ours as well. So we're out and we're conversing. She comes to me, she said, "Hey, Ron, I haven't seen you in a long time. I'm letting you know that I'm having a graduation ceremony for my son. I want you to take my number and I'm gonna give you the number to get to the place where, you know, you can come and help us celebrate." Out of the blue, here she comes, steaming, steps in between me and the female.
And what'd she do?
What are you taking his number for? Why are you in his face?
Give me the
I'm
full
his lady.
gesture. Was there anything else going on physically?
I mean, no, it was just her body language, neck rolling, she was in the way. Who are you? I'm his lady. Why are you in his face? Why are you giving him your number? And I'm sitting there trying to explain to her that this is, you know, this is a mutual friend of ours, you know, this and that, and we're talking about a ceremony.
Now, did you do a frontal assault on a woman you didn't know because you were concerned about what was going on?
Yes, because Ron had, when he has a lot of female friends, grant that. He can have female friends, but I can't have guy friends. He's one-sided, he's so one-sided. But every time we're at this place, he has females jumping on him, hugging him. But if I would've did the same, like the same place, I have a mutual Facebook friend. How you know these people? So hey Diamond, how you doing? Gave me a hug. And Ron watches from the front door, came in at me. If I see him hugging on you again, we're gonna have problems. But it's okay.
Is that accurate?
No, the difference with her female friends is this. The female friends that I have, we grew up, it's nothing sexual, it's nothing more,
So
it's no other type of attraction. Her guy friends, they're looking for something more.
Now, I want to talk about that for a minute because you have a specific concern with the respect to the way she dances, which gives you ideas about the way she's dealing with the dudes in her life. So why don't you tell me what your concern is?
Well, Your Honor, one time we were in a Mexican bar, and you know, the music is playing and things like that. So her uncle wanted to go. We need to go get some more cash. He was drinking a little bit, so they asked me to drive for him, which is, I say, only about 10 minutes away. So we get in the vehicle, we drive. I tell her, sit here at the table.
And you know it's ratchet because she's smiling already.
Right, we're coming back.
You know.
It would only take 10 minutes. I tell her, watch my drink. We'll be right back. We're going to get the money and come back. So by the time we go get the money, come back to the bar, I goes to the table, I'm looking for her. She's nowhere to be found. So keep in mind, I'm looking around. Everyone is 5'2", 5'3". Here I am, 6'4". So I can see clearly across the dance floor.
Right.
I'm looking and I'm looking. And all of a sudden, you know, I see a little crowd gathering. And I'm looking and I see her. She's dancing with the guy. Now keep in mind, it's Latino music playing.
Right.
But she's up there like she's Beyonce. Gyrating, shaking her butt, and
Was
all up on the guy.
she dropping it?
Dropping it like it's hot.
Was there any twerking?
She was so close with this guy, she left no room for Jesus.
That made the story worth it right there. No room for Jesus. Clearly what we have here is two people who simply don't trust each other. So I gotta figure out, why is it you two have been together for 7 years, but don't trust each other?
For one, you were left alone, so I was hurt. It made me feel like I wanted to be there for you. Also, it hurt me and it put distrust in me because it made me feel like I couldn't trust you because you didn't let me know. So it was a mixed emotion there that it was hard for me to describe, you know, and it hurt me and it pained me.
Let me tell you what jumped out at me. The one just red flag, alarm, 5-alarm fire thing I saw. My understanding is Ms. Parker had an abortion and did not tell you.
Yes, she did.
How did that make you feel when she had that abortion and didn't tell you? Did that change radically your decision whether or not she would be a person with whom you could build a life?
Well, it made me feel...
Tell her.
Well, it made me feel like that, for one, you was left alone, so I was hurt. It made me feel like I wanted to be there for you, to go through what you went through, because I know that wasn't easy. Also, secondly, you know, it hurt me and it put distrust in me because it made me feel like I couldn't trust you because you didn't let me know. So it was a mixed emotion there that it was hard for me to describe, you know, and it hurt me and it pained me. But at the same time, you know, I didn't know what to think and how to look at you, but I did empathize and sympathize with you.
Very well said. Now, Mrs. Parker, I'm gonna give you an opportunity. Tell him why you felt like you had to do it. Tell him.
I had to do it because you wasn't there. How do I know you feel these things? You didn't show it. You was with someone else. So how you think that made me feel? You talking about your hurt and pain, but you not, and don't realize the pain that you caused me. That was painful on me. That was very painful on me.
Did you hear her?
Yes.
Did you hear him?
Yes.
This is how you have a conversation, people. This is how it gets done. This is a before your vows, not a break my heart. So I want you to take 30 seconds, Ms. Parker, 30 seconds, why he's the dude. Despite all this, don't say nothing negative. Give me something to work with. Why might he be the guy for you?
Because he's a driven person. He's a lovable person, and I know he is. I love him because who he can be and who he actually is. I love him for his flaws. I love him for everything he actually is. I don't look at that because there's genuine love there.
That's not too good. I love him for his flaws, but you don't say, you know what I mean? But,
yes.
but you're mad about his flaws and you're angry about his flaws.
Yeah, but I still love him for him.
So what you're telling me is he's really flawed, but I love him anyway.
Yes.
And,
C minus.
I'm gonna work with that a little bit. He said C minus, I'll take that. Mr. Dixon, do better than she did. 30 seconds, why you love her.
Well, she's a very, very attractive person. She's been there for me. I know that she will be there to have my back. However, I also know that, you know, during the times where we was going through something, she stuck in there. I love her because she's funny, she's witty. She's also a driven person, Your Honor. And, you know, she's always there if I'm feeling down to give me a word up. She's a spiritual person. She always have faith that I don't have somehow, you know, and she just keeps me going. You know, she says things, she encourages me, and she's always uplifting.
Brother got an A.
He got it.
Brother got an A.
And that's what I love about him.
And now, I'm gonna tell you what I think you ought to do about what we got going on right here. As raggedy as your situation appears to be, I'm a fan. And I'm gonna tell you why I'm a fan. You're two mature people. You're making young people mistakes, but I think that you have the capacity to go beyond that, especially because of what you said, Mr. Dixon. I think everything he said about you is absolutely 100% true, that you are down for him, that you're there for him, that you're witty, intelligent, and encourage him. I'm going to tell you what I wrote down when I saw your compatibility test. I said, neither one of them knows what it is to be in a relationship. You two are like LeBron James and Steph Curry. You're supposed to be like Steph and Durant and LeBron and Kyrie. I know they traded him, but that's the only name I know. You're conducting a single life while you're trying to pursue a committed life, and that's not going to work. It's going to be the team Parker-Dixon if it's ever gonna work. Team Parker-Dixon comes first. You come home more often than you go out. And when he does come home, you reward him with your time and your attention and your love. Make him happy that he's there. Work to make sure that, and make her happy that you came home. Don't fight to remain single. Don't fight for your right to gyrate. It's not, that's not what, I used to. But I don't do that around, because I got a husband now. And I save all my best stuff for over there. And that's what you have to do. You two are both trying to be successfully single while having the other one installed as a partner. That doesn't work. Do you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
It's a conversation. It's a discussion. It's about how we're going to get to where we're going, not how often can I get out or how mad can I get, how low can I go on the dance floor, or how many women I can see. It's all about how can I make his day better? How can I make her day better? How can I change who I am and what I do to make this a valuable union? You don't know what it is. You're mature people. You're people who have jobs. You work. You should work it out. Now, I'm not going to give you your license back because y'all ain't ready. But I'm going to send you to a counselor who's going to get you in a position to get ready. And that's what I hope you do. This matter is adjourned.
When I heard how Ron felt about me, I feel that we can make it. He can be husband material, that we really can go further in this.
As far as the things that she didn't like about me hanging out as much, so what I'm gonna do is work on that and start to come home more, put a little bit more time into our relationship when I am home, so that we can make this thing work.
Today on Divorce Court.
I want to get married and I don't want to continue having the problems that I'm having in my relationship. He lies about little things, and I feel like if you lie about little things, then you're definitely going to lie about big things.
There are times I want to just give up on it and say forget it and move on. That's the easy thing to do.
When things get hard, I'm a runner.
When I met her, I told her, I said, I'll never leave you.
There's no communication in this relationship. We don't talk about things. All we do is argue.
Although we've had troubles in our relationship, she has become my best friend.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Corey Gaskill and Carlin James, and the two of you have been together for 3.5 years, engaged for the last 1.5 years. You actually got a wedding date set, but you have some concerns, so you came here to me. You filled out my compatibility test and gave me your license with the right to tear it up should I think your union is ill-advised. Ms. Gaskill, I'm going to start with you. Tell me what concerns you have at this juncture and why.
Well, I have a lot of trust issues with Carlin. A lot of it's linked back from my childhood. Just growing up, my parents were busted for drugs when I was at about 8 years old. I went to live with a family member, and I lived there for a couple years, very abusive. They would take everything out of my room and just leave a blanket with a mattress. I would get beatings, severe beatings. And it got so bad that DHR was called to my school one time, and they came up there and took pictures, but they never did anything about it. So I ran away, and I went to live with another family member, and it was great. You know, they really took great care of me. It was just but I just wanted to be with my parents. I didn't know my mother at a young age. I didn't meet her until I was like 18. But I've always been a daddy's girl.
Yeah, so
you know?
all that bouncing around lives with you, though, and
Yes,
that
ma'am.
lack of security. I mean, that it lives in the back of your head, and there's
really
this little
does.
shakiness there. How do you think that abandonment is affecting your current relationship?
It's affecting my current relationship because now when we have issues or when we argue and stuff, I'm a runner. I just want to, run away from the problem. I don't want to deal with it, So, I mean, that's caused problems in our relationship because, anytime we've gotten into a major fight, I'll just get up and go, and I'll stay gone.
How long do you stay gone?
I stayed gone for a month one time.
Really? Is it kind of, I'm going to leave him before he gets a chance to leave me kind of thing, or I don't want to deal with it?
It's just that I don't want to deal with it. I love him and I want to be with him. But I just, some of the issues that we're having is just nonsense. Like, if you know what I don't like and I know what you don't like, then why are we doing the things that we don't like and just causing fights for no reason?
Causing complications. Mr. James, what is your point of view on this? What do you see as the major problem in your relationship?
Well, I grew up in a two-parent household.
Mm-hmm.
Both parents went to church, graduated high school, went to college, and along the way, I kind of lost my way,
Mm-hmm.
I got into the streets, and I think that may have something to do with why we go through the things we go through, because both of us were in the streets at one time,
right?
At a certain point. I'm aware of her background and what she went through. But one thing I told her that when I first got with her, I said, I'll never leave you, Mm-hmm. And I upheld my end of the bargain,
But she keeps leaving.
But she can't
stay.
Yeah, all the leaving she done did, right?
Right.
I've managed to stay. Right. Regardless of what issues she had with me, I never left her for anything in the world.
Well, give me an example of something that you fight about that becomes so ludicrous and so huge that you have to leave.
Social media, Judge. Social media.
Social media, really?
Yes,
Social
really.
Media. Okay.
Social media, what is your concern in that regard?
I'll give you an example. I was asleep one night, and I woke up, something was going on in the living room. I woke up and I looked at his phone. I was trying to see what time it was. And so I seen he had a message on his Facebook. And I get on the page, and there's a conversation with a girl through Messenger, and basically he telling this girl that how beautiful she is, you so beautiful, all this other kind of stuff. Hold on just a minute, let me charge my phone. There was a face.
Oh, let me charge.
Yeah, let me charge my phone. Then there was, how in Messenger you can tell like if they've been on FaceTime.
Right.
And there was two things with him on FaceTime. But then, but see, I had to download the app, Messenger app, because it was uninstalled. So when I installed it and looked at it, he's gonna say that he left his phone in the living room and that somebody else installed Messenger, wrote these messages, then uninstalled it.
Yeah. Now, Mr. James, before you say anything, I think you've been out technology right off the bat. I think she knows more about that machine than you do.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you give me an answer, just go ahead and tell the truth so we won't waste a lot of time on technological issues, which I think you're going to lose anyway.
Okay. All right. That night, right?
Yeah.
I went to bed a little early. She was already in the bed asleep. So I laid down next to her. Before I did that, I put my phone on the charger, all right? So I'll get up about 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning because the people we were living with was making a little noise in the living room. So when I got up, I went to my phone, and I seen a little message on there, but it didn't. I always get a message on my Messenger. Shortly after that, she wake up, and she's like, "Who's this girl you telling you beautiful?" And I didn't know what she was talking about. Like, that's the truth. So, and one of the guys that I live with came to her and told her, said, said, I used the phone earlier. He told her that. He admitted to it. You know what I mean?
Did a guy tell you that you used the phone earlier?
I asked him if he had been on Messenger on Facebook on his phone, and he said no.
That's a lie. There ain't no other explanation.
Let me ask you this. We can talk about this all day, back and forth. Is this a constant theme in your relationship that he's reaching out to other women through the internet?
Yes.
We've been talking about apps and downloads and messaging, but my understanding is, Ms. Gaskill, you just found out 2 days ago you are pregnant.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk about that.
When I had my apartment, he moved in with me. I ended up going to jail. But when I got out, all the people that's been coming over my house and stuff telling me he had this girl living in my house for the 3 weeks that I was in jail.
Mr. James, explain that to me. Now, Mr. James, I thought you knew. I honestly did. You looked surprised. My understanding was that you knew she was pregnant.
Oh, y'all knew it.
You looked a little shocked. And I thought, oh my goodness, we have a whole nother thing going on here I didn't know anything about.
No, I knew it.
Are you concerned and worried because she's a runner?
Yes, I'm concerned because, all right, let me give you an example. I want to say sometime last year, right, we have this big fight or argument or whatever. She leaves, end up in Utah somewhere. Now, prior to her leaving, she told me she was pregnant, okay? I ended up having to pay for her a bus ticket to come all the way back home, which took like 4 to 5 days. Just before she get into the city we live in, she tells me she just had a miscarriage, right? Okay, now, that been weighing on me for a while, right? So just recently I asked her about it. I said, were you pregnant during that time? She told me she wasn't. So my thing is, why would you lie, right, about being pregnant? So yeah, I do have some concerns about
some issues.
Yeah.
Do you think she's telling the truth this time?
Yeah, because I seen the pregnancy.
Oh, you saw the pregnancy test, so you good.
I don't have no issue this
Ms.
time.
Gaskin, why'd you lie to him?
I just wanted to hurt him because I was hurt. I mean, the reason I left in the beginning was because of social media. You know, I was really hurt, but he would call me every day and beg me to come home.
What you heard about? I mean, even the stories you've told me about so far on social media, I haven't seen anything really like ratchet, like, you know, he was trying to hook up with somebody. Do you think he's actually touching another woman?
Right now, I don't think he is, but
do
I
you think he ever was?
Yes.
And why do you think he has?
Well, when I had my apartment, he moved in with me. I ended up going to jail, and he was supposed to come bond me out. And he didn't come bond me out, but come to find out he was in jail too. But he got out before I got out, you know? But when I got out, all the people that's been coming over my house and stuff's telling me he had this girl living in my house for the 3 weeks that I was in jail.
Now, Mr. James?
That is not true.
The day before I got let out, somebody had to come pick her up with all her stuff. And then, Judge, you know what happened?
What?
2 days later, he gonna come ask me, hey, this girl, the same girl, don't have no place to go. Can she come crash with us for a little while?
Mr. James, explain that to me.
That's not the same girl.
Yeah, it is.
That was two different girls. No, it's not.
Well, now, wait a minute.
Wait a second.
You are so busted. Mr. James, so we know that there was a girl staying with you while she was in jail, and we know that there was another girl you asked to stay with you once you got out. This much we know.
The person that was supposedly living there was her friend to begin with, okay?
No.
That never stops people. That never stops people at all. Well, she was staying at your house, was she not?
There. No, she wasn't. Those were lies. And people that was there, they didn't want us together anyway. And the same
Everybody lying on you.
And the same people that didn't want us together, as soon as she got out, they told her, oh, I was doing this and doing that. Well, I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't doing nothing.
How do you know
I was in jail, too. I got out of jail like 2 weeks before she came home.
What do you people do?
I'm trying to, I want to get past all of that. You know, I'm trying to change.
You can't get past it if you don't own up to it. I think what drives some people crazy is they see all this little bit of evidence of maybe you cheated, but you never say, look, yep, I did it, I screwed up, I want to move on and I'm going to be better. If you've done something, now's the time to tell it. She's been pregnant for 2 days. You know what I mean? We just know about that.
Yes, ma'am.
The nagging thought of it is killing her. Admit to what you've done, and I'm gonna get you through it.
Okay, I may have been online, maybe a little inappropriately in the past. You know what I mean? I can admit to that.
You flirted, and the stuff that she saw, she wasn't wrong, she wasn't crazy, it wasn't a glitch. Right. She caught you. And so you own that, right?
I own that.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And now that you've owned it, the two of you can decide that you're gonna have rules about it and not go past it, because whoever you're creating in that are relying on the two of you to get this thing right.
Yes, ma'am.
Facebook, Twitter, Instagram notwithstanding.
Yes, ma'am.
It's all about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Gaskill, do you have a concern that your family does or does not like him because he's black?
No, my family actually loves him. It's his family
that has problems with the fact that you're white.
Yeah.
Mr. James, is that accurate? Ms. Gaskill, Mr. James is black. I don't know if you've noticed. Do you have a concern that your family does or does not like him because he's black?
No, my family actually loves him. It's his family
that has problems with the fact that you're white.
Yeah.
Mr. James, is that accurate?
In the beginning, I think some of my family members may have had a issue, but now, like, everything's smooth sailing now. Like, they accepted her, and they're allowing us to live our lives the way we want to, as long as we're doing right.
Do you feel the smooth sailing?
I mean, his family doesn't treat me bad or anything. It's just little comments. Like, one of his family members told me that they're trying to get used to me being a person of my culture being in the house with them. You know, I mean, so I kind of took that as like, you trying to get used to a white girl living in your house? I
mean, but can I say this? Black and white is such a difficult thing to talk about.
Right.
But when you have a room just full of black folk, certain things get done and said that wouldn't be said in mixed company.
That's true.
And I think there are households in which there are all white people, things get done and said that wouldn't get done and said if I were in the room. And you can say I don't see color all you want to. I think you're a lie if that's what you say.
That's true.
People won't say that's true, but that's true.
That's true.
So that is a thing that their family has to get used to. And the fact they actually said it in front of you, I think, is a good thing.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because it does change the nature of the conversation. It really does. And you need to be aware of that. And I don't think it's a negative association with you, but you do change the character of the conversation.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And sooner, after a while, it won't matter no more. You know what I mean? But in the beginning, it matters. It changes the nature of conversation. Do you have any concerns about her ability to be a good mother to your child, given, that she's a runner like that and she doesn't really have a good, and I'm not talking about you negatively at all, but your past is what your past. Do you have concerns about that?
Generally, she is a good person. And when she was running, we had put ourselves in some pretty messed up situations, and I feel like our situation now is a little bit better. It's a lot better because I've changed a lot. I'm not in the streets anymore. I'm trying to, find a job and do the right thing. And she's doing the same thing as well. So the path we're taking right now isn't the same path we were on then.
Yeah.
So
the streets are not family friendly.
No, it's not. It's not.
There are a lot of free radicals in the street. You do the wrong thing just because you're out there. You can't miss it. It falls on you.
So I'm slowly seeing the woman, that she can be. I can honestly say that.
I got you.
Yes, ma'am.
I got you. I have hope. And I'm going to tell you about my hope, my concern, and my advice. Here's my hope, that you've had so much no family, that family is all you can see now. My hope is that you so much want to be that family for her that the streets will no longer call your name. My hope is that this baby will serve as the glue that cements you two together, despite whatever rocky background you may have had. My hope is that you reach back to that family that you were estranged from and lean on them and use them as counsel and as strength and support, because marriages have to be supported from without. The street does not support marriages. Disassembled communities don't support marriages. Married people support marriages. And that's your best hope. That is my hope. My concern is that when people start living an everyday life, when people get married and this go, they don't marry consciously. They fall into a marriage, they say we're married now, and then you deal with new problems with old habits.
Right.
Right.
Because that's what you do. That's the script in your head. It's easy to read that script because that's the one you know. The thing that you need to do, you've never seen before. You haven't read it, you haven't lived it, you don't even know what it is. So my concern is that you will live that past script without trying to write a new one.
Right.
My advice is this: you talk about everything all the time, that you have 5 minutes in the beginning of every day to hold each other's hand and say, listen, this is what we're fighting today, this is what I want for today, this is what I want for my baby, this is what I want for you. Because when you speak it, when you say it aloud, it makes you think about it before you say or do that stupid thing in the heat of the moment when something doesn't go your way. My advice to you is to not take your problems out of the house. If you're upset about it, don't get this and it, don't change your stat, none of that. If there's a problem, nobody should ever know it. Everybody who sees all your social media, these are two of the happiest people I've ever seen in my life. I don't see nothing negative going on there, because when you put negativity out there, people will chip at your relationship with it. They'll just use it as a thinking at the top of the house. So social media, married world with married people, and that's it.
And that's it. Yeah.
And that's it, and that's all. So with that hope, concern, and advice, I wish you all the best. I think you're good people. Okay. Have a happy life and a wonderful marriage.
You know, things are looking up. Things are looking pretty up right now at this point. So.
I think we're gonna try to maybe some counseling or communication at the very least. We'll try to have better communication and just talk about things instead of yelling at each other and just work everything out. I love you.
I love you too. No.
Today on Divorce Court.
My wife, Kayla, is an immature, spoiled brat.
I made a lot of mistakes in the past, but I'm just here to fix it.
She doesn't want to take on responsibility, she doesn't want to pay bills, and she doesn't want to work full-time.
She thinks that she's right all the time.
I'm starting to feel more like her parent rather than her partner.
Lachey needs to fix her attitude.
Kayla lies way too much. She even lied when she proposed to me.
Deep down inside, she's really petty.
Our lease is up in 3 months. If things don't change by then, I'm gonna go my way and she's gonna go back to her family.
I don't want to lose her, and it's scary. It really is.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Lachey Wallace and Kayla Clyburn. The two of you have been together for 2 years, married for 1. Ms. Wallace, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here today? Because I understand that even from the beginning, at the proposal, there was problems.
Well, that'll be correct. After we reconnected, everything was good. Like, we were hanging out every day. We spent a lot of time together. And, we talked about getting married. So she had said, I need to save for a ring or whatever. And I'm like, I don't really need a ring. It's just the fact of we're making a commitment. So I'm over her house one day, and I see a ring near her room. So I'm like, whose ring is this? You wanted to propose, just do it. So she's like, I don't know whose ring it is, basically, but we could use it. So I'm like, cool, just do it, because I didn't think she was going to do it anyway. But she proposed to me, and I accepted it, and we were good ever since. 5 months later, we got married and moved into the house or whatever, and there was a laptop that she bought from her house when she moved. So I'm on the laptop, I'm about to clear it out, just making sure there's no important files on there. I see pictures of her and her ex. So I'm going through the pictures, being nosy. I come up on a picture of the ring, but it's not my hand. So I'm looking at the laptop and I'm looking at my finger, looking at the laptop, looking at my finger like, this is the same ring.
Whose finger was it on? Was it on her finger or her ex's finger?
Basically, she knew that this was her ex's ring, but when I asked her, did you know who ring it was, she lied.
Ms. Clyburn, what'd you lie about that for? Not really a big deal, is it?
I lied because I wanted to marry her. I knew that when you get married or when you propose, you have a ring, and I didn't have enough money for a ring. So I thought of the idea of, I knew it was wrong. I knew it was wrong when I did it, or I knew it was wrong when I thought about doing it. But I wanted to marry her, and this is my way. I knew she was coming over. Let me just put this ring right here. And I knew it was wrong, but it worked.
Right.
And that's the problem. She set up the whole thing.
Right.
Like, I thought it was just a coincidence. Oh, it's a ring right here, but she plotted. And
I don't think that's a plot.
That is a plot.
No, I think that was a romantic plan, a gesture. She was trying to, she couldn't get a ring. She used somebody else's. Why does that bother you so?
It was her ex's ring.
I get that.
You not only did you lie about it, but you knew that was your ex's ring. Like,
was it nice?
I liked it a lot, but I had to throw it in the trash just because of the simple fact.
You had to throw it in the trash? That's just foolish.
I got up and I threw it in the trash, and now it's in some.
Sell it.
No.
You sell it.
That hurts her even more. If she spent money on the ring and she gave it to me, now it's in the trash.
Yeah, that's paying the stupid tax. You know what I mean? Money is money is money. But anyway, Ms. Walls, tell me about the dating app. To me, I would have broken out with that one, but go ahead.
So she's in the shower one day, and I just keep hearing notification after notification, and there's a different type of sound. Usually a text message is like a bing, but this is like another type of notification. Right. So I look over, and it's like this lesbian dating app, and I'm like, when did we start doing this? I thought we was trying to repair.
Was this before you got married or after?
This is after.
After.
This is like a couple months ago.
Ms. Clyburn, what were you doing on a dating app?
Well, since she skipped the part where we separated, Lachey basically told me she didn't want me physically, emotionally, none of that. So I was hurt by it. Yes, I did say I didn't want to be in this relationship anymore. But hearing her say that she's done with me, it broke my heart. And for me to get over somebody, I have to talk to somebody else. I know that's not the smart and mature way to go about it, but that's what I did. But I don't, Lachey also
did you skip the part that you had told her you were done with her, over, emotionally, physically, in every way possible?
I don't think I necessarily skipped that part. The thing is,
No. You and I aren't on the same page. Did you say that stuff to her? That you were done? That you were over? So when you tell somebody you're done, they can date other people. That's how it works.
We're married. So if we were just dating, that's fine. But we're married and we live together.
That's true, but and you got a good point there. You don't rush and do it. But if you say you're done, that's to me saying I want to divorce you.
It may, but.
Well, what did you want her to take away from that conversation?
I wanted her to take away, oh no, I'm about to lose this person. Let me do better, not let me go and get on a dating app.
That never works out that way. When you hurt somebody to their core, it doesn't make, I better do better. It just makes them want to hurt you.
Clearly.
Which is what she did. I'm just letting you know. I mean, it don't mean you were right.
Yeah, I know I was wrong.
It don't mean you were right. But my understanding is you have some dating apps on your phone as well. Is that accurate?
Of course. After I seen all the cheating activity she was doing, I was like, okay. And I purposely put an app on my phone so she could see it. I never leave my phone in the living room. So I downloaded a dating app.
When did relationships stop involving two people? It's like, this, so I'm going to go over here and do this over here because she hurt me over there. It's never a conversation or a discussion between the two of you. It's always you got to reach out and grab a third party and pull them in through dating apps or social media. That's why nothing work out. Because you're conducting your business on the World Wide Web, and it don't work. I understand there's a whole lot going wrong, money problems, family problems, so I'm going to move off of this issue and move on to the next. You don't think her family approves of your marriage. Is that accurate?
Those who do know are fine with it, but I feel like her family they're pretty much, they think it's a phase for her.
Are you worried about some of your family members finding out? Because they're going to find out now, but, you know, finding out that you're married? Ms. Wallace, you say you have concerns about Ms. Clyburn's maturity and her ability to contribute in a meaningful manner to the household. What's the breakdown, you know, percentage-wise? How much are you handling? How much is she handling?
This is nice.
So Kayla's portion, what does that say, Joe?
$345.
$345. And what's the next thing? I don't have my glasses on. I can't
Family
see
support, $300.
Your family help support?
Yes.
They give you $300 a month?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Do they wonder when you're going to be on your own?
I'm sure that they feel that way. I have supportive family. If anybody in our family needs help, we're going to help each other. That's how my family is.
Let me ask you this. Why are you only working part-time? You know she's stressed about money. Why don't you just say, oh, okay, I'll kick it up a notch?
When I am at work, if she says something about the hours that I'm working, I will go to my manager and I will talk to her and say, hey, I need to pay rent. Can I have more hours? So it's not like I'm not trying. Lachey doesn't see that I'm trying, which I am, you know, stepping up as a wife, which is something I need to work on, which is something I am working on.
No, see, I don't believe in working on that. Either you get more hours or you don't. You get a full-time job or you don't. There's nothing working on it.
Okay.
It's not like I work on losing weight, yes. I work on, you know, finishing some, but you don't work on working on, you just get a full-time job. Yeah. You just, you know, I'm working on it. You do it or you don't.
Yeah.
You don't think her family approves of your marriage. Is that accurate?
Those who do know are fine with it, but I feel like her family, they're pretty much, they think it's a phase for her. So I feel like the marriage portion is the confirmation that it's not a phase, like this is forever.
Right.
And I don't think they like that.
Right. Now, you know that's not her fault though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't blame her for it. No. Does she fail to tell certain members of her family for fear that they will reject her?
It's not necessarily fear. It's just we both tell who we're comfortable with telling. It's not a thing of like being fearful. It's just a thing of, okay, I'll tell who I want to know.
Yeah. Are you worried about some of your family members finding out? Because they're going to find out now, but, you know, finding out that you're married?
Yes, I am. Mainly because they don't understand this whole lesbian, gay thing. They don't get it. So whenever I try to explain it, it doesn't click. It's like, you're going to hell. Oh, this is not what God wants you to do. I don't have time to hear that. I know what I want. I've never been with a man ever. I know that this is what I want. This is not a phase for me. It's never been a phase. So to prevent hearing this, I don't say anything. Which I probably, you know, should now.
I'd go home and mention it if I were you. You say that Ms. Wallace isn't romantic. What do you mean by that?
Well, she can be romantic, but me, I'm the type that's like, oh, come here, baby, give me a hug, give me a kiss, give me the, like, hold me, touch me. And she's like, no, like, leave me alone. Like, I'm here. At least I'm here. Like, I just want to chill. I don't want to do all of that. With the whole sex, intimate thing, I love sex. I love having sex with her. When I have sex, it's great. But she's the type that's like, we're not having sex unless I want to have sex. So basically, I have to wait until she wants to have sex in order to have sex.
Okay.
So
now we're gonna be gentle. Tell me about the romance. Is she more demonstrative than you are? Are you uncomfortable with showing affection?
It's not that I'm uncomfortable. I do it when I feel like doing it, but...
Did you see the face she made when she said, I do? I mean, it was like you were picking up dog poop or something. It was like, I do it.
It's not even like that. Like, I work a full-time job. I'm into, like, bettering myself, so I'm always basically in school. I have, like, an online business. I'm doing a lot because I have to pay bills while she's thinking about sex and spending her money on wigs. So I have to, like, I have more stress than she does. She has the luxury of thinking about sex all day and her nails and hair.
But that still don't.
I got you. Let me help you with that one.
I would do anything to fix this marriage. So I'm willing to do whatever it takes.
If I could wave my magic gavel and pow, put a thought into her head, what would it be? What do you want from Ms. Clyburn?
I wanted to take on more.
If I could just wave my gavel and bing, throw a thought in her head and she will pursue it when she leaves, what would that thought be?
I would like her to take on more responsibility, work a full-time job, and work on contributing more to the household.
So, bottom line, she wants you to get a full-time job.
Yeah.
All of that speaks to I need her to get, and you can do that. You
Right,
can go
I
home
know
and do
I
that
can.
right away.
I know.
Now, are you not going to do that?
No,
Because
I'm going to do it because, for one, I need some more money. Two, I'm trying to save this marriage. I would do anything to fix this marriage. So I'm willing to do whatever it takes.
So I'm going to ask you the same question. If I could wave my magic gavel and pow, put a thought into her head, what would it be?
Trust me.
Why do you feel like she doesn't trust you?
I know that I lied in the beginning. I feel like the whole ring incident just messed her mind up. And I get accused of lying a lot. I want that to change. Another thing, I want to be held. I want you to tell me that you love me. I want to feel loved. I don't want to have to.
Are you hanging on to that ring nonsense?
No.
Because that's some nonsense.
I feel like sex and affection is a prize. Like, how can you expect to have sex all day when I've been asking you to do the same stuff for months, same stuff every day? You ain't implement nothing.
I did. You just don't see it.
That's how I feel.
Let me do this, Ms. Wallace. She needs to know you love her. Give me 30 seconds of your best professional love.
Okay.
Look at her, don't look at me.
All right. I love you because, like, you have a very positive and upbeat spirit. You're like a breath of fresh air. You motivate me and you believe in me, and that's a great thing. Like, you're like something I never had.
Oh, that was lovely.
That was really.
That's one of the best I've ever heard. It really was. That was wonderful. And you were embarrassed. You didn't feel like doing it, but you bellied up to the bar and did a good job. Did you feel that?
Yes, I really did. I felt.
I'm glad that you felt that. I'm not going to ask you to do the same thing because I think you bubble up with it all the time.
I do.
I really do. I really think that you're very open with it. Am I right with that? She's always coming forth with it, and I know what's wrong and I know how to fix it. I love situations like this because I got two good people doing the right thing, loving one another, that are getting tripped up by the little stuff. And you can fix the little stuff. Now, what she needs from you is for you to be responsible, to wonder about what the bills are, to engage in affirmative efforts to make sure everything is all right. So you need to get a full-time job and you need to sit down and have discussions with her about money and tell her, look, babe, I'm gonna take this and this and this. You ain't got to worry about it because I got you like that. That's what you need to do.
Okay.
You said she was a breath of fresh air. Breathe her in. You are tight. You are just, when I'm this and I'm one of the best and easiest and biologically rooted ways to feel less stress is to hold another person. That skin-to-skin contact, it releases oxytocin. It actually makes you feel better. That's what you ought to do. And when you talk about affection, it doesn't take any time. 5 minutes throughout the day, a hug here, a kiss there. It may not be your go-to move. It may not be natural for you, because I don't think it is. But every once in a while, if you feed that, and if you respond to her maturing and stepping up, and she's only 21, she's 2 days past born. She's just a kid. I was a fool when I was 21. I was a fool that had money because I didn't waste it on nothing. But you understand, she's 2 days past born, so you got to give her a little room to grow up. Help her with it. Don't get mad that she doesn't do it. Help her with it, and be honest. know that, you know, you could be a little flighty, be a little more solid. You know, talk to her about where you're going, what you're doing, what's happening, so you can build that trust and comfort that she needs. And every time she does something in your direction, put something on it. Throw a hug in there. Throw a kiss in there. You know what I mean? Little bit every day. Extraordinary change, because you're good people. Just messing up the little stuff. All right?
Yes.
You heard me? Yes. This matter is adjourned.
Today I learned a lot from Judge Toler. I think I'm gonna go home and try to be a little more affectionate, a little more understanding, try to listen to her more, and I think it'll work out.
Lachey, I messed up a lot, and I want to do this right. I want you to wear this ring forever, and do not throw it away. Give me your left hand, baby. I love you, and I don't want you to take this off, okay?
All right, got it.
Today on Divorce Court.
I have been in an almost 11-year relationship with Jimmy.
And we've been through so many ups and downs.
He and I have been married. We have divorced, and now we're thinking about getting remarried.
I don't feel like there's anyone else that I can picture myself spending the rest of my life with.
And I'm not sure if I want to do that again.
I'm here today to try to regain the trust from my wife, Alexandra.
The reason why we got divorced is because of a 5-year affair that he had.
My wife don't trust me anymore. She always think I'm up to something.
If the other woman pops up again, I will leave.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Alexandra Sargent and Jimmy Sargent. Now hang on, because I'm going to tell you what's going on. It's confusing. I had to read it twice. You've been together 11 years. You were married to him from 2009 to April 2013. You got divorced in April 2013, got engaged a week later in 2013. In the meantime, you got married by proxy to another woman altogether in 2012. Currently, you're living together and you're wondering whether you should get married yet again. Did I get that right?
Not exactly.
Not exactly? Well, you clear it up for me. I want to know what's happening. What is the trajectory of your relationship and who this other woman is?
Okay. Well, I have been with Jimmy going on 11 years. Mm-hmm. We did get married. We got married by proxy. Mm-hmm. And then we did get divorced in 2013. Mm-hmm. And because of a long, drawn-out affair that he had and with this other woman.
And she says it with such a smile. Who is this woman that he had a long, drawn-out affair with, and how long was the affair?
I think the affair is still going on to some extent, and that is just because, you know, periodically things come up, and she just will not go away.
Mr. Sargent, do you care to enlighten me about this other woman? Are you still seeing her?
No, ma'am. I'm no longer seeing this lady. Me and
Well, how
Alex,
long were you seeing her?
Alex think I was seeing her all the time, but it was an off and on type of thing. I know I was wrong for doing it or whatever, whatnot, but I was kind of caught up in the moment, thought I could have my cake and eat it too, keep my wife, kind of keep her.
Keep the girl on the side.
Yeah, kind of one of those things. Did not realize how much it would, you know, hurt our relationship.
She didn't mind being the side piece?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Until she made herself known.
How did she make herself known?
She started messaging my family and myself on social media. I had a job, and her mother came to my place of employment and made it known that her daughter was having an affair with my husband. I ended up actually losing my job behind that. So that's how she made herself known.
Now, you were seeing both women while you were incarcerated. Is that true?
Not all the way, Your Honor.
Not all the way. Well, how long were you in prison?
I was 2.5 years.
2.5 years.
Yes, ma'am.
But both of them were putting money on your books?
No, ma'am. Here and there. Here and there, Your Honor. Here and there, but not like. She was.
She was constant with it.
Yes, ma'am. But the other girl would like pop up from time to time. I guess maybe From the outside, she would be inboxing her, making her feel like she was still having some type of communication with me.
But you weren't talking to her.
But I wasn't talking to her.
But she ended up posting a picture on social media of them together while he was incarcerated.
How'd that happen?
And he was smiling big, goals, just grinning. He just got his arms around her and everything. So even though she might have popped up to visit without him knowing, he felt comfortable enough to take a picture with her.
Mr. Sergeant?
Well, I'm not gonna lie about that, Your Honor. When I had first got incarcerated, I felt like, I needed all the help that I could get. To be honest with you, not doing anything, to hurt my wife or try to be, slick or whatever about nothing. Well, kind of, sort of. Because I didn't want her to find out at all. I was just trying to get all the help that I could get being selfish.
But you were seeing that woman before you went to prison.
Right.
It wasn't about just getting help. I mean, you had two women, and you didn't want to give one up. Pretty much.
No, when I did try to give the other one up, then this and all this chaos came about.
Obsession with you, all of that. I understand that both of you ended up showing up when he got released.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Yeah, we did. So we're sitting in a parking lot. The van comes out to release the people, to their friends and family. And if their friends and family are there, they get out the van, get in the car with them, hug, kiss, whatever, go on about their business. If not, then they go to the bus station. Mm-hmm. So we're sitting there waiting. No Jimmy. Everybody else gets off the van. There's no Jimmy. I go and ask the guard, did Jimmy Sargent get released? Yes, ma'am, he did. Okay, well, where is he? They said, he's on the van. He's not on the van. He didn't get off. They was like, yes, he's on the van. I go over to the van. I'm peeking in the windows looking, because it's kind of tinted.
Yeah, prison van. Yeah.
I'm peeking in the windows, and I'm like, he's not on this van. He is not here. Y'all did not bring him out. They was like, ma'am, he's under the seat. He hid underneath the seat on the van and refused to get off.
Because you and the other woman were both there. Did you know the other woman at the time?
At that point in time, yes, because she's been in and out of our relationship for the past 5 years.
Did you guys beef at all as you were waiting for him to get off the...
No, we didn't. We didn't at all. My plan, honestly, when I found her there, was to stay there long enough for him to know that I knew that this was still going on.
Well, who did you leave with?
A relative.
Well, Your Honor, when you get released from the jail, they release you to your family.
Right.
And she's right, both of them was there. And the other woman, I did not tell her to come, and she just got it in her head that I told her to come pick me up type of stuff, but you can look and see when you get released. So on the ride down to the downtown to get dropped off, I called my sister, and my sister came and just to keep all the confusion down because I was going to be on parole for a little while. I didn't want no problem at all.
No trouble.
I left with my sister and had my wife to come pick me up from my sister's house.
I want to know what he's telling you on the daily, or what it is you're taking that keeps you so relaxed that you can grin and smile throughout this odyssey about him in prison and with another woman. I just know. I'm just gonna leave that with you for a while. Did you ever get angry?
Your Honor, I went from everything to replacing windows, tires, clothes. I mean, you name it. She's done it.
Now, I know myself. I know I do have a temper. And so,
where is it? It is my understanding, even throughout this chaos, Mr. Sargent had the nerve to tell you how to dress at a certain occasion. Could you tell me that story in detail, please?
Well, when we met 11 years ago, I approached him, and I had on a nice blouse with matching shoes and all of that, and I have big breasts, and I actually had my blouse unbuttoned, and I had a really cute bustier. It was the whole get-up was just, on point. So I approached him. I was cute. So I approached him, and asked him for his number. And as he's talking to me, he is slowly buttoning up every single button on my blouse all the way up to my throat. Now, mind you, we are in a nightclub. It's hot, it's sweaty, I'm hot, and he has me buttoned up like I am at church or something.
What did he say to you when he did it?
He said, "These are mine and for my eyes only, and nobody else is supposed to see these." And here we are 11 years later, and he's still buttoning my blouse up all the way to my throat. He wants me to put on...
I just gotta ask you, you seem so okay with all of this. You're coming in here on Before Your Vows. I'm thinking about marrying again. He's got some fatal attraction chick chasing him around off of the prison bus. And you're just grinning and smiling. And did you ever get angry?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, tell me a story that'll make me feel better.
Everything, I went from, Your Honor, I went from everything to replacing windows, tires, clothes. I mean, you name it, she's done it.
So all of this is just polite court behavior, because she can go there.
Yeah, I guess so. It gotta be something, because it's totally opposite when the drama unfolds at the house.
Well, there's a reason for that.
Okay.
There's a reason for that. I was not always like this. He made me like this.
Oh, wow.
He made you like what?
Well, everything that's been going on, you know, with the cheating and all of that, I mean, it makes me upset. Now, I know myself. I know I do have a temper. And so...
Where is it?
You don't want to see it.
I've never seen anybody so just happy.
You don't want to see it.
You know, you're talking a lot of hard, deep stuff.
I do this, for one, it does help me cope. I know what calms me down. And so one of the things that calms me down is that if I'm upset with him, if he's made me angry, I like to leave. I like to remove myself from the situation, calm myself down, and then we can revisit it, you know, in a few hours. Well, Jimmy is the type of person, he likes to, you know, take it on right then. Right then and right now. And I'm not that type of person. And so when we talk right then and right now,
it gets ugly.
That's the result of...
It gets ugly.
Yeah.
I read in your paper somewhere that one of your children is a function of the fact that Mr. Sergeant over here microwaved your birth control. And as a function thereof, you got pregnant. I have got to hear this one.
Occasionally, I wake up with messages. And they're messages from people claiming to have been with him.
He got drunk last night, drinking, got drunk, and your husband was with me. Is there anything that he could do that would make you leave him? So, Mr. Sergeant, would you care to explain to me the story about getting pregnant because Mr. Sergeant had microwaved your birth control?
Well, because, you know, they have different kinds of birth control. And the one that I was on at this time is this little ring thing, and you're supposed to keep it in the refrigerator. And I kept it in the refrigerator right there in the butter thing, you know? And so I didn't think that I would be able to get pregnant on this birth control, and it can't get hot. It can't get hot, you know? And I think he...
So you think he tampered with it to secure you in his life. Now, Mr. Sergeant, go ahead.
Your Honor, this is a little thing called a Nuva ring.
Yeah.
I didn't touch her new ring. I didn't mess with it or nothing. Maybe she left it out or something. I thought she took it out.
Yeah. Okay. I don't want to get too deep into that. You've heard her a lot over a long period of time. What are you doing that allows you to keep her? What keeps her in your orbit?
Well, besides all the negative that she's told you, I'm a good man. I go to work every day, and lately, to try to regain that trust, Your Honor, I don't go out. I don't really talk to my brother or friends really like I used to. I don't go to the parties or none of that no more. I go to work. I come home. I don't got no lock on my phone, no nothing. So, you know, I'm trying to regain that trust, and it's just not working.
He needs a lock on his phone.
Why does he need a lock on his phone?
Because every single time I go through it, or not every single time, but a lot, when I go through it, I find evidence of someone claiming to have been with him.
Are there other women out there claiming to be with you? Do you have messages that are suspect on your phone? Now, Mr. Sergeant, you come in here, your record's not too clean. You know what I mean?
Yes,
you had a side piece for over a decade. So Tell me why I should believe that you're a changed man now.
Well, Your Honor, like I was saying, I haven't cheated, and it's been a long time. And
So
keep
who are
in
those
mind,
people on the phone that she's telling me about, the messages? Who are they from?
most of them will come from the Fatal Attraction chick.
No, definitely different.
She got friends, Your Honor.
Wait a minute.
She's
Got her finger on something.
This is
Bring it to
different.
me. What do you got?
Occasionally, I wake up with messages, and they're messages from people claiming to have been with him. Prime example, not too long before we came here, I wake up and there's a message request on social media from some random chick that I have no clue who she is. I look at the messages and I ask, who is this? And she says she's his ex, and up until last night. And I'm like,
He got drunk last night, drinking, got drunk, and your husband was with me.
And it just so happened, I wake up to feed the baby and he's not home on this exact same night. I call him.
I want to have an intervention. I don't know what is wrong with you. I want to know, is there anything that he could do that would make you leave him? Anything. You just seem perfectly content with this.
I'm not. I'm really not content. But he has so much potential to do. He's grown. We were been together through like our 20s, you know, and we were young, and he's.
I gotta say what I gotta say. I think I know what happened to you. You got with him early. You fell in love. You had kids, and you don't want to start over. You're stuck. You're with him. You've rode this long. You're thinking, man, if I leave now, haven't I wasted those 11 years that I was with him, and I might as well still be with him because he's my baby daddy, and I've stayed this long, and if I did, it's like I screwed up, I messed up, and maybe this time he's gonna turn the corner. Maybe this time he won't fall into the arms of fatal attraction. Maybe this time he'll stay out of prison. And every time you say maybe this time and he messes up, you've invested more time, so there'll be a time where you'll never be able to leave him. I'm not gonna tell you to leave the man, because I don't wanna waste my breath, because I know you're not gonna do it. But Mrs. Sargent, let me tell you this. You got to make sure that your life is buttoned up from the back. And when I say buttoned up from the back, you need to be in a position to economically, emotionally be able to handle both your life and those of your children, because you can't count on him. And one of these days, it's gonna be so much, so often, you are going to be so resentful and so angry, and you're gonna find yourself so deep in the years with him, you're just gonna explode. And I want you always to be able to be in a position to walk off. Women can never walk off. I'm not telling you to walk off, but you gotta be in a position to walk off. Do you know what I'm saying? Emotionally strong. Because if fatal attraction isn't gonna leave him alone, and he's unable to withstand her forays into his direction, you will live like this forever. Is this the best that you want? Do you want to keep putting money on books? You want to keep fighting, losing jobs because he can't stay home? Always be in a position economically, emotionally, to leave. I know you're not going to do it, but I just had to say it. I ain't giving you a marriage certificate if my life depended on it. I'm gonna go outside, I'm gonna get me a machine gun, and then I'm just gonna rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat, holes in the whole thing. Now, Mr. Sergeant, what you need to do is prove me wrong. You need to say, you know what that judge said about me? Ain't none of that gonna happen. You know what that judge says I can't do? That's exactly what I'm gonna do. You know what that judge said about I'll never love you and I'll never be there and I'll never honor you? You prove me wrong, and then write me in a year and I'll say I'm sorry. Give me a reason to do it. This matter is adjourned.
The judge told me to prove her wrong. And that's exactly what I do. I continue working hard to try to regain my wife's trust, and I continue being a good man. That's all I can do on a day-to-day.
He has shown me in the past that he can be a good man. He can be a good husband. He can be a good father. He works hard, and he's determined to make this work. And I want to be there to see his success and his progress.
Previously on Divorce Court.
He left her to get away from her. So I'm not gonna let my son be out in the street. Something happened to him, oh no, then I'm gonna look at her.
He has a nasty attitude problem.
What do you mean he has a nasty attitude?
He gets mad at the kids and stay beefing with them. He called them people on the street. Then if he gets an attitude for something I said or something I did, he'll run across the house and just knock all the pictures off the wall.
Mr. Drew, are you cheating on her or are you not?
No, I ain't got no reason to. If I was gonna do that, I did that a long time ago.
Divorce Court is now in session.
We are reconvening the matter of Drew versus Drew. I adjourn this matter to regain my composure. Mrs. Drew, I'm going to start with you. You have 5 children, a 15-year marriage. It has been your contention that Mrs. Bell over there, your husband's mother, has been setting his son up with women. And we brought Ms. Jeffrey here to talk about it. So I got to figure out who's telling the truth. What are your beliefs with respect to what his mother is doing?
Well, every time she has a job, she's always calling her son to the job. So I was wondering what was going on. And then when I would get back with him, and we on good terms now, he's telling me, oh yeah, I was talking to this woman over there. And I said, well, why every time your mother switched jobs, it's a new woman in place? So I knew that his mother was hooking him up with other women because she don't want me in the picture. So anything to get me out the picture, and she knew she wasn't gonna work. So she had to bring somebody else involved.
Okay, let me ask you this. Ms. Jeffrey, how did you meet Mr. Drew, and truly, what is the nature of your relationship with him?
I met him at a holiday party. As you know, my mom works with her, so his mom introduced us.
Right.
We met there. We talked. I had just moved down there at the time, so pretty much he said that he can show me around. I didn't know anybody down there, and of course, you know, being as though I know her, she did express that she doesn't like her, and of course, it led to him telling me about the situations with him not wanting to be with her and everything like that.
Right.
But yes, we did, you know, go out, went out to eat, things like that. As in a way, he's showing me.
Hang on, no, stop. I can run this thing, Mrs. Drew, and I'm gonna run you right out of here if you don't
not
stop.
a circus.
No! You got one more? Have you two gone out on dates?
Yes, we have,
okay. And you knew he was married?
I did.
And if he were to ask you to take it to the next level, would you?
No, absolutely
Clearly,
not. She was in another state. He was living with his mom. So no, that wasn't the case at all.
Okay. Mr. Drew, why don't you tell me what the nature of your relationship with Miss Jeffrey is?
It was cool. She's amongst all of the people that I met at my mother's Christmas party. I met my homeboy that I hang out with now. She don't say nothing about him. He do security at her job.
That's a guy.
I'm not gonna lie.
Exactly. So it's people that are meeting. It's not just
Mr.
female.
Drew, I'm not gonna lie though. When she walked out of there, the look on your face, you were horrified.
I'm trying to figure out why she here. That's all.
There's nothing else going on?
Nothing else going on. Like I said, if I wanted to do something, first off, I'm gonna be honest with you, I wouldn't be that sloppy. I'd go somewhere else. I wouldn't do it that close to home knowing that everybody linked together.
But you didn't know I was going to get her number.
And I, as a mother, wouldn't allow it to take place in my presence.
That's a
now,
lie.
yeah, right to you because you're a cheater.
Hey,
you're a cheater.
Mrs. Drew,
the proof is in the pudding, bitch.
Sit Mrs. Drew down. Sit Mrs. Drew down.
Y'all gotta get me out of here. You're not gonna do nothing but sit there and be disrespectful as usual.
As usual.
I'm gonna ask everybody to relax. Okay? I want everybody to relax. Mr. Drew, I'm gonna go to you, and then Ms. Jeffrey, I have a question for you. Mr. Drew, what would you like to say, sir?
The whole thing is you could be associated with somebody of the opposite sex and have no sexual feelings towards them. If that was the case, then half of the rappers in Atlanta would be in a relationship with her. Am I correct?
That's what you say.
I doubt it.
We got pics.
Ms. Jeffrey, let me ask you this. Ms. Jeffrey, don't go gutter too. Stop it. Do you have feelings for him?
No, absolutely not. No.
None whatsoever. So if divorce, granted, 2 days, out, done, he asked you out, your response would be what?
Nothing would change.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the only thing that kind of made this situation hectic is her calling me, being disrespectful. As you can see, I came to a courtroom, not a circus, and she's still being a clown.
Exactly.
So, you know, instead of her calling me to question me, she's calling me to accuse me. That's the problem. I'm cordial. I give you the same respect you give me. When you disrespect me, all bets are off, and I'm gonna meet you at your level.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how that went.
So how often do you two engage in conversations or disputes?
Oh, no, she hit me up one time. That's one and done for me.
So that is over?
Yeah.
That is over. Do you have a relationship with any of their children?
No,
No. Now, Mrs. Drew,
Not gonna happen.
honestly, just between mother to mother, would you like your son to move on to Miss Jeffrey?
Oh, I don't pick who my son falls in love with. I don't pick who, because if I did, she wouldn't have been my pick.
Right.
Okay?
But she
likes me
wouldn't
better
have been
than
my
her.
pick
Stop.
Because from day one, she's been disrespected. I mean, day one, her plan. I'm gonna tell you, Your Honor, I found out they were getting married 2 days before they got married. You know how I found out? Her mother told my mother. That's how I found out that she was getting married. Kevin knew. I wanted him to travel the world. He was in the Navy. She knew he was in the Navy, too. That's why she wanted to get with him.
Well, let me ask you this. Why are you blaming her for that? He's your son. He should have told you he was getting married.
I understand that, but he knew not to come to me with that. He knew. Honestly, he knew not to come to me because I did not want to hear it. But to hear it from her mother.
Yeah,
okay?
but you can't just blame him. I mean, he's a grown man.
I didn't want her to marry him. I didn't want him to marry her.
I am talking. If he's grown enough to pick his own wife, he's grown enough to get married, he should be grown enough to tell his mother what he's about to do without being afraid.
I agree.
So you can't blame that on her.
I'm not blaming
That's
her
him.
on that. I'm just saying I don't like her. I never wanted them to be married.
What didn't you like her in the beginning? Why didn't you like her in the beginning?
She's always been a disrespectful little hood rat. Okay? She was the one riding around the neighborhood, half dressed, always thinking she was the queen of everything. Oh, I got everybody's looking at me. I got it like that. You don't have a pot to pee in.
Okay.
Stop
Now, okay,
faking.
We're going to end that conversation. Mrs. Drew, if can you act like you got some sense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please come on
Yes.
back up.
Yes.
That's a lie.
Now, why don't you respond to the accusations that you tipped off and got married to her son, didn't tell anybody? What was the complication that allowed or required that to happen?
I don't know what was. Kevin wants his mother, and his mother wants him. So it probably was he didn't want to tell her, give out, the information and tell her, oh, I'm going to move on, Mom, because that's what he should have done. I asked him to do that. He didn't do that. But at the wedding, she was there. She actually signed the paperwork too.
So first I'm with my mother, now I'm with her. Now who am I gonna be with next?
I don't know. That's a good question, Kevin.
She's
Just like
crazy.
everybody in your inbox. Everybody's on the Steal Your Man challenge, just going around.
I don't understand how you could be so confident yet so intimidated by
At the same time.
Hey, stop it. Stop it. Do you believe she's a good mother to their 5 children?
She needs to discipline them. I mean, they get away with murder. She tells people that I don't want my grandchildren at my house, which is not the case. She doesn't want them at my house because they enjoy themselves around me. They can be children around me.
No, that's a lie.
Yeah, right.
Well, what I'm going to spend the remainder of this session doing is talking about today forward. Because we got to talk about the kids because they got to co-parent and we got to get things done and I got to get you off your feet. So we're going to move forward.
He went in the store and left his phone in the car. And this girl called and her picture pops up. So that's where I got the phone number from. But also in the phone is pictures of a little boy. So I want to know who is the little boy. Because it ain't my kids. My kids all look the same. This baby looks nothing like them.
Mr. Drew, do you know what little boy she's referring to? Now, Ms. Jeffrey, I'm going to give you an opportunity to sit down because you've been standing there for a little while. But I want to ask you, is there something you want to say? Something, because it seems that you have something on your mind, and I just want to know exactly what's going on here.
Yes, I want to figure out what is Kevin going to do. We were going out, we were hanging out. He has been expressing to me he wanted to leave her, based on what the mom was saying.
Objection.
And he was saying they were in
I'm
agreement
gonna
to
let you
that.
respond.
And at this time, he needs to man up. We did go out. I heard him over talking me saying, as friends, we were going out. But like I said, I was aware he was a married man, so I wouldn't take it any further. I say it again, exactly. But I'm not going to let him just throw sand over that line either.
Why
we were going out.
Stop it. Mr. Drew, your response to that comment? Were you dating her, weren't you?
No, I need a lawyer. This ain't right. I need some type of legal counsel or something because they lying.
At the end of the day, he's a man. He's lying about not even wanting to divorce her, so of course he would lie about that.
But Jasmine, he's not lying about not wanting a divorce. Y'all were friends. Why are you making it any?
Okay, I got it.
At my car.
Oh my God!
I got it. Miss Jeff, go ahead and have a seat. I think I know what's happening here.
Can she sit over there?
Just don't go over there.
Right there. We're all going to behave like we're adults. So it shouldn't be a problem where she sits. So, Mr. Drew, you say nothing's going on, she's just a friend.
Nah.
And you're not dating anybody else.
No, ma'am.
You're not seeing any other women.
No, ma'am.
You've been separated, but you haven't touched nobody, you haven't kissed nobody, you haven't gone out with anybody. You just at home with your mom.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, I get it. I get that that's your story. Mrs. Drew, you seem to want to have something to respond. What is it?
When we was at the store one day, and he had took me to the store because the kids needed some food, so he took me to the grocery store. He went in the store and left his phone in the car. And this girl called, and her picture pops up. So that's where I got the phone number from. But also in the phone is pictures of a little boy. So I want to know who is the little boy. Because it ain't my kids. My kids all look the same. This baby looks nothing like them.
Mr. Drew, do you know what little boy she's referring to?
It was a meme that I had on my phone. That's all it was.
That was clearly not a meme.
The picture actually had words on there saying something about how somebody's son looked old or something like that. It wasn't nothing relative to me.
Mr. Drew, if eyes could burn, you'd have a hole in the back of your head. Miss Jeffrey, do you care to comment on that?
He does have a picture of my son now. Is being a screensaver? I'm not sure of that. My son moved with me, so of course I learned places where kids could go, the aquarium, where he takes his kids when he has them.
He not even take his own
He never had
when
my
she
child.
moved out, she took all the stuff in the middle of the night after I got into my car accident, texted me and told me that she moved to South Carolina.
But
she was telling me that for a whole month. A whole month. So I'm texting her, telling her, well, I need to see my kids. I need to see my kids. Oh, we in South Carolina. It's too far to drive today. It's 3 hours away. It's 4 hours away. This, that, and that. But you're going to have to see him on the weekend. Turn out, it's her friends inboxing me. We talking. And I kind of find out she lived 30 minutes down the street from where we live at. I got a 6-bedroom house, Your Honor. They could have stayed with me. She talking about something, we going to a shelter for battered women. Who you lying to? How you get in there, first off? And why would you take your kids to a shelter when I got a 6-bedroom house?
Okay,
And travel to South Carolina to do it.
Let's talk about the leaving and the situation with the children.
My concern is kids should stay in kids' place. Kids should never be involved in the conflicts of their parents. So therefore, you should not be talking down about the other parent to your children so that they
Does that happen? Mrs. Drew, we were talking about when you left and the situation with your children. Why don't you give me your version of that event? Because he said you kept him down the street and they could have been home the whole time.
That's because he came in the house at 5 o'clock in the morning because we was arguing. He feel as though when we arguing, he could do whatever he want to do, that he's no longer my husband.
That's personal,
So he comes in the house, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. I said, and I got up out my bed. I said, one thing about this, Kevin, I ain't never been disrespected. I'm not about to start it now. You're not going to disrespect me in my house. So it's either me or you. Because if you think you're going to be coming home at 5 o'clock in the morning, you might as well live by yourself. And I gave him that ultimatum. He said, oh, well, it's going to be you because I'm not leaving my house. He feels as though it's his house because his name is on the loan and my name is on the deed. So then he just feel like, okay, I own this house. So I said, okay, cool. And I left. I packed up my stuff and I left and I
Do
moved
you
and
let
got
him
my
see
own
the
place.
kids?
He could have called me and asked me, but he did not call me.
Judge,
Did
every
not ask
time,
me,
every time she catch an attitude with me, the first thing she do is she slap on her bulletproof vest, which is all 5 of my kids, and she say, well, if you can't get along with me, or if you don't do what I say, you will never see your kids again. You will never see your kids again.
Mrs. Drew, let me say this. You doing your children a disservice. Children that who have a father who wants to be active and involved have a right to have them in their lives, and you got to make it easy for them. You have no right to make them fatherless. The girls are going to go out with the first guy they see because they don't have a dad at home that makes them feel like the princess. The dudes are just going to go wild and because they don't have, when they're teenagers, they don't have a man in the house that does a little bit of this when they get a little gruff and angry. Because I know I've had 6 sons. I know when they get crazy, I step back and my husband step forward. So you don't have that right. And I want you to be very, very clear about that. You do not have the right to do that to your children. I don't care the way you like him or not. I don't care whether you like him or not. Now, Ms. Bell, you just dying to say something. I'm going to ask you one question, and I'm going to leave it go because I got to talk about this money. In your heart of hearts, you would like him to move on and to move on with her or someone else, or do you have no one in mind?
I have no one in mind, but that's not my concern. My concern is, you know, if kids should stay in kids' place. Kids should never be involved in the conflicts of their parents. So therefore, you should not be talking down about the other parent to your children so that they won't
Does that happen?
Yes.
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 At no point, hey, this is just a categorical statement. At no point in time should any parent say anything negative to their children about the other parent. I don't care what's going on. I don't care what's happening. You are destroying their foundation, their security, their need to have 2 stable parents, and you don't have that right. Neither one of you. I don't know if you're doing it or not, but I know you are, because I know how you. Because I know how you're behaving here.
No, I let my kids speak for themselves.
Hey. Inappropriate, grossly incorrect, and don't let it happen again.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
So after 15 years, you guys have been together since you were 12, right? 5 children. You're ending this marriage. You are seeking from him $6,500, $4,000 for a new car, $700 for a U-Haul, and $1,800 for a townhome deposit and rent. Can you explain to me the nature of your request?
Because the day that we got into the argument where he had where I woke up and he came in the house at 5 o'clock in the morning, I gave him the ultimatum. The next day, he asked me for the keys back to the vehicle that I drive with the kids. It was a minivan. He asked me to give him back his keys and leave. Okay, so I gave him back his keys. I had to go out and find me a new car, so I had to buy a new car. Then I turned around when I moved, had to furnish my apartment. I had to get I had to move all my furniture
she made on her own.
To the new apartment. Then on top of that, I had to pay for the security deposit and the first month's rent. So I feel as though he should pay for that because I wouldn't have left if it wouldn't have happened.
No, you can't. Because no. She's not getting any money. Let me tell you why she's not getting any money. You over here, Miss Power Broker, the primary breadwinner and all of that. When people separate, it's the breadwinner that has to pay the non-breadwinner the money to separate. You made the decision to move, so you moved, and that was your choice. That was your decision. You making all that money. You spend it on what you need to spend it on. But I'm gonna tell you what. Sure. Don't let me hear about you not letting that man see his kids. Don't let me hear you talking badly about that man, not just to him, but in front of him. You are dismantling them when you do that. You are destroying them when you do that. You're making them feel small and like nothing. And whatever damage you think you're doing to him, multiply it by 20, and that's what you're doing to your kids. And you don't have that right. There will be no recovery in this matter.
Thank you.
It is so ordered.
Good try, though. Do you eat for effort?
Kavisha says everybody's a homewrecker. She said his mom is a homewrecker. So whatever she has to say, she's crazy. She has problems, she's delusional, and the problem is bigger than me. So I'm not really worried about Kavisha. At the end of the day, there was no home to wreck. Neither one of them were staying in a home together, period. She was in a whole nother state. So she's just gonna be that person anyway.
today on divorce court. She swept him off his feet, and he still doesn't know what hit him. But his mother says she does. On top of a surprising infidelity confession, this couple is facing extreme in-law interference. From unnecessary roughness to flagrant fouls, they're asking me to referee the family brawl.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Miriam Grant and Scott Grant. The two of you knew each other for 2 months?
Yes.
Then you got married?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now you've been married 2 months?
Yes.
Okay, and we got problems already. No children together. You do have children from a previous relationship. Yes. Mrs. Grant, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here today?
Okay, I met my husband at a gas station, and things just moved pretty quickly because of just everything I've been through. I have a lot of trust issues. I'm very controlling. I don't want him to have a phone. I don't want him to go out without me. I have to go with him no matter where he goes. He doesn't have a license. If he wants to sign into Facebook, I gotta be on my phone.
Now, Mrs. Grant, I got to say this on the outset because it's very important. Mr. Grant is 18.
Yes.
You're 25, but he's 18.
Yes.
How you doing, Mr. Grant?
How you doing today?
Y'all right over there?
I'm good, yes.
You doing good over there?
Yes.
2 months. What made you get married in 2 months?
I was looking for a family of my own to call my own and to move forward in starting my life. And I thought,
do you not have a family like?
I have my family, but we have our problems and our issues.
Uh-huh. Let me ask you this. She admitted it out the gate. I didn't even know she was going to do that. She won't let you have your own phone. You have to log in through Facebook through her phone. She doesn't want you to drive. Don't you find that controlling behavior unpleasant and difficult to deal with?
It didn't start until after that 2 months when we initially got married. Shortly after that,
me some stories about the most controlling behaviors she's engaged in with you.
Making me walk home from work just because it would be a female coworker trying to drive me home.
Did you really make him walk home from work even though he could get a ride because the ride is with a female?
It's just an hour.
An hour walk?
Yeah.
Why are you so insecure? What is it?
One bad relationship where I was engaged to him for 6 years and he was engaged to a whole another female. And he had another family with her and a family with me the entire time. And then after, fresh out of that one, the guy I was with knew everything I've been through and decided to cheat on me and went and slept with his ex and left me for her. Mm-hmm. So a lot of my trust issues are why I'm controlling. I don't want, I just personally believe that all men cheat. They're all dogs, so he's gonna do it eventually. I just want to be on top of it before it happens.
Mm-hmm. And then what?
And then leave. Because that's what he's gonna do.
So aren't you setting yourself up for a certain failure? You're going to get with the guy too soon, and that's part of the problem. You jump too soon. You're 25. All men cheat. You don't know nothing at 25. All men don't cheat. The two you picked did. Mm. And you picked them when you were young. You picked them when you're young, so when you're young, you don't know what to look for in a dude. And so now you've decided, based upon a lot of bad information and very small sample size, this grand thing is true, and now you're going to conduct your life in an absurd fashion based upon this grand truth that's not true. You with me on that one?
I'm with you.
Do you feel at all badly about how you hem Mr. Grant in?
I do feel bad. I do think that he doesn't deserve it. He's very different from, obviously, the men that I was with, which made me cling to him a lot faster, and I just didn't want no other men walking in and out of my kids' lives, so I kind of just was like, if we're going to do this, it's got to be all or nothing, so either you marry me or you go, and that was pretty much...
Is that the ultimatum you got?
Our initial plans were to start working together towards getting into the military after we got married because it was one of my long-term goals. So, yes and no. It came about after a couple of conversations, after a couple of dates.
Okay. I understand that even though she's afraid and as a matter of fact is quite sure that you're going to cheat on her one day, that she has in fact cheated on you.
I'm not too certain, but I have my speculations.
What leads you to believe that may be the case?
Well, one day when I was opening up her phone to go to my Facebook, I clicked into her Snapchat, and she had she had sent naked pictures to another man.
So did you pluck my man out of high school into your house, restricted his goings on? He can't have a phone. He can't be on social media. He got to walk to work, and then you had the nerve to send a naked picture of yourself to somebody else?
Pretty much.
And what were you thinking when you did that?
Low-key, I was trying to sabotage what I had because I was afraid of him breaking my heart.
Were you married at the time, or was that before you were married? So
prior.
that's how you... Can't you just end it by saying, you know what, I'm not ready for this right now. Let me walk off?
I didn't want to leave him. Like, I do care for him. I do love him. And I knew he had the best interest for me and the kids. That was initially why we married.
Did you do anything more than send those pictures?
Yes.
What did you do?
When I went back to my hometown to see my family, I did meet up with my ex and have intercourse with him.
Mr. Grant, did you know that?
No, I did not. That's a lot.
It's an awful lot.
Mm-hmm.
An awful, awful lot. I'm gonna let that settle. Understanding this, that your family is so very unhappy about this that they came here. And we want to hear from them about what they think of this relationship.
She comes to my friend's house, told me I was talking about her kids. Then she flies up on the porch, slaps the crap on my face, and leaves marks all over.
Did you jump on his mother? Your family is here. Your family is upset about it. Mrs. Grant, I want to talk to you first. Can you tell me a little bit about how your relationship has been with his family?
When I first came into his life, they welcomed me. They loved me. I would hang out at the house with them. Nothing was a problem until we told them the day before we got married that we were getting married the next day. Happened to be his mother's birthday. So that didn't sit well with her off the jump.
What did she express concerns over? The fact that it was on her birthday, or the fact that you only knew him 2 months and was marrying him the next day?
At first, it was more she was upset about her birthday. But she's a little crazy, and shortly after us being married, she, like, just started having outbursts about me. Like, I'm a cheater.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, I'm a gold digger. That's not true. But they're more mad because they mooch off my husband. They will get money from him for no reason, like $10 here, $20 here. The sister asks for $300. I never even met her, and she was asking him for $300. I was like, no, because what are you giving money for?
Well, they weren't asking you. They were asking him.
No, his money is my money. Like, that's my money.
Do you handle all the money in the household?
I do.
He can't have his own pocket money at all?
No, he has his pocket money.
How much does he get?
Well, he works, and then we pay the bills off, and then we split his check in half.
Okay. Well, I think it's time to meet the family. We've got Desiree Olson and Tiffany Walker. Could you come out, please? Ms. Olson, Ms. Walker, how are you?
Hi.
Have you heard what's going on so far?
She kind of lied about half the story.
Well, why don't you tell me your version of that story?
I said this verbatim sentence: I've had these kids all week. She comes to my friend's house, told me I was talking about her kids, which I did not. So then she flies up on the porch, I grab her by the hair, she knocks me off balance, holds my ponytail, slaps the crap on my face, and leaves marks all over me.
So what part did I lie about? I'm confused on what you're talking about.
I never said you cheated because I didn't know.
Okay. But that still didn't explain anything. Like, what are you talking about?
You made no sense when you did that. Eric called me outside so we could hash things out.
Did you jump on his mother? I mean, that'll make a person not like you.
She grabbed me by my hair. Did you not hear that part? Like, she clapped in my face and then grabbed me by my hair. What am I supposed to do?
Clap one more time.
I said clap one more time. Exactly, clap one more, and then that's what you did, right? So did you not deserve everything that happened?
And then you flew up the stairs.
Who put hands on first?
Knocked me over.
Her.
Who put hands on first? I don't think so, because she said clap one more time.
And then she grabbed my hair. She clapped. I said clap one more time. She grabbed my hair, and you're damn right I pushed you.
Up the stairs
and what?
And grabbed me. So I grabbed her hair. She went backwards. She knocked me forward. I fell to the ground. She grabbed my ponytail and went like I was a
It was
redheaded
just a hot
stepchild.
ghetto mess. It was just a hot mess.
She even did it in front of all kinds of children.
Right,
there was
right,
other children, including her own.
Okay. Are you upset that she married your 18-year-old son?
She is turning him against everyone. He has no friends, no family.
Are you isolating him from everybody else he knows?
No, I'm protecting him.
Yes.
That's not true?
It's protecting him.
You're protecting him?
Yes, from his psycho mother, his puppet sisters, and all his corny-ass friends.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
by the way, she called his sisters fat just like their mother. I can't say those words.
Yeah, but I got the gist of it. I knew where you were headed with it.
So how are you not?
It's Pee-Pee and the puppets. That's what you are.
No. You know, Mrs. Grant, I got to say something. Ain't nobody going to like you marrying their 18-year-old son. And you're over there controlling him. If you had somebody doing what you're doing to kids of yours, you'd be over there as well.
But the problem
But you think it's okay to do it to him.
Because none of the arguments are
Am I talking?
about that.
Am I still talking?
Okay.
I don't know a mother on this earth who would be happy to have their child be treated in such an abusive manner as you treat him.
But none of our arguments are about her son, though. Not one of our arguments are about her son. She never said nothing about that.
Tell me another argument.
The arguments are always because she needs a ride. Okay, I'm the only one with a car in that entire family.
One time.
Okay, one time? Are you kidding me?
Cab.
Desiree, please do not do this to yourself.
Hey, hang on. We're gonna leave that there for a minute. Go leave it there. I do want to talk to Tiffany, the sister, to get her point of view, and also, Mr. Grant, I want to ask you how you feel and what you want to do going forward.
That's what she automatically calls me, that bitch, that hoe. She does not know how to call me by my name.
You called me the 5-letter word.
So how are you mad at her for calling you names when you call them names?
Because she does it to me.
This is not kindergarten. What would you do if your spouse revealed they cheated 2 weeks before you got married? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. I think I'm pretty clear about the nature of the relationship between the two of you. Your point is you don't think she's mad because you married her son and doing bad things to her son. It's just little tacky small things that she's upset about, and you think it's trifling.
Yeah, she's mad because she loves me more than she loves her.
Okay.
That's all.
Oh, okay. Well, that's different. Thank you for that. Tiffany, why don't you tell me what you see in this relationship?
Honestly, I was perfectly fine with her until she put her hands on my mom.
Yeah?
Yeah. You know, she was cool.
You had no concerns about somebody marrying your 18-year-old brother? This is just tripping me out.
I said something about how long they were together.
Did you and Tiffany get along before the fight with Mrs. Olsen?
I didn't know her. She was there for like a week.
We got along fine.
But in that week, was there any problems? There were no issues?
No.
Did she ever express any concern about the speed with which you two were proceeding?
Nobody did until after.
Now, Mr. Grant, who do you believe with respect to who started that fight, your mother or your wife? I know it's an unfair question, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
I feel as though it was a mix of both ends, only because it all started over a debacle about babysitting one of my nieces. She was coming up, they were asking for rides, and it got told that my wife was complaining about having to babysit the child when that was not the case. And I called my mom complaining about why she was asking my wife for rides all the time. And then that's when she got off the phone and called my niece's mother and told her all this.
And that's when the fight happened.
And I brought my niece back.
Over that one sentence I already said to you.
So since then, have you two been able to bury the hatchet, or has it continued?
No, she threatened to punch me in my face more.
Tell me the next time she threatened to punch you.
On my friend's porch, Eric asked me to come out and smoke a cigarette with him. I go outside on the porch with him. I sit in the chair furthest away from her. And she said, I smoke with Corey, but I'm not smoking with her. I said, bye, bitch. She said, should I come up there and punch you in your face?
Did that happen?
That's a lie.
Well, tell me your version. Hang on, Ms. Olsen. Ms. Olsen. You tell me your version.
Basically, she was on the porch. I was talking my crap, my fair crap. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to smoke with her. I don't want to be nowhere near her because she doesn't do nothing but talk. Then she's going crazy talking about, oh, you stupid bitch, this and that. She was not gonna let this stuff go. She wasn't gonna let it go.
But you were out there talking crap.
At first, yeah, because she was.
Were you starting trouble for no reason? Or you just still mad at her?
When I came back out on the porch, I was talking to my son, not her, because he lied to me. I wasn't even talking to her.
That what?
Did
you not hear what she was about to say? Because that's what she automatically calls me, that bitch, that hoe. She does not know how to call me by my name.
You called me the 5-letter word. And
Did
beat
you?
my ass.
Pee-pee and the puppets. I said that. I can't say it on TV,
she didn't
but
say
Pee-pee and the puppets.
So how are you mad at her for calling you names when you call them names?
Because she does it to me. I don't care what anyone says about me.
This is not kindergarten.
I don't
You're a married woman.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to sit there and be disrespected. I'm not going to sit here and be disrespected by my mother-in-law when my own mom can't come at her face like that. My own mother can't.
I'm 45. You're 24. Get over it.
I'm 25. If you want to start talking age.
Let's not argue about age. Let's not argue about age. I can see the nature of the conflict here, but what I really want to know is, you think she's good for your son? Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if your partner and your mother were engaged in a physical fight? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Disturbingly, we have spent all our time talking about arguments about rides and name-calling. What I need to know is how you, Mrs. Olsen, feel about your son getting married at 18 to someone he's known 2 months, and the fact that there seems to be some cheating on her side of the fence.
Well, I really think they should have waited longer. And this is a boy that has remembered my birthday since he was born. You're going to tell me you forgot my birthday and got married on my birthday and gave me the night before notice.
You are tripping me out.
No, and we thought they were joking.
Tripping me out.
We thought they were joking. We must have called back and forth 100 times that night laughing because we thought they were joking. Oh, and...
What? Tiffany, do you have any concerns about this? Do you have concerns that she cheated on him?
I didn't even know she did that till today.
Till today.
Did you know he can't have a car? He can't have any money?
Everything that she does.
What?
I know that she controls everything that he does, and I don't talk to him because of it.
You don't talk to him?
Yeah, because he can't get a hold of me. How am I supposed to get a hold of him if I can't get a way to get a hold of him?
You're not able to talk to him because she won't let him.
And his other son,
hang on. Hey. Always when the fight starts, dude never gets to say anything.
Yeah.
What do you want to say about what they said?
Okay. First of all, she's mad because he met a woman who actually cares about him. He comes from a family who doesn't give a hell about him. Okay?
Not even.
She gave him up for another female, okay? When he was young. What, 12 years old, something?
We're not here about me.
She asked my part. Okay.
Hey.
Don't be mad now.
Interrupt.
Don't be mad now. Someone's throwing you out there.
Yeah.
So anyway, she threw her son out. Didn't take care of him. Didn't even raise him. He comes back, does everything he has to do, meets me, and she's mad because now she's gonna tell me I need a job because he's not giving her money no more. That's why she wanna throw that job thing out.
I understand that situation a lot better now.
Yes.
I actually think I can do something about this, believe it or not. I don't know if I'm delusional or what.
Maybe.
But we're going to go into recess, then we're gonna reconvene this matter, and I'm gonna try to get this thing back on track. But first, I'm gonna talk to you.
She was dating another woman, and the woman's needs came before mine all the time.
Exactly.
Every other day, they were arguing, and then she would get angry at me because I was the reason they were getting broken up. I feel really disrespected, and I also want to know why. What was I doing to you that was so wrong that you wanted to go with another man?
I was still in love with my ex, and I didn't want to be with him. But then seeing how much he loved me and the kids is what made it harder to tell him.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here because me and my boyfriend of 4 years, Jeff, are having way too many problems.
I'm here because of the anger issues in my relationship, and it's at an all-time high at this point.
My biggest pet peeve about Jeff is that he doesn't know how to talk. You gotta communicate, you gotta help me.
he has to stop breaking things because I don't have too much money left.
The reason why I break things is because he cares about material objects more than he cares about me. I want the judge to give us advice. I need someone else to tell me what's going on and how I can fix it.
Roland, I want you to get a better control of your temper and your anger moving forward. Ultimately, if things don't change, I will have to leave.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Roland Morrison and Jeffrey Taylor. The two of you have been together for 4 years. You're 26 and you're 25. Things aren't going well, so you came to see me. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Morrison. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, as far as the relationship with Jeffrey, there's like no trust, no communication. For example, one day he went to a friend's party, came home at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, you know, how was your night? He made up an evident lie. I could tell he was lying. And so I'm a snooper. I went through his phone. I saw his Uber, went past my apartment, our apartment, and went, you know, lower Atlanta. So when I saw that, I cross-referenced like the address he had put in, went on his Facebook, and I saw that it was a guy he was communicating with. I was livid.
Mr. Taylor, did that happen?
That is true. However, it was a holiday party.
Right.
Everybody was with their man. Everybody was having a good time. It's the holiday season, and then we were lacking serious intimate issues at home. So I knew that I could get some affection, and it wasn't from home.
Oh, man, he didn't even put you out there as having and cheated on him, but you told on yourself.
I mean, honestly, it was one of those moments to where Roland wasn't giving me what I needed at that time. And he's like a detective at the time. So as you can hear, he was snooping.
Right.
And I made that decision on my own that for this night, the holiday season, it's cold. cold that night. It was a cold night. And I knew that if I would have went home to Roland, that it would have been even colder. To be honest, y'all.
So you got warmed up elsewhere.
I got warmed up elsewhere.
Now, Mr. Morrison, tell me what else is going on at your house.
That was just one of them. I've literally, as he say, I'm a detective.
Right.
He's in my bed on video messaging with a guy's situation on a picture, so you can see his face right here, all big-eyed, like, what, in the guy's situation all on a picture. I'm just like, you just asked me to move back in with you.
Mr. Taylor, were you living at home with your man, in the bed with him, and looking at some other dude's situation on your phone?
That was true. That was true.
Was it cold?
You know, this was the summer. This was the summer. It was a little bit warmer and a thing. But Roland is leaving out, what did he actually do with the tablet? Like, there was no excuse for you to pour juice all over my device. Like, that's what I spent my hard-earned money from.
Did you spill juice over a tablet because he was looking at the wrong thing?
I mean, the tablet wasn't helping me out, so I felt like there was no need to have it anymore.
Is that a common event at your house? Does he tear up your stuff?
Often. It's whether it's smashing my phone, throwing out my computer, punching holes in walls, and who's there left to replace it? It's me, my hard-earned money.
Well, are you both working?
At this time, only me.
And how long has that been?
Maybe 5 months.
In 5 months. And you're still living together, though, right?
Not at the moment.
At the moment?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Oh, not at the moment. Who left when and what happened?
Well, the first time I got kicked out, after 2 months, his exact words, this is turning me off. And I'm like, what? I was like, should I leave? He was like, yeah, I don't want you here anymore. After a year of being together, 2 months of living, it was over. But then I get out, get my own apartment. He was like, oh, I didn't know that you could stand on your own 2 feet. This is everything I wanted. I'm like, so before I was a bum.
Mr. Taylor?
He's all over.
He's telling a good story over there. What is your version?
This is what happened. I moved to the city, and this is my first time getting my own place. Roland didn't have a place to stay at the time.
Right.
I'm moving in. We had the intention of living separately. This is what we've been talking about going into months. He had no place to go. I'm not going to be that boyfriend to be like, you can't stay with me. So he kind of forced himself to move in with me. I'm the person that the credit score got approved. I'm the person that put down the $400 deposits, and he's just living off of me, going out with his friends, not paying bill money, not buying
doing
toiletries, and it came off as a bum. I caught it like I seen it.
And so you threw him out?
I thought that it was the best mutual decision to part ways, is how I
But once he got an apartment, did that make him not a bum and so he could come back?
I was surprised because he showed me no intention that he was able to pay bills, pay toiletry and everything. So seeing that he was able to get approved for an apartment and to be able to pay bills on time, it was impressive. It turned me on.
So you came back?
Yeah. And, you know, something he's neglecting to say after he didn't pay the deposit and everything like that, he couldn't even eat. So who was buying him food? Who was taking him out? You know what I mean?
So you were contributing. You weren't doing
definitely contributing,
a lot,
man.
but you were doing as much as you could.
Exactly.
Is that true, Mr. Taylor?
He would try and take me out to the fanciest restaurants to flex. We didn't need all of that. When we have utilities that need to be paid that you can contribute to, you're just trying to stunt for Instagram and take pictures in fancy restaurants. Like, this isn't what it's about. Like, get your priorities together.
Are you stunting for Instagram?
I ain't stunting for Instagram. He's talking about getting priorities together. After I did move back in, I moved out.
Right.
Got my own apartment, moved back in, cheat. All on social media, his Instagram, that's how, Snapchat, do not trust him with it. That's why I break all his devices. You can't trust this man with a phone, with a computer. He gonna go straight to the first naked picture he sees.
Well, you know that's dumb, though, right? He's just gonna buy another phone. You know, it's the stupid tax. You guys could pay your rent with that. But you're giving whomever phone company some more money that they don't need. Having said that, I will say this. I understand that at one point, the police were called, an arrest was made, and a job was almost lost. And I want to talk to you about why that happened, how that happened, and how you two recovered from it.
We get into an argument and I break a mirror. So because he feels, I don't know, I guess he felt threatened, he was like, oh, I'm going to call the police.
But what happened when the police came?
Because I was aggressive, he was like, you gotta
go. So, Mr. Morrison, tell me what happened when the arrest was made.
When the arrest was made, we just did another hiatus. You know, it's not uncommon. So I'm coming back. I was like, Jeff, you want to hang out? Brought some wine, came over. He's working on his computer, so I'm giving him a little space. All of a sudden, me giving him space is a problem. And Jeff do not know how to speak up. Every time something's wrong with Jeff, I don't know how. He could talk about Instagram. He could talk about, you know, any reality TV show you see on there. But every time we have to talk about an issue or something bothering you, he's a mouse, like a child. So he's doing this passive-aggressive thing, going to the bedroom, then he tells me I could leave. And I'm just like, bro, I'm not even listening to him. So he keeps going on and all this stuff, like he's ignoring me, he don't want to speak to me, and I'm just like, dude, what's wrong? And it's over an app. An app. He's literally...
Did you stop talking to your man over an app?
The app was like a hookup app, to be honest, and he was...
It was an app he was on?
He was talking about an intimate moment that I thought that was between us. And it was on a hookup app with another person.
He was telling another person about what you and he did?
Some of his life decisions, what he was about to make some life decisions. He was about to go across the seas. So I felt like that was something that we should know about. Why?
Like to Europe?
Yes, that's correct.
So you didn't know he had plans to go to Europe?
I knew that he had plans to go to Europe, but it's kind of like he was hooking up with someone else.
In Europe?
At the time, in the city.
Can he discuss his travel plans with just anybody?
It was a romantic app. I felt like there was more implications, to be honest. And I felt like he wasn't being honest about it.
So what did you do? You just stopped talking?
So my thing is that me and Roland came from two different upbringings. Like, I only had my family members that were barely in the household. They was always working. Roland, on the other end, he got to talk about his issues with his family members. Like, me personally, no one was able to talk to me about my issues. I was never held accountable for things. So at those times, I shut down. I don't respond. And at the time, I just wanted him to leave that night because it frustrated me that I felt betrayed.
So you were pouting.
I was pouting.
That was a beautiful way to say you were pouting.
Wasn't it?
I was pouting.
Yeah. So I still don't see the police.
So what happened with the police is After he shut down, I was just like, whatever, and all this stuff, I'm out of here. I actually got dressed and I left. And I came back to discuss it because I'm like, I'm not over this. Like, I'm not taking this quiet thing no more. I let this go on too long. Like, we're not going to do this. We're not going to just walk away without saying something. So then we get into an argument, and I break a mirror. So because he feels, I don't know, I guess he felt threatened, or he felt like something might happen, the leasing office at his apartment. So he was like, oh, I'm going to call the police. Because he didn't want to get in trouble for, like, making too much noise or something, or whatever, for whatever
So what
reason.
happened when the police came?
In the eye of the law, if it was a domestic issue, since we lived together before.
I got that. I've done a little law in my life. I got the legal issues. You just tell me what happened.
Okay, so when the police came, the police was like, who broke the mirror? I was like, I broke the mirror. Since I was the aggressor, he was like, you gotta
go.
Gotta go. There was no discussion.
Right.
It was
there's not,
I looked this man in the eye, and he was like,
what can I say? How long did you stay in? Did he bail you out the next day?
Nah, he ain't come for me. I was like 2 days.
You there for 2 days?
Yeah.
Were you distraught that your man went to jail for 2 days about a mirror?
I was extremely upset about it because what he's leaving out is how much noise he was making. He was yelling throughout the entire apartment complex, and I knew there would be a noise violation. And at the time, I could have got evicted and I could have been homeless. And he just wasn't responsive to that. Me getting quiet, it led for you to destroy something else in my apartment. This was an ongoing issue. And at the time, I felt like in order to keep my apartment, in order to make sure that I wasn't going to be homeless moving forward, I needed to have some documentation that I at least tried to prevent this whole chaos because it wasn't a peaceful night.
I got you. It was loud and choppy, and you were making sure everything was okay. I'm going to move on to something gingerly. I understand that maybe part of the reason both of you tend to roam is that things aren't quite connecting correctly romantically at home.
I was coming from very young when we first started out transitioning, kind of still wanted to try to date women.
Your Honor, he has never touched a woman in his life, so I don't even understand
what
why.
he's talking about. Is it okay for your partner to discuss personal issues with strangers on apps? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Now listen. Only so much sex talk I like in here.
Understood.
But it's an important issue, so give it to me gently.
First, I'm going to give you definitions.
Okay.
All right. So, pitcher, catcher, top, bottom.
Got it.
Yeah, okay.
With you.
Yeah, okay. Cool.
So, you're both on the same side of that equation.
At first, we were both pitchers. So, and he was transitioning into a catcher. And that headbutt just kind of made things like...
Bad metaphor.
Okay.
Headbutt. I mean, okay. I got you.
Yeah, okay.
I'm with you, though.
Okay.
You did it gently, and I appreciate that. Is that surmountable? You obviously care about each other. You obviously love each other. You have issues of communication. You've got issues about money and that. But if that issue doesn't get resolved, what are we talking about?
I think that was a big thing for me, is that I was coming from very young when we first started out transitioning, kind of still wanted to try to date women at the time. So it was kind of like I had like an excuse to why I still want to be a pitcher. But on the other end, I didn't understand. So going in with that aspect, I tried my best to involve some methods that maybe we can still make it without sex. Like, maybe we didn't need the intimacy because I was trying to keep the relationship going. We loved each other. We cared about each other.
But absent the intimacy, wouldn't you necessarily end up cheating on one another?
Your Honor, I honestly feel like it was just a pride thing. He has never touched a woman in his life, so I don't even understand
what
why.
he's talking about.
So I feel like this is something that he
just said.
He was like he was trying to date women. I was like, man, when is this happening? So I was like, it was a pride issue. I felt like he just didn't want to feel emasculated.
Okay. if you are going to make it together, other issues aside, you want to make sure that is an equal partnership financially. And you have this sense that when things are cool, he just stops working.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I feel like when we do live together, that he puts a lot of dependency on me, and it gives him the leeway, in a sense, to do what he wants, and not necessarily that pressure, like when he is independent, when he does live on his own, to, I have to pay this rent, I have to pay this bill, I have to own up to things. But when we're together, it seems like it just...
Now, Mr. Morrison, do you get comfortable? I mean, can you make money when you have to, but if he's willing to make it, you just stop?
Your Honor, the only time I have not worked is when I stopped working to go to school. I started back school for a semester, and I was like, I just want to focus. In my eyes, the only way this could even work if everything is in my name. Now, if it's not in my name, the house, everything, then we can't even live together, because you're not going to kick me out again.
Right. I'm going to ask you both a question about emotional maturity, which I think stretches across the entire continuum of the problems that you have, and maybe you can look at this whole thing differently. Today's question sponsored by... When should the police be called during an argument? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. I like you both. I do. You're both very nice to look at. You're articulate. You're funny. I think you're trying to make a situation work that wasn't designed to work for the two of you. And so you keep getting pulled by the natural need to have that intimacy away from the guy that you care about. So you have to have the maturity to make a decision about, this is what I want, this is what I need, and this is what I can do. And you can't just decide to ignore one or two of those things because he's what you want at the time, or because he's what you want at the time. You need to grow up. You can't go around breaking stuff. That's the stupid tax. You end up paying $5,000 for one cell phone because you keep breaking the one you had before. And that's a matter of maturity and inability to have a conversation and a communication. Your inability to speak at all. Again, a matter of maturity. Whether you were raised, somewhere where no one spoke at all ever, you know that you have this difficulty. You know that you need to communicate with somebody in a situation. So now you know what you need to do in order to make a relationship work. All of those things are a matter of being mature enough to face the issues as they are for what they are. You might be better off friends, I don't know. But it's about looking inward and getting some maturity, and then, don't tear each other. Like, you're two good guys, you know what I'm saying? Don't try to force it if it's not working and mess up a good friendship, if that's not what this was meant to be. You with me on that? Because you're both adorable. I wish you the best.
Thank you.
This matter is adjourned.
All right, so Judge Lynn called you both immature today. She suggested you may be better off as friends. What's the reaction there?
I mean, it's hard to hear that, but she may have some truth to it.
And you?
Thought that we were good. I didn't know that friendship was even an option.
Okay.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here today to try and save my relationship with my kid's father.
I'm here on Divorce Court to tell my side of the truth in my relationship with Jasmine.
When we first met, Jason was very attentive and loving and affectionate.
There's a very high lack of communication.
I would say that he has cheated at least 3 times.
I need you to hear what I'm saying, and when you listen to hear me.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Jasmine Bean and Jason Parson. The two of you have been together for a total of 7 years. You're currently separated, however. You have one child together, and while each of you have children from other relationships. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Ms. Bean, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you came to see me today?
I have come to see if there is a chance for us to salvage our relationship. The issue, though, mainly is infidelity. When we split up a while back, what caused it was he was at my house, and when I went to sleep that night, he was sitting beside me in the bed on the computer. And I don't know, something woke me up. It was maybe 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, and he wasn't there. And so he hadn't told me he was leaving, and I was calling his phone, and he wasn't answering. So I'm like, well, let me look around and see if he took some of his stuff, and left. And when I looked around, I found his computer on the floor, and it was open and unlocked. So I went and looked through his social media page, and I saw where he had been reaching out to different women, just random women, talking about he could be their out-of-town boo. One picture, or video rather, was of a young lady caressing her breasts. This happened to be a same young lady that had called one night when he was at my house. She called, it was 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and the phone just kept ringing. And so I'm like, I'm gonna answer the phone because it's 5 o'clock in the morning, nobody should be calling. This young lady, when I answered, she asked to speak with him, and I gave him the phone, and he hung up. So I felt like that was something shady going on because, if it was, he said that she just, still likes him, and she gets drunk and she calls just randomly.
Well, let me ask you this. What stage were you in your relationship when this occurred? Were you two living together?
No, not at this point. We were more so, he had a key to my house, but he was
You've
more
been seeing him how long when this stuff occurred?
Oh, this was not long before we broke up. So we had been together for at least about 5 or 6 years.
Okay. Mr. Parson, what would you like to say about what she just told me?
I like to say that is all incorrect.
Okay.
I give her about 30% on
30%, okay.
Right. The fact is we're dating on and off, okay? We have split up. I don't live with her. She don't live with me. I don't have a key to her place at the time of what she's talking about.
When she was talking.
That is not true.
Hang on.
He
did not interrupt you, and you will not interrupt him.
At the time of that incident, what she's referring to, I came over because she said she wanted me to come stay the night. It was around about 10 o'clock, and she had dozed off. I got a phone call. He said, hey, what you doing tonight? I said, nothing, I'm just kind of hanging out. You want to come out and party with us? I got a couple of friends with me. He said, just come pick me up, and we're going to go pick up my other homeboy. So I went out.
Yeah.
Now, I could have walked in there, correctly. Hey, I'm about to go out. You sleep, But she was sleeping. I didn't want to wake her up. The kids were asleep. So I slipped out for the night. Like I said, around about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, she did call my phone. I left my phone in the car. But by the time I did get back to it, I'm calling her like, hey, I'm over here with such and such.
Right.
I'm on my way. Nevertheless, her issues come from things that happened in the past when we were in some type of relationship. I've never gave her the full commitment that she wanted.
I got you.
And that's where we're at. It's been times where we would get into an argument, and I would say, hey, and I hate to do this. Judge. We are not together. I have to remind her that. We are not together. And when I do that, it sends her on a rage. She gets very heated. She hates to hear that come from me.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Bean? Open your mind wide like a prairie. Was your relationship at the time that you were doing these things a committed, monogamous relationship that was understood to be such by both parties?
That's a confusing question because he would say one thing, but he would do something else. So, when you're telling me you're not ready for a serious relationship, but I'm not able to go out and be free and date and do whatever it is that you're doing, you know, that's a problem for you. You want me to be home cooking and cleaning and taking care of the kids. But
when you're trying to install her, in other words, you would say outright, we ain't in this together. It's not a committed relationship,
But I'm still treating her like a girlfriend.
It's treated like a girlfriend, and don't let her go nowhere.
Treat her good. Nah, she can go
You
where
can
she
play
want.
and do whatever you want, but she can't.
No, it's not. I've never held a hostage.
That is stop.
I've never held a hostage. I've never held a hostage.
But if she went out with some other dude, you be cool with it?
Nah, I've never been cool with that. But
well, isn't that what I just said?
But did I go out with another girl? I went out with the fellas.
Well, you went out on a cruise with some chick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
While I was pregnant. I was about 5 or 6 months pregnant.
Right.
Did you go on a cruise with another woman when she was 5 or 6
He told
months
me he was
pregnant?
gone with his
Okay.
cousin.
Yes,
Tell me how you found out he was on a cruise while you were pregnant.
Well, I didn't find out. I mean, I had my suspicions. When he calls me out of nowhere and he's like, I'm about to go on this, my cousin's passing by, he's going to Florida, I'm gonna ride with him. And I'm like, well, how are you getting back if he's staying in Florida? He never could give me an answer. His phone was always going to voicemail while he was gone. And then he came back talking about he went to the casino and won some money that I never saw. So I always had my suspicions, but I never had anything that was like solid until after the incident where he left and I went through his laptop.
Did all that happen?
Yes, I can't agree to that. We was at a rocky point of our life right there. I already expressed to her, hey, look, this is not going the way I planned it. You and I are not seeing eye to eye, and it's because of this argument.
Hang on.
It's because of argument. And you see, like, I don't mind her doing it, but nevertheless, that's what I deal with on a regular.
I got you.
That's what I deal with on a regular.
I see what's happening. I see what's happening. Push and pull. I get it. Mr. Parson, your major concern is you resent the fact that though you were in some kind of relationship with her, she went off and had her first baby with some other dude.
Are you seeing somebody else? And she's like, yeah, I didn't know how to tell you this, but I found a boyfriend. Well, you told me that you wanted a committed relationship and you was gonna find one. 2 weeks later, she's pregnant.
So tell me about the situation where you were dating or together and she ended up having a baby with another guy.
Okay, we met around 09, somewhere around 2010. That's when 2-3 months into us meeting each other. Hey, look, I want to be in a serious committed relationship. I don't want to just be in a casual sexual relationship. Can you give me that or not? I said, I just got out of a 9-year relationship. I'm not ready for that right now. Fine. Well, if you're not going to give me that, I'm going to find somebody that will. Okay. Hey, I was cool with it. You know, we just met. It ain't like I had a lot of feelings invested.
Right.
But yet and still, we had a very good friendship relationship. I actually called her my best friend. One day she came to visit me, and she just kind of stopped by, and up on normal, you know, I tried to give her a hug and be like I usually be, and it's like, and I'm like, hold up, what's going on? Are you seeing somebody else? And she's like, yeah, I didn't know how to tell you this, but I found a boyfriend. Well, you told me that you wanted a committed relationship and you was going to find one. 2 weeks later, she's pregnant. Now, I got to swallow this, and I did. It was no problem. But my only thing was, you know, according to her mom, oh, he's a better candidate.
Love the way he said candidate.
At the time, I did have long hair. I had my hair braided, and Mom prejudged me. Oh, he's a thug. He got to be a thug. Hold on, Mom. I went to a magnet school. I graduated with honors. I'm an electrical engineering major. How you gonna prejudge me because I got braids? You know, so I'm a thug because I got braids.
Ms. Bean, what do you have to say about that circumstance?
I mean, for the most part, that is true.
Nothing else you can say.
I mean, for the most part, it is true. So, no, it's not much I can say. The most I can elaborate on would be more so for a long time, I felt like because he wanted me to have a child before I had gotten pregnant with her, he was trying to get me pregnant, and it did not happen.
Did you want her to have a baby?
She's basing this off the information that I told her. We had had unprotected sex twice.
We knowingly, just like how our son got here, we knowingly were trying to have a baby.
Which is even worse.
It is. I'm not
You are
saying
in a
that-
relationship with a guy who is not committed, who does see other women, and then you actively try to have a baby with him. You don't keep them that way. They don't stay.
I agree with you on that.
You
I'm
know?
not saying that what I did was right, but what I am saying is I felt like due to all of what I had going on, and because he was like a really good friend to me, I felt like he knew the situation and he took advantage because he wanted to.
You are the author of your own story. You are the subject of your own sentences. He took his fussing and said, yeah, you're right, I was wrong. You need to acknowledge that, yeah, you were right, you were wrong, because you're going to continue to make that mistake. You say, oh, no, I don't care how, friends 5 years, all this, oh, no. You can't impregnate me. You have not married me. My gene pool is special.
She jumped off the depot to get pregnant.
He is lying. Why are you serious?
She plotted that.
I don't disbelieve you.
She plotted that.
I don't disbelieve you. I ain't gonna fuss. But we gonna move on. We gonna move on. We gonna move on.
Oh, my God. Okay.
And we're moving on.
We ain't in no committed relationship. I'm only giving it to you unless we go together.
Stop. Everybody, rise up. Everybody stand. Would you have a child with an uncommitted partner? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. There's so many different ways I can go, and so little time in which to do it. I will start with you, though, and say you have a communication problem. She talks over you, and that even though you have made it clear to her that you are not in a committed, monogamous relationship, she refuses to hear that. Did I get that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what you've said and what she's done and why this miscommunication continues to occur.
I've always told her I wasn't ready for a relationship, okay? Then, during us being together, I did basically lead on as a good man. I'm there for you. I'm there for your child. I got a key to your place. We cook together. We laugh together. We go out. I did all the things. And you can understand and say, all right, well, we got times where we were exclusive. It was
right.
a lot of times where, she was so great that it was no use to even having other women, but yet and still, I never wanted the title. I always wanted my freedom just in case I wanted to do this or do that. I wouldn't get blamed for being wrong. I didn't want the accusation of, well, you done me wrong, you cheated on me. And I just didn't want the title for it.
Right.
So that was my mistake of, if someone say, well, you kind of led her on in that way. So,
did you hear what he just said?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he just say?
Pretty much that he led me on. He knows that, and he did not want to be in a relationship.
That's what you heard, and I believe that. But that's not what he said. He said he was clear all throughout that he didn't want a relationship. He said he did things that could be taken as he wanted a relationship, but he always made it clear that he didn't. He didn't lead you on purposefully, but he allowed you to believe in the possibility. What I would like to say to you, however, is women are like that. We want to settle. We want to have a home.
Right.
And to the extent that you continue to give her that and just say, oh, by the way, we were not really a couple, and then do everything as a couple,
right.
Whether or not you say that or not, that's where you're taking her. You weren't a right guy.
Right.
And I want you to be a right guy from here on in.
Right.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I know if you leave here next week, she'll sleep with you.
All right. It's been times over this past year I say, hey, what's up? Let me get on up on that. She say, nah, we ain't in no committed relationship. I'm only giving it to you unless we go together.
Stop.
Hold on, I got some...
Everybody, rise up. Everybody stand.
I put my foot down.
Okay. But yet and still, you have sex with 2 men that you don't go with.
If I looked in your books, you would have so many pages of other women, it doesn't matter. You want to hold her to a different standard.
She holding me to a different standard.
No, but I'm saying she doesn't. She's not obligated to have. She can have sex with everybody in here and not want to have sex with you, and that's not a negative. She can do what she
you're
wants
saying
to do.
when you say I'm not going to do it unless I'm in a relationship.
It don't matter. With you.
No, so it's just me. So I can go have sex with
Because she's in love with
Joe
you.
Blow.
Because she's in love with you. Because she had a relationship with you. But that's why.
I just wanted to ask you that. I just want to ask you.
That's why.
You know,
But do you understand that now?
You just made it clear.
You made it clear.
Only because she's in love with me.
Right.
So the guy who from the club, I don't care nothing about him.
Why are you worried about
Wham,
that?
bam, thank you, ma'am.
Why do you worry about that? You wham, bam, and thank you, ma'am.
How you know that?
He was just with the chick.
I can tell by the way you lean.
Her breast.
You wham, bam, thank you,
They was
ma'am.
just in Memphis together.
You know, it had nothing to do with you. You're not with her. So don't judge her about who she's sleeping with, because she won't sleep with you. Today's question sponsored by... How would you react if your partner refused to title your relationship? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. I think you're a decent guy. I think you really care for and love her. I think you know you can't be faithful, and you told the truth about that. I think that you continue to enjoy her company because you really did enjoy her company, but you weren't ready to make that commitment. And you thought that if I tell her I'm not really committed, even though I keep continuing to do committed-like things, it's cool. And on a very legal, take you to court kind of way, you were right. But on a very human, you know how women are kind of way, you were wrong.
Right.
She loves you deeply and thoroughly. You know, you can't be judging her about who she's sleeping with or what she's doing because you're not her man. Ms. Bean, you need to be, as I said, the subject of all your sentences. I know you want to get a guy, a fella, and get him in the house and sit him down and keep him there. We all like that. You know, women, that's what we want. We want that home, we want that center. But you can't baby a man into that, and you can't argue a man into that, and you can't investigate a man into that. You have to be able to be so strong and independent. They got to keep chasing you. I go about my business and do my thing. And if a man wants me, he got to run and catch me. I ain't gonna slow down, I ain't turning around, not gonna look. I'm not gonna fall down while I'm running so he can catch me. You take care of your life, you take care of your business. So even if a man doesn't end up in it, it's still okay with you. And then when you get all interesting and fabulous like that, you know what happened? Not him, but the right guy. Not mad at you though. This matter is adjourned.
How did you miss all these signs?
I didn't miss it, but if you've ever been in love, it makes you do crazy things.
Why is there a double standard here?
There's really no double standard. I don't think no man would want a woman that he cares about to sleep with another man. It's just a man's jealousy.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm trying to figure out what me and Shay should do as far as our marriage.
Me and my wife is having a big problem with career choices.
His music career has taken a toll on my marriage.
Everything else is pretty much well, just the careers is making it go sideways.
What he does that irritates me the most is his reckless behavior and his reckless spending.
When we try to discuss problems, it's always I don't want to say argument, but like a debation.
They get so loud and so heated, and then someone always leaves. That doesn't help anything.
We love each other, but it's just the careers is causing the separation.
I definitely do believe that our marriage can be saved.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Vinya Davis and Shay Davis. The two of you have been together for 22 years, married for 17. I'm just happy to hear it. You're in trouble, though, so you've come to see me. You have 4 children between you,
yes,
together. Mrs. Davis, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why you believe it's in trouble today?
Well, I'm here because I've been with Shay a long time, 23 years, 17 married. And his music career has put a lot of strain on our marriage. He has spent the bulk of his career in the studio while I raised the 4 children. And by bulk, I mean he's in the studio nonstop, day and night, all hours of the night, and he's not present at home where he should be helping me, you know, raise the children. I had a 4-year anniversary coming up, and I told him, make sure that you're there for the anniversary. I'm going to make a nice dinner, a salmon dinner with rice and steamed broccoli.
What the food was.
Right. So I told him, when you finish with the studio, make sure you come home and just let me know when you're coming home, like give me a call. And I call him, and I get no answer. I call again, I get no answer. It's 11 o'clock at night, I get no answer. 12 o'clock, no answer. 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. When he finally gets home, he has the excuse, of course, I was working.
Studio.
I was at the studio. But me, I'm upset. By this time, I'm really upset. So the dinner that I made just went right for him. Like, I just threw the dinner. That was it. I was upset. I threw his clothes out the window.
Did you just simply forget?
No, I didn't forget. It's just that I was caught up working in the studio, doing a couple songs. And it's hard to
Couldn't you
leave.
just text her and say, babe, I've got the next so-and-so ready to hit, ready to drop. I can't come.
Yeah, I didn't do none of that. Because I just put my phone on the couch. Once I'm in the booth, I'll be in there for like half an hour, hour. So I just leave the phone there and just let it do whatever it do.
But you couldn't give it 30 seconds to say, hey, I'm not coming?
No, I was coming home. I'm coming home.
No, but I mean, not for the dinner. She
Oh, the
had
dinner- no,
she had you there at an hour for some food.
Yeah.
You knew about it. And you said you didn't forget.
No, I didn't forget. I was just going
But
to be
it just wasn't important enough to make a call and say you're going to be drastically late.
Yeah, I didn't.
You didn't do that. My understanding also is, Mrs. Davis, that not only is it the amount of hours at the studio, it's who's at the studio with him that bothers you. Why don't you tell me about that?
Yeah, I FaceTime him one time, and there are like girls around and people in the background and a lot of stuff going on. It doesn't look like work to me.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So I get upset, and I'm like, I'm already frustrated because you're not where you said you were supposed to be working, and then there's,
There's a whole bunch of women
there.
around. What's happening?
Right, of course.
Let's
So
ask him.
What's going
Mr.
on?
Davis, what's going on
That's just
with
how
the women?
That's just how the environment is. It's like, it's just people everywhere. It's women, dogs, cats, it's everybody. Like, it's women here. Like, I mean, it's anybody. That's just the environment. I can't control the situation. It's just.
Is that within the studio itself, or are you out at a club or something?
No, in the studio. That's like the studio.
The studio has a whole bunch of women in it.
You got
and
people in
folks
there.
just hangers on.
Yeah, it's people. There's a lot of people in there. They doing whatever they do, work. It's like
Right.
a studio
Right.
recording.
Have you ever been unfaithful to her?
Unfaithful to her?
Yeah.
Nah. I just been like, just been busy working. I never really been unfaithful.
You say you wouldn't mind so much if the music was able to support you, but it's not, and that he fakes rich. How does he display that?
Okay, he says, I want to buy a Corvette. And I'm like, okay. So he tells me I'm going to put $3,000 down on the Corvette. I go to the grocery store and I go to buy groceries, and it's bad enough I have like a cart full of groceries and everyone's already looking at me like, I have to shop for 4 teenagers.
Right, so it's a lot of food.
Right, a lot of food. So I get to the register and I used my debit card and declined. There's no money there. And I call him, and I'm like, where's the grocery money? And, oh, I spent it on the Corvette. But how am I supposed to know that? So it wound up being $6,000 down instead of $3,000 down. And, you know.
All right. I'm with you, and I'm going to give Mr. Davis a moment. I'll give you some time to tell me how you managed to make right the decision to spend money on a Corvette when you didn't have enough money to feed your family.
A Corvette, that's something I wanted. It's a muscle car, it's fast.
Before you satisfy your need to have a muscle-cool car, satisfy the stability and future of your family.
What are we gonna do with $6,000? You can't really do nothing with that. What I'm gonna do with that?
So, Mr. Davis, Mrs. Davis just told us a story where you ended up spending $6,000 as a down payment on a car and ended up with not enough money to buy groceries. Tell me your side of that story.
Well, the car, I just feel like I've been told I was going to get the Corvette. It's just I kind of rushed on it because I wanted it so bad.
But do you have Corvette money? I mean, do you have sports car money?
My money is always tight. It's like always on a budget.
So why buy a very expensive car when your budget is tight? Wouldn't it be better to save your money, invest your money, have your money work for you while you can't work? Isn't that better than flashing your money?
It ain't really flashing. I'm just having fun driving the car
I understand that. So the fun is more important than the financial security?
The finances is secure. Like, it's going to always be secure. We ain't rich, but it's always going to be money coming in. It's just, if I spend $6,000, maybe 4 days, $1,000 might come in.
So if you have a crisis and you need $10,000, you got it?
When right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could get it.
You could get it, but you're not secure like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Don't be a pipeline dude. A pipeline dude is one rich guy over here, gives you money, and you just shoot it straight to another rich guy over there. And at the end of the day, you ain't got nothing in the pipe but air.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You with me on that?
That makes sense, yeah.
They've put their kids through college. Everybody's got braces. Everybody's got everything that they need. They're going to retire.
Yeah.
Everybody's fine. She's getting her card declined because you're giving them more money. You with me on that part?
Nah, it makes sense, though. But, you know, I work hard for that, too, though.
What?
I work hard for that money. That's all.
Everybody works hard for well, not everybody. Those people don't work hard for the money because they've had generational wealth. You work hard for something doesn't mean just go blow it and give it to somebody else.
No.
It means build generational wealth for your family, build stability for your family. You know what I mean?
That's going to happen when the time is right. Like, I do my stuff.
Time is right now. Time is always right. As soon as the baby pops out, time's right. You know, they want to go to college next year. Can you put them in?
Yeah, I could put them in. She know that.
Really?
Ask her, could I put them in?
40 grand a year. You can do that?
Ask her.
Can you do 40,000 a year?
When they go to college, when they ready for college. College is not now. But when college come, ask her, would I be able to put them in there? That's not...
One of them ready to go. I'm looking at their ages right here.
He's going to go. He's going to definitely go. It's 100%. He's definitely going to any college he wants. It don't matter if it's 50.
50,000 a year. You can do that.
Yeah. I mean, I could do like 30. Like 20, 30.
That's $6 grand put you into a place where she got a card decline.
That was, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you got one ready to go next year.
He's going to be good. He's going to be, like, I take good care of the kid. That's one thing I do, is take great. That's why the only reason I bought the Corvette, because I don't really buy me nothing. So a Corvette is like, that's something I wanted. It's a muscle car. It's fast. Like, I just wanted to drive a fast car. She got a car. I already got her a car. Like, I wanted the car. I don't know. It might be wrong, but I just wanted the car to drive.
Mr. Davis, what I'm just asking you is, before you satisfy your need to have a muscle-cool car, which is wonderful, that you satisfy the stability and future of your family. You understand what I'm saying?
What we gonna do with 6,000? You can't really do nothing with that. Like, what I'm gonna do with that? Like, that's just...
I'm done, because I'm not getting anywhere, and then we're gonna go on to something else. that I can get somewhere with.
I'm focused on trying to get $1 million. I don't got time.
You mention money to me again.
It's not about money. It's not really.
I want to know why you think your wife brought you on national television to expose your business. What would you do if your spouse drained your accounts to buy a fancy car? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Mrs. Davis, I got all knotted up about the finances. That's not your only concern. You say his focus is primarily him and not the kids and not yours, and you have a career and he's not willing to allow you to pursue yours. Why don't you tell me about that?
I haven't gotten a chance to focus on my career, my writing career. For instance, the kids are getting older.
Right.
And I want to go on different events, different networking events. One in particular is in Texas. Mm-hmm. And I want to fly there and, try to see what's going on there. It's a writers' conference. And we argue about if I'm going to go, can I go? It's like he wants me to go, but then,
in reality, he doesn't want you away from the house.
Exactly.
Mr. Davis, what do you have to say about that? Are you comfortable with her career and supportive?
Yes, I'm real supportive. It ain't that I don't want her to go. It's just that she don't really like the networking part. Like she's a good writer. She's a great writer. She write great. But she'll write it and just put it in a drawer. Like, see, I'm like a more just act like I will write and then go in the studio and do the song and do stuff.
Well, she wants to go to conferences, but she doesn't feel encouraged in that.
And so my thing is like, I know her so long, like she don't do no networking at all since I known her. She just write it and put it.
But let's just let's just get her to Texas.
All right, but if she go to Texas, what is she gonna do? That costs money to get there. Like, what's she gonna do? We can't go there.
Well, she can't network if she doesn't go there.
No, but she don't.
You're saying she doesn't network?
Yeah, she never network.
But she's trying now, and you telling her you don't want her to spend the money to go to network.
You know why? Because I want to see her do some networking local first. Let me see your networking ability. I know her. She'll go there and sit in the back, and everybody else will be doing networking. And she'd be sitting in the back.
Why don't you go with her?
That's what I'm saying. If I go with her, I could help the networking.
Well, why can't you go with her?
I can go with her, but she want to go by herself. I don't know. She said she could go by herself. I was like, I don't know if that's a good plan.
You know why you're here, right?
Yeah.
Why are you here?
She said, I don't know. She want me here.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that. I know why you're here. He knows why you're here.
She want me here.
They know why you're here. I want to know if you know why you're here.
Yeah, I'm here because really, like, I'm focused on trying to get $1 million. I ain't gonna lie, like, I don't got time.
Don't you mention money to me again.
It's not about money. It's not really.
I want to know why you think your wife called us up
I'm trying to
and
tell
got it here.
I'm telling you because I'm focused too much on trying to get successful, and she's calm, laid back where we at. I'm trying to go. I've been like that since we've been together. That's what I
know. You're a doer. You're an action. You're a go-getter. I get all that part.
Yeah,
but you can do all of that and still be a good husband and father.
Oh, yeah, I am a good husband and father.
But you're here. There's a problem. There's a disconnect between everything you say you want to do for your family and what's happening because your wife is distressed to the point she brought you on national television to expose your business.
Because you know why I think I'm here? Because, like I said, I'm too focused on going this way. And I'm still
that part.
If you ask the kids, if you call my kids, ask them, they're going to always say, yo, he's the best dad in the world. It's like they got everything. Put it like this. The kids, my 4 kids got more stuff than everybody in the neighborhood. More. They don't need no more than that. They don't need what else?
They don't need a college education.
The
17 is going soon.
I got the college education situated for them. That's why I said you can ask her.
Does he?
That's if they're allowed to go to college.
What do you mean if they're allowed to go to college?
Because he wants everyone to be in the same business he's in the music business. He wants my son to engineer. And we bought him a MacBook for him to learn how to engineer, and the MacBook is dusty.
Yeah.
Not to cut you off, but he been in school.
You need to stop. You need to stop. Today's question sponsored by... When are chasing dreams bad for a relationship? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. All I'm going to say is this. How old are you?
I'm 41 now.
You're 41 years old. You know, the music career is a tough business. The only people we know for sure are going to turn out with money in the music business are the accountants and the lawyers. A lot of the artists don't get nothing. A lot of the artists don't make it. And a lot of the artists who make it still don't get nothing. Bill Withers, you remember him?
Bill Withers, yeah.
He didn't own any of his masters. They took one of the best songwriters ever.
That's crazy.
You gotta know more than drive. You gotta have vision that's wide in scope.
Yeah,
you know, my understanding is the son that you saying bought the MacBook for wants to go into medicine. Is that right? He wants to be a doctor. What's wrong with that?
No, he can do. Yeah, I don't mind doing that, but show me this, show me the doctor skills.
You can't. You got to go to college first.
No, but he got to show me now. Like right now, I'm telling you.
No, you got to go to college first.
But
my sister's a doctor. I got a doctorate in law. I know how that works.
Yeah, but he's showing me film skills now. He's not showing me doctor skills. That's not to cut you off, but he's showing me film stuff now. Why he can't show me doctor stuff now?
Because he can't. He doesn't have access to doctor stuff.
But he got access to film stuff.
Yeah.
You got access to whatever you come up with. Like,
all right.
That's just how I'm looking at it.
I see your problem, Mrs. Davis. I know you love him, and I think he has a good heart. He's just limited in vision. He's myopic, and he has no scope. Good dude. No doubt about it, good dude. But I can't fix it. Usually I can get a spark of something. A little or maybe. I got nothing. Absolutely nothing. God love you. You're good-looking people. I bet you have gorgeous children. I hope you do well in the business. I really, really do. God love you, Mrs. Davis. God love you. You're a strong woman. You're a fortified woman. You're a good dude. And I'm a gone judge. This matter is
Can we get a quick Hot 16 from you?
See, I don't really freestyle because my style ain't for free.
Okay.
When I came off the plane, somebody said, yo, you look like Shay Davis. And I was like, yeah, that's me. Now I'm on Divorce Court with my W-I-F-E.
Wow.
We've been together 17 years, and hopefully God to keep us together for L-I-F-E. That's it, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You just spit a couple of bars for us. Are you going to focus on this writing career? You think you'll make that jump to Texas and try and pursue that?
Yes, I will. Yes, I'm going to Texas. Texas, here I come in October. And I'm excited. I'm excited because I want to do something for me now. I want to try to focus on my career. He's had his time to shine. He's had his shot, and I want to focus on me for once.
Today's couple fell in love at first sight, as in dating site. She accepted his proposal a year later, but now she's convinced that this perfect gentleman is living a double life. Before she says I do, she decided to bring all of her suspicions and circumstantial evidence to court, and she's asking me to tally up the receipts.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Jarkia Shippey and Christopher Green. Ms. Shippey and Mr. Green, you have been together for 4 years, engaged for the last 3 months. You have 2 children, total, 1 together and 1 from a previous relationship. You two want to get married, but you have concerns, so you've come before me on or before the vows. You filled out my compatibility test, gave me your marriage license with permission to tear it up should I find your union ill-advised. Ms. Shippey, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship relationship and why you're here today.
Well, Your Honor, I'm here today because my fiancé hasn't worked in the last 3 months. It doesn't feel as if he's trying to find another job, but yet he's spending money that we don't have. We met online. It was great at first. I mean, he made me feel like I was the woman of his dreams. You know, just a smooth operator. You know, charmer, you know. So everything was great, and then we moved in with each other a year later. Like I said, everything was smooth sailing up to that point until he lost his job.
It was cool until 3 months ago is what you're telling me.
Yeah, in a sense, of 4 months ago, yeah. Until I started finding things.
Are you just mad because he's not bringing in any money? Or are you mad because other stuff is going on?
No, I just feel like he needs to stop being out with his friends so much and really take finding a job seriously. But yet, Your Honor, one day I was reordering my closet, and once I was doing that, you know, he likes to leave knickknacks and coins in his pockets before I wash the clothes, and I found the receipt in his pants pocket, and it had 13 items on it with women clothing, jewelry, and shoes that amounts to $4,000. And so I never received these things, and when I asked him about it, he said it was for family members and he was getting ready for Christmas.
Mr. Green, why don't you comment on what she just said?
Gladly. Basically what was going on with those receipts is over the course of time, maybe 8, 9 months, I could say, per se, just building up time, I was just kind of Christmas shopping for my family. I have an extensive family of about 7 women, and including her, that makes 8. So, I mean, just this year, I was really more bound on just getting women's clothes. I bought a bunch of...
Did you have a job?
I did at the time. I lost my job 3 months ago, but over the course of about 8 months, that's what I've been building up my...
But when did you find the receipt?
I found the receipts about a good 4 months ago.
I'm gonna tell you this, Mr. Green. I've been around for a minute. I ain't never met a man Christmas shop 4 months out and buy dresses. My man, all the men I know, Christmas Eve, they darting about trying to figure out what they can buy. I ain't never heard of that. Never.
It is my first year actually doing it.
He got it for his family members, but he wanted to return it because we were low on rent. That's why I never received these items. But I just still feel like there's something fishy about that.
Oh, my goodness. No, it's a whole aquarium.
Yeah.
So why don't you tell me about what happened when you two went out to a romantic dinner and then a walk?
Okay, yes, so that just relates around his cell phones, you know. We were right there by the bridge. I mean, the water was beautiful, and he was holding my hand. It was late night. So he always keeps his real phone in his right pocket, but he ended up having his other phone that I didn't know about in his left pocket. So I was hearing something going off. I'm like, babe, answer your phone. And he's like, oh, no, it's okay, babe. You know, it's just probably work. I'm like, no, babe, answer the phone. It's okay. So before he could even take this phone in his left pocket I even knew about, he done tossed it across the street. Girl. And then before he could even pick it up, he steps on it. So it's like, oh, babe, my bad, babe. I don't know. It slipped out my hand, babe. I broke the phone, so I couldn't go through the phone. I couldn't see anything in the phone.
Your version of that event, sir?
Now, what really happened was while we were walking, you know, I only have one phone on. So the phone that's on, it rung. And she seems to think the phone that's off, not on, was ringing. So we're going back and forth about it, and she's like, answer it. And I'm like, okay, I'm okay. You know, we're hanging out. It's cool. So instead of reaching and throwing it, she forgot the part where she reached in my pocket, trying to scramble for my phone, you know, and we were going back and forth on this bridge about it. Waterfalls and everything falling. We're just struggling over a phone. And she's like,
why struggle? If there's no problem, just let her look.
I felt kind of offensive for her just reaching in my pocket when I was trying to tell her what was really going on about it. And it was just kind of like, I felt like it was unnecessary.
We wives reach in pockets.
And she reached it, we grabbing wrists, and it kind of flicked across the bridge, and it broke.
But like you say, Your Honor, if he's not hiding anything, you know.
Yeah, what's the fight about?
What's the fight about? Why talk?
I got it. Now, you know, this is he said versus she said, so I want to go to some real evidence. I understand that you found a letter that you find incriminating, and I want to talk about that now. Don't let anything ruin your love for me. because I would never lose my love for you. We have an expecting baby other than the two I already have. Did you write it or didn't you? So, Miss Shippey, tell me about this letter you found.
Okay, well, Your Honor, if you don't mind, before I get into this letter,
Okay.
because there's a
All right.
lot of big secrets.
Sure.
You know, not too long ago, I came home and I seen that he was planning a Bahamas trip for two. When I questioned him about it, you know, and I went back to the computer, all the evidence is now deleted. I'm trying to figure out how he's able to afford a vacation for two when we're trying to pay bills. We're hard up on cash, you know. It doesn't make any sense. We haven't been too well off, and our relationship is kind of up and down. He says it was a surprise for me, but to go ahead and get into this letter, I was in my closet again looking for some shoes because I was about to go out, and I ended up, one of his shoe boxes toppled over. And that's how I found the note inside of the box.
And you have
and
a
I
copy
have
of
the
that
evidence
letter.
right
Okay.
here.
Nick, may I see that?
Now, if you could pay attention to him having an expecting baby on the way, other than the two that we already have, that would be great.
Have you seen this letter, Mr. Green?
No, I haven't.
Let Mr. Green see the letter. And I want you to tell me whether or not it's a letter you wrote. Don't let anything ruin your love for me, because I would never lose my love for you. We have an expecting baby other than the two I already have. I can't wait to see if it's a boy or a girl. To whom was that letter addressed?
Now, initially, I can explain the letter to you, Jakia. What I had done with the letter was originally it was for her. And I was writing it, you know, it was kind of a time when we first got together, and I liked what was going on with us. And I was going to give it to her. People don't really write letters anymore and stuff. They don't really do that much, and I was planning on giving it to her. But we got into a point in time where it got really bad, you know, and I'm not, you know, a spiteful person or, you know, more of a painful person. I'm not kind of like that, but I felt really spiteful that day. I felt really petty. Just truthful, and I rewrote it, you know. I rechanged a lot of things. I made sure I put in things because my shoeboxes seem to always be tumbling down the closet. Yeah, but my shoeboxes always seem to be tumbling down in my closet.
I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the letter. You're saying this letter was to her.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you got mad at her, and you tore up that letter, and you wrote another letter to her saying mean things.
Same words. Same words. I just put in the part about the baby, and I added her name to it to make it seem like it was towards somebody else. And I mean, I know it's
And you did this in June of 2016?
Yeah, I did that a long time ago.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
Says June 2016.
Yeah.
Got some hearts above that, though. And you know, the funny thing is, in between the time you found out we had that letter and you got that letter here, we had the original. And there's only one date on the original, and there are no hearts. And the date on the original is June 1, 18.
Your Honor, that's the original you have.
Same letter, same stuff. This one doesn't have the heart. We took a picture of it before you got a hold of it to change the date so you could lie to her and lie to me. And I just caught you. That's what that is. So we're going to have to figure out, I guess, well, I'm going to have to figure out what's on your mind. I got to figure out how many times this guy's gonna be caught in a bold-faced lie before you find the will to do something about it.
And I looked out the window to my right, and I see my fiance and another woman kissing in a restaurant.
Did you happen to be at that stoplight?
I just happened to be at that stoplight at that particular moment of the day.
Let's say I believe she looked through your stuff, found out where you were having an assignation with another woman, and showed up there on purpose. How does that change what you did? Would you snoop around for evidence if you suspected your partner was cheating? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Not that this isn't overkill, but tell me about the time you busted him having a romantic dinner with someone else.
Again, it started with the late night text messages at 2 o'clock in the morning. You know, the baby might be crying. He's 5 months now. And, you know, I might get up, change his pamper, but then I see his phone is lit. I have the code to his phone. And I always see someone texting, you know, and it's a female, like, oh, when are we going to finish? You know, I mean, they're so broad.
They're not specific enough.
So it's like, oh, okay. But one day, I had my son in the back. I had to take him to the doctor, and I was at a stoplight. I mean, I'm telling you, it was like magic. Maybe it was meant for me to see it. And I looked out the window to my right, and I see my fiance and another woman kissing in a restaurant.
You just happened to be at that stoplight?
I just happened to be at that stoplight at that particular moment of the day. And I wanted to get out of the car and, you know, really just show
Let's say I don't believe that. Let's say I believe she looked through your stuff, found out where you were having an assignation with another woman, and showed up there on purpose. How does that change what you did?
It doesn't change what I did because I didn't do anything.
He said she fell on his
While
face.
she was Scooby-Dooing around. I have a female friend of many years. We were strong friends.
I never met her.
And she claims that she's never met her. But I've definitely many times showed her and brought her to the house plenty of times.
No,
she comes
when?
to town. Jakia.
When did you bring her? I never met her.
Your Honor.
Mississippi?
Yeah.
I done met all his family.
Mississippi. If you knew all that, you wouldn't be here to begin with.
Yeah. Amnesia's real.
What did you say?
Amnesia is real. But Your Honor, as I
Do
was
you know what amnesia means?
forgetting. She forgot.
What did she forget?
That she met this girl. Okay. She knows about her. She knows about the relationship. It's nothing I can hide.
Were you not kissing her?
No, ma'am, I wasn't. That particular night, she came in town to visit, and we went to an expensive restaurant, a very nice restaurant, to sit down and talk, you know, and really we were just catching up, getting back to what we usually, you know, get used to.
Did you tell her about it?
No, I didn't.
Jane's coming into town. You remember Jane? I introduced you.
No, I
to
did
Jane.
tell her about Jane coming into town, but I didn't tell her about the
And I'm going to take her out to dinner
kids.
tonight. Did you say that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
No, Your Honor.
You didn't. You just told me you didn't tell her.
He did not tell me anything,
telling
Your
you how
Honor.
stupid it sounds that you didn't tell her. Now you're making up. You trying to slick somebody that you're not
Smooth
smarter than.
operating.
You trying to come here and fast talk a woman who spent her life just moving words around. You tried to tell somebody who's put people in jail for a living. Everybody that I saw every day was lying to me, and you think you can pull one over on me?
No, ma'am,
That's just
Your Honor, at all. Your Honor, no, at all, I don't.
She loves you. She's intentionally blind. I can see very well. I got 20/20 liar vision, and I'm looking right at one.
I definitely understand that.
The rest of this conversation that I need to have with you. Yes, you proved your point. Yes, he came out here and looked like a liar. Yes, clearly he's doing the wrong thing from the beginning to the end. Yes, you are absolutely right that he's living a double life. The question that remains is, what the heck are you doing knowing all this information for all of this time, and you come in here to ask me, should you marry him? Today's question sponsored by... Once you find out your partner cheated, what's your next move? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Nick, why don't you take him out of here? He came up in here and just lied to my face. And it's just, the lies are so stupid and so absurd. My question to you is, why do you put up with it? He's lying to you. He's trying to lock you down as his wife while he lives another life. He's going to lock you down. I heard somebody say this the other day. Monogamy is the lie that I told that woman in order to get her not to leave me while I continue to live the life that I wanted. And that's the lie he's telling you. He sees that you see he's a liar. He sees that you got a baby with him, and now he's going to lock you down. He's going to put a ring on you, and then he's going to do whatever he wants to do.
I mean, he's really a good guy.
No, he's not a good guy. He's not a good guy, Ms. Shippey. If you accept that he's a philanderer and he's a traveler and he runs around and you want to live that life, go ahead and do it. But don't run around and chase him, see what he's doing, and get upset about it. Because you've already said, yes, this is what I'm willing to sign up for. Yes, this is what I'm willing to do. He's a liar. He's a cheater. He runs around. He tells stories. He spends money on other women. He's living off of me because he ain't got a job right now, and he's feeling real good about it. And now that he doesn't have a job, he said, shoot, I got to put a ring on her finger because she might just float away. This is how it goes. It's like a script. I get her in the house, she's doing my laundry, this, that, other. Then I can let the job go. And then she's got that baby, so she's invested. And then when I let the job go, oh, she's getting mad about it, so now I'm going to put a ring on her finger so she won't go nowhere.
I mean, he's an account executive. He can go find another job at a finance company.
But he hasn't.
He's not looking. He's hanging out with his homeboys.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I just want him to tell the truth. That's all I want.
So you want him to tell the truth. Yes, I'm sleeping with other women. I will continue to do so once we get married. And you just need to learn to live with it. That is what you're looking for?
I want him to tell the truth about what it is that I found and what he is doing. So
and
that
what are you going to do with that information?
I will leave. You know, I'm not crazy. You know, I don't like being hurt.
You're looking kind of crazy.
Okay.
You're looking kind of crazy. I don't think you're going to leave. That's what I think.
Okay.
Prove me wrong. Listen. I'd do back handspring across this stage if you could prove me wrong.
Okay.
I'd love it.
All right.
I hate dudes that do this to women.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're romantic criminals.
Yeah.
They steal your life, they steal your money, they steal your youth, they steal your time.
I mean, the
and then when some young hot thing comes, they will replace you.
Yeah. It's okay. You know. Somebody love me too.
If you were my daughter, I'd be smacking you all upside your head. Think.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to attach yourself to a lifetime of chasing a man around?
No.
Then that's all that needs to be said. This matter is adjourned.
Judge Lynn spent a lot of time pleading with you about your own future. What's your response to that?
I mean, I love this man. We've built a home together. We have a child together. You know, if he keeps lying, then I don't know where this is going to head.
It's been 4 years.
4 years, 4 long years, and I gave him my all, so.
You willing to stick around for another year, another 2 years, 3 years, and just hope for the best, or you think you can walk away? Because, I mean, I don't know if he can change.
I think I could walk away, but I just want to make sure he becomes a great father to our son like he already is, and we just keep that relationship going.
I definitely want to stay with her and be with her, so I'm going to try my best, you know, prove to her about what's really going on.
Judge, this is the case of Nana Bread.
Thank you. I read this couple's paperwork 3 times over, and I still don't understand what they're talking about. So let's sit down, start the case, and we can figure it out together.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Markia Bellamy and Herbert Roberts. The two of you have been together for 11 years, but you do not want to be together anymore. Ms. Bellamy, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here today?
Okay, Your Honor. Well, today I'm here because of my boyfriend, Hornball Herb. He cannot get enough of this good Nana bread, Your Honor. And
good Nana bread?
Yes, ma'am. I call her Nana bread. Yes,
okay,
yes,
okay.
Yes, ma'am. And for instance, Your Honor, like on my birthday, you know, so I had a very good birthday and everything was going good that day. So I told, you know, Mr. Roberts, you know, we're gonna bust it up, have some us time later on. So I ended up falling asleep that night. You know, that was my bad. I fell asleep. And I woke up, Your Honor, this man done popped all my balloons in the house. He done smashed my cake in. I'm talking about, he ripped down
he
all
threw a tantrum like he was two.
Basically, he threw a whole temper tantrum about the Nana bread, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Roberts, did you tear up the party scene because you didn't get any sex?
I did do that, but let me explain, Your Honor. I just love Marquia. You know, we have been together for the 11 years, but I just love her. And, you know, and I was just, at that time, I did pop the balloons and stuff. And so, you know, what happened was, you know, I took the decoration down and everything, but the only thing, I was sexually frustrated. And, you know, and for her birthday, I just wanted to bless her for her birthday. You know, I just bless her.
Your Honor, let him tell it. He always wants to bless me for my birthday.
No, you want to bless yourself for doing such a good job of giving her a good birthday.
Well, let's tell...
Hey, listen, when a woman finds a way to take a nap, leave her alone.
Well, let's tell her about Valentine's Day. So, Mr. Roberts, he bought me this nice, long, pretty wig. You know I like my wigs and stuff. And I always keep it on a little mannequin head at night. So, this particular night, I fell asleep again, Your Honor. And, so I wake up.
Like every night.
My wig is gone off of the mannequin head. So I'm looking around for it. I didn't say anything. Later on that evening, I'm collecting the trash and all that. I look down, I see a little piece of string, like a tag. I said, I know this ain't my wig. So I pulls it up. There goes
It's
Susie.
your wig.
Susie hanging on. Susie, yes. And so I asked him about it. I'm talking, Your Honor, it was all the way at the bottom of the trash. You could tell somebody purposely, like,
put it there.
Put it under there. You know, not in the top, in the middle, all the way at the bottom.
Mr. Roberts, did you throw Susie out?
I was at work all day on Valentine's Day on this day. So she calling me, you know, saying, we planning the whole day. You know, we gonna do this, we gonna do that. We gonna have a nice romantic evening. So that's what I was expecting when I got home, to have a good Valentine's Day, you know, and I made sure she had everything she needed, and she had her wig and everything, you know, made sure my baby was taken care of.
Okay, so how about Jacksonville?
Wait a minute, though. Wait. Because then now I get home, and now she knocked out. So, you know, at work, I'm all revved up at work, you know, thinking we finna do what it do.
I got it.
All right, so I get home, and she sleeps. So I don't want to mess with it, because I know if I wake up, it's gonna start an argument. So, okay, I did throw it away, because I knew that was gonna hurt her.
So now you did throw it away.
Yeah.
You threw her wig away because she fell asleep on Valentine's Day.
I mean, because I ain't want to argue with her, and I know that.
You just wanted to upset her.
I just want to upset her.
All
and
right.
I know that a touching point right there, because, you know, women, they like their hair products and all that. So I know she heard of something dear to me, you know, men like their sex. So I threw her away.
If you can't have your sex, she can't have her hair.
I just wanted her to feel.
Is that what we talking about here?
I just wanted to feel what I feel.
I got you.
Well, Your Honor, asked him to explain in Jacksonville why he left me in Jacksonville. So we went there for a family engagement. I have family in Jacksonville. And we were sleeping in my cousin's room, so I'm not going to bless her room, you know, like that.
Right.
And so Mr. Roberts
It's not
here.
even like that. It's not like that.
Mr. Roberts here has another attitude, you know, throws a temper tantrum. I thought that he just went, you know, in the living room to go on the couch or something like that. So I get up, I go out there. My car is gone. All of his luggage is gone, Your Honor. I look around, all of my luggage is gone as well. He took everything and then left and went back home. And I had to actually find a ride back home. All because of this Nana bread. Because he couldn't get no Nana bread.
Mr. Roberts, did you leave her in Jacksonville with no way to get home?
No, okay, no, she over-exaggerating. Okay,
no, I'm not.
Now, when we did go there, you know, we planned to go see her peoples, because that's where her family's from.
Right.
Her family there. So we finna go and have a good time. And so, but when we got there, she was just acting different, acting funny. You know, that's the way I feel. I don't know if it's true, but she was acting funny. So, you know, just out in standoffish, like, she was just with her peoples and stuff.
Bread, that's
so
why.
at the end of the night, man, at the end of the night, So I did. I felt some type of way. So I was trying to spend some time with Mama. She had the whole day with her peoples. So I'm trying to spend some time with Mama. She had it funny. So I did pack up my stuff. Okay, I packed up her stuff too, but...
I
didn't leave her.
everything.
I didn't leave her stuff because that's all her people.
She had family there, so she can find a way home.
5, 6 cars out there. It's 10.
It doesn't matter how
we
many
got
cars was
aunties,
out there.
cousins, and everything. Right? I ain't leave her stuck though. You know what I'm saying? I did leave her, but she wasn't stuck.
Yeah, that's all you were trying to say.
No, she got right back to me.
I was stuck,
anyway.
Your Honor.
Do you believe he's cheating on you?
I do. I just haven't physically caught it like with my 2 eyes, but it's just been so many, you know, instances.
Tell me about a couple of those instances that cause you concern.
Okay, so one time I decided we only had 1 car, so I took the city bus and I let him get my car to go to work. I'm on the city bus and I get a call from one of my homegirls, and she was like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I'm like, I'm chilling, I'm on the bus. And she's like, "Well, I just seen Herbert ride by in your car with a female and her hair was just blowing in the wind like Pocahontas." And she got a very good look at the girl. So we get home later that night and I asks him about the girl. He tells me he just picked up a random girl walking down the street, took her to the hair store. He was feeling friendly. So I feel like he'd be too friendly with these other females. First of all, if it's my car, I'm on the city bus, why would you be entertaining?
In your car with another woman.
Exactly.
Getting her some hair.
Exactly. And I was calling him at the time, Your Honor. I was calling him at the time. He was not answering. His excuse was, oh, the music was up too loud. So y'all was just in the car, vibing, living y'all best life, basically.
Mr. Roberts, who was the lady in the car?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know nothing about it.
That wasn't me. She seen somebody, whoever called her, seen something they ain't seen.
Somebody that looked like you in a car that looked like hers, but it wasn't you.
Everybody got a twin. Everybody got a twin.
Okay. Tell me what happened with the screwdriver in the bathroom door. So she disassembled your clippers?
She broke them. She wrapped them.
Okay.
Boom. Broke them. Like, boom.
Well, what about my red dress?
What happened with the red dress? What happened with the screwdriver in the bathroom door?
Okay, so I don't like to argue with him, so I'll get up and I'll just, walk away. So this particular day, we got into an argument, and I went to go take a shower. So I'm in the shower, rub-a-dub-dubbing, and I hear something jiggling, on the door. Your Honor, I pull the shower curtain back. The door is off the hinges. Mr. Roberts got the butter knife out the kitchen and unscrewed the door off the off of the hinges to continue this argument that we were having.
Did you take the door off the bathroom so you could continue to argue?
Okay, again, Your Honor, she over-exaggerating, Okay,
so what you did with the butter knife?
I did go in there now. Okay, she don't like to argue, you know what I'm saying? But me, I don't call it argue. I call it, we need to talk about what's going on so we can work this out, because if we don't ever bring it head, face to face, how we gonna know what's the problem, what I don't like? So that's what she always like to do. She like to run.
But you don't know when
she
to
like
stop.
to walk off. She like to go to her friend's house and do something. So this day I got tired of it. I'm like, nah, we finna finish this, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I ain't take it all the way out the hinge. Like, I just popped the lock. Like, it's a little easy door.
Your
like, you
Honor,
can just
the
stick
door
the butter
was
knife in
like,
it.
and just pop it open.
Yeah, you can just pop it open. And she talking about off the hinge.
You took the whole door down.
But I did go in there because I wanted to finish my
Your
conversation.
Honor.
Like, because that's what she always do. I can never get the last word. Well, it's not even about the last word.
You can never resolve the issue.
Can't never resolve the issue.
Because she walks off.
She gone. I can't talk to her about
That's not true.
Well, what do you think the major problem is in this relationship, Mr. Roberts?
Well, I know one of the main issues, she do have an anger problem. Like, she had asked me to get her hair done and stuff, right? So...
Back to the hair.
I mean...
I love my hair, Your Honor.
There's no problem about getting her hair done, but this time I had to take care of some other stuff. It was like on a Thursday. I think it was ladies' night or whatever. She trying to go out with her friends. I couldn't get it done on that Thursday, you know what I'm saying? I told her, well, wait till the weekend, Friday or Saturday.
But he was fresh to death, Your Honor. He had his hair cut,
I'll get your hair done Saturday, but what's wrong? If I can't get it done Thursday, what's wrong with getting it done Saturday? There's 2 more days, baby. I got to handle some stuff first, but you'll get it done Saturday. So at the end of the night, you know what I'm saying, she just took it whatever, we finna go to sleep. So the next morning, I see my clippers broke, because I shave, when I can't get to the barbershop, I shave up under my chin. My clippers broke, it just scattered everywhere on the floor. They just all breaking it into pieces. I'm like, so what happened? What happened to my clippers? She acting like she don't know what happened. But long story short, she telling me, well, you know, I can't look good. So, you know, I can't
look good.
Yeah, you want to fix your chin. No, I can't fix my hair.
So she disassembled your clippers?
Nah, she broke them. She wrapped them.
Okay.
Boom, broke them. Like, boom.
Well, what about my red dress?
What happened with the red dress?
Okay, so Your Honor.
Oh, man.
Your Honor, my friend, she gave me this cute red dress. And I was going out ladies' night again that night. And I got in the shower. When I got out, the dress was gone out of the closet. Just disappeared out of nowhere. So Mr. Roberts actually helps me look for the dress and everything. Like, it's nothing. We're looking everywhere.
We had to find it.
Baby, I don't know where the dress at.
Yeah, we had to find it.
Right, we had to find it. So, yeah.
Why am I looking at that? That's not red.
It's red and black and white.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's the dress. But as you see, it's not revealing too much or anything like that.
I got you.
Yes. So, okay, I had to settle for another outfit that night. I get home. Your Honor, I go in my closet, and the dress was hanging back up in the closet where it was at.
She misplaced it.
No, I did not misplace it.
So you were messing with her head?
I mean, okay, now what? I'm gonna tell you how it went now.
Oh, now you're gonna tell me.
She did. Okay, I did. Okay.
Yeah, I look in the back. There's a baby shoe in the back. Now, mind you, my son is 15 years old, so I don't have no kids at all. And none of my friends have kids either. I asked Mr. Roberts, you know, how did these items get in my vehicle? He tells me.
I was sexually frustrated already, you know what I'm saying? Because, like I say, she want to do other things and don't give me the attention that I feel like I deserve or need at the time. So it was like the night after, she finna go out and put this nice, sexy dress on. So I'm like, in my head, I'm like, nah, you ain't finna go be sexy for nobody. You couldn't be sexy for me last night or the night before. How you finna be wearing all this? Now you got energy.
Right.
Now you
and
got.
you didn't have energy last night or the night before.
But now you all primping and
ready
pressing,
to go.
doing all that.
No, what about?
You ain't finna be out there shaking your butt out there, and you can't shake it for me.
I got you.
Yana, let me let you know how much of a hornball he is. So I had a cyst on my ovary, right? So that required me having to go to the hospital. So the doctor tells me, you know, you cannot have any relations for 2 weeks.
Right.
Mr. Roberts here, he wants to throw a whole temper tantrum. Now, mind you, we're in the bed sleep that night. This is the 14th day, Your Honor. He had his alarm clock set for 12 o'clock. For 12 o'clock. I heard the alarm go off. I checked the phone. Ready. Like, he just put ready in all capital letters. Ready for what? Like, he wouldn't even let my body. Like, this is what I'm saying. I was just so
Mr.
frustrated.
Roberts, did you set the alarm clock so you knew when 14 days was up?
Day.
The doctor said 14 days.
Wow. This is what I'm talking about, Your Honor.
So I'm going by what the doctor said. He know better than her. You know?
Wow.
He the doctor. So,
oh, wow.
And I'm already, like I say, like I said, I love her. You know, she say I'm a hornball, but like I said, I just be sexually frustrated at times. So now.
At times?
At times.
Your
and
Honor,
now I gotta. Now, wait a minute. I already gotta wait 2 weeks. Now listen, I'm already sexually frustrated before the 2 weeks even started.
Oh, I got you.
I'm on day 14.
See, you on it.
I'm on day 4. I'm on it, like, and she ain't like that. I'm like, but that's what happened.
So another time, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Robert had my car all day long. I get in the car, put my little hand on the side. I feel a lip gloss. Now, mind you, I don't use the roll-on lip gloss.
Right.
I gotta use the kind that shine me up.
Right.
So I see a little cheap roll-on lip gloss right there. I look in the back. There's a baby shoe in the back. Now, mind you, my son is 15 years old, so I don't have no kids at all. And none of my friends have kids either. So I asked Mr. Roberts, you know, how did these items get in my vehicle? He tells me that his homeboy asked him to take his old lady to the store without him. Just asked him to take
his woman to the store.
Yeah, to take his woman to the store. So I said, okay. I ain't make no big fuss. Later on that night, we get home. I go to the phone. I text the homeboy. I acted like I was him. I said, hey, your old lady left her wallet in the car when I was taking her to the store. This man didn't know what I was talking about. You know, the least you can do if you're gonna lie, you know, you need to call your buddy.
Back it up. Yeah,
call your buddy and let them know, hey, I need you, I'm a liar, or something like that. No, nothing. That man didn't know nothing I was talking about.
Now, Mr. Roberts, did that occur? And who was the lady in the car with the lip gloss?
Please tell me.
Like I said, it wasn't me, ma'am. It wasn't me.
You see,
so it was another car with somebody else.
Man, I already told her about her friends.
It's always somebody else that looks exactly like him.
So, Ms. Bellamy, you're here seeking $425 from Mr. Roberts over there. Tell me why you believe you deserve that amount.
Okay, so I had a family member that gave me a 42-inch TV.
Okay.
And I guess Mr. Roberts got mad because I didn't want to hear what he had to say on this particular day.
Like always.
And so he goes, while I'm watching TV, and snatches the whole TV out the wall. I guess he said he was trying to unplug it, but actually the TV just fell over and cracked all in one place. Again, because of a temper tantrum, because of my Nana bread.
I'm all the entertainment she needs. You know what I'm saying? She's gonna pay me some attention, and she did.
One way or another. Since there's nothing on TV, at least she might look at you.
She gave me some attention after that. She might was mad, but I got my attention.
Do you really want that $425?
Yes, I do.
Do you have anything to give me? What model? How old it was? Anything?
It was a 42-inch.
I got that part.
It was an LG. I misplaced the receipt, but no, Your Honor, I don't.
They gave you a brand new TV, or was it a used TV?
It was a brand new TV.
He gave you a brand new TV?
Yes, because they had a duplicate, and I didn't have a TV at the time, so, you know, my family
I would give you the money if I had, like, a clue. If you had just Googled the LG TV, I would have given it to you.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I would have, because you deserve it. But y'all gonna go home and stay together, right?
I don't know.
And he's
Your
gonna be
Honor.
chasing you around the bedroom
I don't know,
and
Your
taking
Honor.
the door off the bathroom to
she love
get to you. I know how it goes, and your friends are gonna be chasing him around town.
That's why she got despised
to
of me right
see
now.
which woman he took to which fast food restaurant
He
on
shouldn't be
this
taking
particular
nobody.
day.
That's the whole
I
thing.
think you're a lovely couple. I wish you well, and there will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
It wasn't me.
We're getting that.
It wasn't me.
It was you.
Okay.
Judge, today's case is no kids.
She starts food fights, fires, and flattened tires. Let's see if we can cut back on the crazy and find happily ever after.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Stevie Harden and Epiphany Dunk. Mr. Harden and Ms. Dunk, you have been together for 7 years and been living together for the last 6 months. Mr. Harden, you have 2 children from a previous relationship. You do not have any children. You are here today, Mr. Harden, seeking $500 for tires. We're going to talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Ms. Dunk, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today?
Okay, Judge, we're here today because Mr. Harden over here thinks that he's entitled to me having his son, and we have our own issues, and I have my own values that I'm going by in this scenario.
Entitled? Now,
Yes,
is that the
ma'am.
word you wanted to use?
That is definitely the word I want to use.
Your Honor.
Let's talk to Mr. Harden about that. Do you?
I'm most definitely entitled.
Tell me about that.
I already have 2 little girls.
Yeah?
And now I need a son. We've been together for like 7 years. So why not? What you waiting on? We right here on national TV.
Marry her.
Number one, exactly. Number one.
I bet if y'all were married, it would be a different answer.
She don't want to get married.
Okay,
You don't want to get married?
that is such a fib. Number one, I have my own scenarios with Stevie. Stevie is a flirt. He cheated before at the beginning of our relationship. He is very, very friendly. You see how he smiles?
Very friendly.
Hey, man, I like to smile.
Exactly.
I like to
He
smile.
likes
I'm
to
not that
smile.
friendly.
He's very
That's a
flirty.
smiler, but he's not a cheater.
Exactly. That smile say, look at me, come talk to me. That's what that smile says.
You've been smiling since you got a beautiful smile, but you're smiling. Mr. Hart, what do you have to say, sir?
She is look at me, look at me. Because every time, like, okay, we go out to eat somewhere. I'm gonna give you a scenario.
Okay.
We went out to eat one day, and I was looking at the waitress, you know, taking my order. She was taking my order. She looks at me dead in my eyes and then asks me, like, hey, like, why you looking at her like that? I'm like, I'm not looking at her like that. She took the plate over. She tipped the plate over in my plate.
Surely. I did, because he was doing...
She tossed the plate on your
He was doing more than
Yes.
just talking, taking an order. It's a little bit more conversation going on. The woman was not supposed to be there that long.
Repeat the conversation to me that required you to put his meal on his lap.
I don't recall the actual wording. It was just a little bit too much going on.
Give me an idea.
Idea of, I used to be a waitress myself, so it does not take that long to get your plate and go about your business. And you're not making eye contact and smiling and joking with each other. She wasn't talking to me like that. She was not joking and laughing with me like she was joking and laughing with Stevie. And he was.
Do you think he was doing something? You know, because you know, wait staff, they're trying to get tips, so they smile, they laugh, they're kind.
But what she need to know is she'll get the tip from me, not from Stevie. He gonna hand me his wallet. She gonna get it from me, not from Stevie. So yeah.
Tell me something Mr. Harden has done, because that's not on him. That was on her.
Well, we could go back. I'm pretty sure that was boiling up to that moment, which is why I blew up. But previously, when me and Stevie first moved in together, I was at work and my neighbor hit me up. She texted me because it was a new job, so I couldn't talk. My neighbor texted me and asked me did I know of a particular girl being with Stevie while I was at work, and I just was like on alert already, because there is no one should be with Stevie while I'm at work coming in and out of our house. So I called him. He did not answer the phone. So when I got off of work, because I could not leave early, I got there, and you sitting there with already got your scenario together, because I guess he already had seen a neighbor and knew what was going on, that she was gonna tell me. So when I got there, he was like, oh, remember we was mad last night, so I was gonna pack up and leave, but your stuff's still there, and you sitting there chilling watching TV.
Mr. Harden, what is your version of that event?
Well, I like to say, first of all, I love her.
Right.
First and foremost. That's my baby.
All right, we heard that part. Now give us the next part.
Okay, next part. It was her friend. Her friend came over.
No friend.
It was her friend. Like,
I don't have no friends.
Neutral friends. We was neutral friends. I wouldn't dare bring a girl over.
Let Mr. Harden finish.
I wouldn't dare bring a girl over in our home. I would never do that. Like, it was a friend. She came over. She stopped through. I guess she was looking for an epiphany. She did. She wasn't there. I was there. We were just conversating.
I had been in that place for over a year before Stevie and I decided to move in together when I renewed my lease. Ain't nobody ever stopped in my house, ever stopped to my house.
So you think he was doing something inappropriate?
And I know he was.
Do you have any other stories for me? That's a little suspect, but I can't just give it to you. Anything else?
Okay, so let's see. Let's see.
Your Honor, I got a story.
Oh, please, tell it to me.
Okay. Yeah. Since we're doing all that, now, okay, as you know, I want to have a son.
Right.
One day, I came home. I guess she didn't know I was home. She was upstairs. Snuck upstairs. I heard her talking on the phone to a friend. I found out she was on birth control.
Okay.
So that hurt me to the core. Like, I can't even believe that she would do that.
Okay, number one, I'm a grown woman and I have my own timeline. Bruh, I'm not ready for that.
Wait a minute. Do you think that any woman that you're dating ought to be willing to have a child with you?
Yeah.
Why?
Why not?
How long you got?
How long I got?
How long you got for me to explain that to you? Do you know that one of the most important things you ever do in life is to bring in life with another person? Do you understand that every person that you bring into this world as mother or as a father, you must love and care for financially, emotionally, physically, and be there for? So if every woman you date is required to carry your seed, you will have children hither and yon, you will have absolutely no money, and you will be raising a generation that doesn't live in a house with their father, which is not the best way to go.
Exactly, Judge. So I feel strongly just the same because I was an outside child in my house, so I totally, no.
No, respond to that, Mr. Harden, because apparently you're not the only person who believes that, but I don't understand that train of thought.
Well, I'm a hard-working man, I take care of. I try to take care of home the best way I can.
I try to take care of home the best way I can. Do you think the next generation of children will survive and thrive on I try the best way I can?
I think everybody in here, you try the best of your ability, and I'm gonna try my best of my ability, and with my sidekick, hopefully she'll help me.
I think you're a nice dude, Mr. Harden, but you've dug yourself such a deep hole. I'm gonna have to get you a ladder to get out of here.
Sugar daddy.
Now, Ms. Dunk, do you have a sugar daddy?
My definition of a sugar daddy and his definition of a sugar daddy is two different things.
Your Honor, I got something else.
What else do you have, sir?
She got a sugar daddy.
She has a sugar daddy. Oh, okay. Now, Ms. Dunk, do you have a sugar daddy? Because you've been with him for 7 years. Are you a faithful woman just because you don't want to have his kid?
I was going to say, my definition of a sugar daddy and his definition of a sugar daddy is two different things, but whatever he want to call
You even named him Sugar Daddy on your phone.
I did that being petty. I did that being petty with Mrs.
So she may play innocent.
All kinds of somebody's wrong. How you gonna do that?
With him because he was just like, I know you got a sugar daddy because you've been doing this, and the third, and they asked me for no money. But hey, I mean, it is what it is. So when he went through my phone, I made him see what he wanted to see.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
She came like, okay, we was budgeting and we was trying to say that we was gonna say we got a joint account, and I know it's in the account. And one day she came home on a little mini shopping spree. Now we talked about it a week before. Like about saving. And now all of a sudden she come home with bags. And then I got suspicious. And then I went through her phone. And then that's when I seen Sugar Daddy.
Okay, so that scenario right there, that had nothing to do with that man. I have my own separate money that Stevie knows nothing about. And sometimes I want to do stuff and him not know about it. So if I want to surprise him with something, I don't want him to see that I don't withdraw money from our account. He going to ask me about it. So yes, how you surprise somebody and we got a joint account.
You say he has women calling him all the time. Who's calling?
This man's phone go off more than a little bit. Like, and he's so petty, he won't even put it on silent. He think it's funny.
Are a lot of women calling you, Mr. Harden?
Yeah, my 2 girls.
Lies.
Your daughters?
My daughters.
The lies.
So it's just the kids?
The lies.
And family members.
But no side pieces?
Listen,
no
y'all,
side pieces.
I took him for the first time to meet my mom in church or whatever, and number one, we were late because Mr. Primper over here likes to look nice before we go anywhere. So when we get there to church, we're already late, so we're sitting at the edge. My mom couldn't even give, like, like a formal greeting because the preacher's preaching. You over here, getting it in with the text, and like, I politely scooted on over by my mom and just let him have his little time.
Were you texting in the house of the Lord?
I was texting.
Yeah,
it was a woman, I know for sure. Even though
how do you know that?
Because that's all he texts. He's so petty, we'll be sitting up beside each other. He'd be like, well, just so you don't think, now I'm gonna put my phone by you. All I hear is ping, this name, ping, that name, ping, this name.
She's saying all that. Okay, one day I went out of town. Came back home.
Yeah.
Hickeys on her neck. So I'm just trying to say, when we left, we kind of left, not on bad terms, but it
wasn't cool.
Wasn't cool.
Number one, we were not living together. We were still trying to determine what route we were going.
The next week, she popped up to my house and try to set my car on fire.
So she's saying that you were kind of like not together on a break. Were you on a break?
Yeah, we was on a break, but that don't mean anything.
Well, what are the break rules? I never understand that. What are the break rules? Because
his break rules.
What does a break mean?
Your Honor, his break rules
can you do on
this
a
is
break?
why I ended up with the Hickeys, because in the back of my mind, I could think, you remember when you thought that you and Steven was serious, and then you hear that he at the studio with him, his homeboy having a threesome with one of the girls?
Everybody got a studio.
Listen, I don't understand. So why does the threesome, like, does that equal to the Hickeys, or is that like a little bit above, beyond, a little bit under? How you work that out?
Your Honor, she just mad because, okay, I had a threesome with her friend.
Okay.
Okay.
It was like
years ago.
Oh, years ago.
Years ago.
A cool friend, though. He
years
just
ago.
diminished that little friendship, like.
She just jealous.
But it was before your time, Mrs. It was before your time. Yes.
I didn't hold on to that. I'm just letting it be known that you have your history, so it ain't like you just squeaky clean. So no, we're not doing that.
Nobody's squeaky clean. Right, did that happen before you?
No. Okay, so it was in the middle of that when you first meeting somebody and we're hanging with each other constantly for 2 weeks situation. And in the middle of that, I figured that you were not for me because you got OkCupid, you got Tinder, you got POF, and you got all the rest of the social media. So I'm like, what you need me for? So I pulled back. My little homegirl get back in town from military because she was deployed. She come back. She come to my house the next morning. And she just like, girl, I just came from chilling with such and such. They gave her a little rundown of the dude. And I say, who? Steven?
Mr. Harden, did all that? You look so struck, Mr. Harden. I feel sorry for you. You all right over there?
I'm just having. All that is true. I'm just having flashbacks because. I'm just having flashbacks because.
And I said nothing. I wasn't even mad. We progressed on with our friendship. I just like we could just be friends, and that's how it stayed.
Right, if that's how you roll.
I didn't hold it over his head or nothing.
And she said she was mad and she didn't hold it over my head, but then the next week she pop up to my house, and try to set my car on fire.
That was just a threat because I was mad. It was a heated a moment. I was upset.
What did you think would happen? Oh, she lit my car on fire. Let me go back to her.
It happens.
Hey.
Well, speaking of things that happen, what we're here about is tires. You want $500 for tires because you said she slashed yours.
Yes.
Really?
Tell me why she did it, what happened.
Like I say, the threesome, it made her it made her so enraged. So she pops up to my house. She bum rushes inside the house when I open the door, like you know where you just trying to get inside the door.
Right, yeah. And she just
slam inside.
You putting two stories together. That is
I'm
wrong.
not putting two stories together. No.
Let him finish his story, then we'll get to yours.
I'm gonna tell you my side of the story.
Go ahead, sir.
She bulged into the house.
Right.
Cussing me out, telling me this, telling me that. And then go outside like, this pretty car you got outside. Oh, that's what it is. Got this girl crazy because you got a nice car. I'm finna blow it up. So she got a lighter and try to light the gas tank.
Wait.
Try to light the gas tank. Realized that wasn't gonna work, and then she slashed the tires.
And when was this?
Probably halfway in our relationship. Probably like 4 years. 4 years ago? Yeah.
Now, you say he's got two stories conflated. Why don't you tell me what the accurate stories are?
Because this was around the time, you know, like when you in a relationship, well, not everybody probably experienced this, but when you going through things with somebody and it's kind of like y'all in competition with who can make each other the maddest or who can, you know, just piss each other off. So it was that point in time where he was getting real petty and he had left his phone in the car when he left the house and I was trying to get in contact with him and I had put location on his phone. So I pulled up to the location and I didn't know whose house it was and that was my fault. And I did bomb rush in and then I saw what was going on. I slashed his tires. I left a note on the door. In the thing and told him to be home by 9.
I am so sad.
I helped pay for them tires. That's why I don't know why he acting like this now.
Did she help pay for those tires?
She helped pay for them. She helped pay for them.
Can I say this? Can I say this? And I know, I get it. I come from a different generation. We did things differently. But just because it's old don't mean it's a bad idea.
Yes, ma'am.
I am so pleased that you have enough sense to say, I'm dating a guy, he wants a kid, so let me go and have one. Mm-hmm. That is not what one ought to do.
It would never.
Children are serious business. Children are very, very serious business, and you can't just have them with the woman that you're with for the time that you're with them, then move on and think it's going to be all right. It's not all right. We had 6 boys. They learned most of the stuff, not because my husband told them, but my sons watched him, because he was there every day. Not some days, not most days, not by phone, not by FaceTime. The brother was just there. And that's where they learned all their best stuff. So you can't just tangentially commit to a woman for a brief period of time and expect her to put your future in her body without any guarantee that she's gonna spend a future with you. Can't do it.
I
I know people do it, but it's not the best way to get this thing done. That's number one. Number two, child support will kill you if you continue. I mean, beat you like a kid in the street. You know what I'm saying? That's number one. And number two, Ms. Dunk, I can't celebrate you because you out here lighting stuff on fire, cutting up tires, throwing meals in people's faces. You know, you cannot anger a man into your arms. You cannot upset him into his heart. You just can't do it. The best thing you can do is have your life, live your life, be well, be happy. And if he ain't gonna act right, just keep him moving. Don't. Can't remember his name, don't remember his voice. They're gonna wonder about it. But you up there lighting stuff on fire and whatnot. That's a little bit ego satisfying for him too. It's like, I've made this woman that crazy.
She loved me.
You've got children. It happened 4 years ago, and you said she helped pay for them, so I'm not giving you a thing. Both of you continue to be as reasonable as possible so the children that you do already have reasonable parents from which to learn. Are we together on that?
Yes, ma'am.
There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
You keep saying she loves you, but you won't put a ring on it. Can we think about marriage, or are you gonna finally try and tie the knot here, or what?
Whenever she agreed to having a baby, then I could think about putting a ring on it.
All right, so the question is, can we cut back on the crazy?
I'm pretty sure we can.
We just checked in with him to see if he's done some growing up. He wants to know if the baby's gonna come. I'm not agreeing with it, but...
His timeline is not right, so whenever he reverse it the right way, we might talk about it.
Judge, today's case, against all odds.
He's gambling, she's fussing, and they got kids in the house. Let me see if I can turn down that noise.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Roderick Payne and Autumn Buckles. The two of you have been together for 5 years, and you have a set of 2-year-old twins. Mr. Payne is here to get from Ms. Buckles $2,000 for clothes that she destroyed when she put mustard, ketchup, and bleach on them. So we're going to get to that momentarily, but before we do, Mrs. Buckles, I'll start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today?
Well, Your Honor, I've been with him for 5 years. We do have a lot of different issues. One is the biggest issue is gambling. His gambling, I feel like he gambles everything. His money, his relationships with me, his relationships with other people, and I'm just tired of it.
She's exaggerating, y'all. She's exaggerating.
You don't gamble that much?
I don't gamble that much. I quit gambling.
You did?
But
when?
For the most part.
For the most part?
For the most part.
So you cut down?
I cut down.
Okay.
Even when she says gambling, yeah, we had a time I was gambling, but it was my money though. And I got it from the casino. So if I won it at the casino, of course, let me go back and see if I can do something.
Explain that to me.
Okay, for example, we went to the casino, I had got my school money.
Yeah. Hang on, I'll get back to you. Go ahead.
So I had got my school money. So then I went to the casino. Me and her went to the casino. I put a $20 bill in there, and it turned into $9,000. When I got the $9,000, now look.
Playing slots?
Playing slots now. Now look, it's a Lucky Diamond. But I also had one prior to that too, because I was around like 12,000, right? And so the thing was, my mistake was, which I admit to, was that I was going back to the casino to keep winning. You know what I'm saying? And I ended up losing. I didn't lose everything though. And I always been home with my kids. I always been taking care of my kids. I always make sure.
Did you walk out up or down?
Which time?
Exactly. The time that you made the $9 grand.
I walked up. I was up. the thing was, I kept going back, and I wanted to make more. You know what I mean? And because that's what it is when you. But it's not. I can't even so much say I'm gambling though, because I've done it. You know what I mean? And I make money doing it. I play poker. I play all type of games, blackjack. But so for the most part, I'm going. I win, but when I lose the money, right? Let's just say I lost the money. Now.
You did lose the money.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, me and her, we communicate about it, and so let's just say we get into an argument about something. Let me say it like this. I had a problem gambling, and with Autumn, she takes things and she goes 1,000 with them. She goes too fast with them, and sometimes she'll start arguments with me that lead to natural disasters for us and for our relationship. For example, it could be something small, and it's minuscule, because look, the $9,000 is a lot, but as long as our kids is taken care of, and as long as our kids is taken care of, as long as they got diapers, as long as we eating, then it's not like I'm gambling all the money. Yeah, I've lied to her before and said I paid the rent and used that to go gamble with. You know what I'm saying? But
and you don't consider that a problem?
Okay.
That was only one time. One time.
Okay.
You know?
Ms. Buckles, why do you consider his gambling a problem?
Well, I want to tell you a little bit more about that story, the $9,000. Okay. He was supposed to let me hold the money to save. Now, he kept pushing it off. I'm like, okay, as the days go by, I'm like, are you going to let me put up the money, put it in the account or something like that, you know? He's like, yeah, as days go by.
I don't need an hour-by-hour report. Let's get to the end of it.
So, like 3 days went by, and I was like, okay, this is final. Where's the money? We need to save it, because I know how you are, this and that. He spent it all. He went back up to the casino and gambled all the money. When we finally got like...
One, it wasn't 3 days, it was 2 weeks. About 2.5 weeks.
But you ended up giving it back to the casino, though, right?
Giving it back, but it was kind of like a roller coaster effect, because we done made money and paid bills off the casino. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, of course, sometimes, yeah, I mean, I guess I lost some of the money, but if you look at it over the 2-week span, we made the money back. You know what I'm saying? We was able to take care of things, so I didn't see it as an issue.
Okay. What other issues do you say Mr. Payne is gambling with your relationship?
Well, make a long story short...
Too late.
One day, he acts like he's getting ready for work. He acts like he's getting ready for work, and, you know, he kissed me goodbye like normal and this and that, but he had been acting distant all day, so something didn't sit right with me. So I checked his, on my laptop, I checked his Facebook, and in his messages, it said that he was basically going to do a show. So he was acting like he was going to work. He was actually going to do a show. And so I just did some more snooping, and I seen one of his friends on Facebook Live. He's all at the strip club performing with naked girls walking around.
Your Honor,
Mr. Payne, respond to that.
I have to do that, Your Honor, because I was in the music industry before I met her. And so when it comes to rap music and different things like that, that was my passion, and that was the way that I was I seen the bigger picture. At some point, I was gonna make money for us. So I have to lie to her about things sometimes, because if I don't, I'm not gonna be able to get out of there. But the thing is, she done did some things too now. Because, to give you an example, one time, because she thought when I was leaving, she didn't know if I was being, because I would be going to the studio, and because she caught me in lies multiple times, she thought that I might have been cheating on her, which I have never done in our entire 5 years. Let me put that out there. I have never cheated on her. But one time, she texted me from a Text Now number, right, and acted like she was some female.
What's a Text Now number?
It's a private number, but I'm looking at the number like, who is this? And she act like she's some female to try to catch me up.
Oh, okay.
And that's what he was conversating.
I was conversating. I came back in the house and looked right at her. She was fumbling with the phone. I was like, Autumn, is this you? You know? So, you know, on a lot of different things, she tried to create the problem. She creates the problem and then get mad when I react to it. So it's like, you text me from this number acting like a female. I don't know who you is, and because I'm having conversation with you,
you're caught doing something wrong. Now,
That's
Ms.
entrapment.
Brooks, did you fake a phone call conversation from another woman? And what was he saying?
It was basic conversation. It wasn't anything for me to worry about, but.
Exactly.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Payne. Are you working right now?
Yeah, I'm working right now.
Are you working a steady job?
I'm working a steady job right now.
How long have you been working a steady job?
14 days. About 14 days.
Constantly lie to somebody and you make them feel uneasy about a lot of stuff, they want to know the truth, because it's like I could never get the truth out of him. I can never get the truth out of him.
Well, let me take a position for a minute, Mr. Payne. You do lie to her a lot. You don't lie because you're cheating. You lie because you want to get out of the house and go do other things. But do you see how you create mistrust in a woman by lying about what you're doing and where you're going and where the money is headed?
Yes, I see that. But, Your Honor, let's say this. If I'm saying, if I'd be like, babe, I want to go to the studio, she could be like, nah. Because whatever, you're not making no money going to the studio. You need to get a factory job. You need to do this, you need to do that.
Something consistent.
You need to get something consistent, even whatever it is. So it'd come to the point where we would get into so many arguments, Your Honor, to where she'd be kicking me out the house every day. Every day I'm talking about to the point where I got a trash bag sitting by the door with my clothes in the trash bag. Ready to go. My clothes in the trash bag. This is facts.
Exactly.
This is facts. I'm with the trash bag.
If you're...
It's facts, though.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Payne. Are you working right now?
Yeah, I'm working right now.
Are you working a steady job?
I'm working a steady job right now.
How long have you been working a steady job?
14 days. About 14 days.
Okay.
Hey, about 14 days. Yeah. Listen, it's been a lot of opportunity after she had the kids, right? And, you know, women who are 100% emotional, they go through these things called, once you had a baby, it's called postpartum.
We coming back to that.
Well, because women are 100% emotional, and men, we are logical and rational. So, as a man,
not in it.
I'm just saying.
You're not in it. All right, you're not in it.
I'm just saying that women make decisions based off emotion. So with that, I'm making a logical decision. I've had to turn down jobs because she's going through something internally. You know what I mean? It could be any type. I've had opportunities where I had an opportunity for a job where I'd be making $20 an hour, right? But because we didn't have the travel situation, I would have to leave early and I would get back late. You know, and during that time, though, she would be with the kids. You know what I'm saying?
Would you make it difficult for him to take a job where he would be away from you for a long period of time because it was bothersome to you to be alone with the kids all like that?
No, Your Honor. The times that I needed him is because I needed him. I had a high-risk pregnancy. I had complications after my pregnancy. So I had got a C-section. Like literally days after my C-section, I have 4 children. I have 2 twins and 2 other children. And I have no, like, I didn't have a lot of,
no support.
Yeah, none.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, like, right now, we're at a good place. Can you just help me out till I get a little bit better?
I got you.
And he wouldn't.
I got you. Wait. Tell me about the clothes.
So then, as I'm going out the door, she cussing me out. I get in the car, my homeboy, I look back, my clothes is coming out. Everything. I'm not talking about a pair of shoes, a shirt, and a pair of drawers. I'm talking about
everything you want.
Wardrobe in the street.
What happened when she tore up your clothes?
Okay, well, this is multiple times. But the first time
Well, tell me about the time you're suing for.
It's okay. Well, this is a collective, because she's collectively destroyed my clothes. So this is a collective suing. So look, I'm going to the studio. I want to go to the studio. I'm telling her I'm going to the studio. If she don't believe me, hey, babe, you can talk to my homeboys and let them know, and they'll tell you the same thing. We going to the studio, we about to record, we about to do this, we about to do that. Okay. She okay with it. She acting, well, she's not okay with it, but I'm about to go to the studio, though. I've been in the house all day with you. I've been watching the kids. Watch the kids for about a couple hours. I'm about to go to the studio. So then, as I'm going out the door, she cussing me out.
I get in the car, my homeboy, I look back, my clothes is coming out. Everything. I'm not talking about a pair of shoes, a shirt, and a pair of drawers. I'm talking about
everything
whole
you
wardrobe in the street.
Yep.
So that was the first time, out of anger because, and now she done locked the door. So I'm out there, I'm going to the studio. I didn't want to put all my clothes in the back seat of her trunk, so I threw it away. I threw all my clothes away. That's a fact. I threw it all away. It was dumb. Now, the second time, we sit at the house. I want to go to the studio. My homeboy outside waiting for me, right? I told her, hey, babe, I'm about to go to the studio for a little bit of time. I'll be back. Oh, well, you might as well get your in. You ain't coming back here. You ain't coming back here. I don't know where you're going to go, so you might as well. That's what the thing is. When I want to leave, oh, you want to leave? Well, take this with you because you ain't coming back.
Right.
So this has happened so many times with my clothes in the trash bag. So now I got I'm sitting my clothes outside the trash bag. Oh, I got to go get some more. I come back. It's ketchup on the clothes. Not to mention, I might get hit with the ketchup too. I might get hit with the mustard too.
I got
and so she's destroyed.
Ms. Buckles, do you do that kind of thing?
It's not the fact that he goes out, but does he even talk about how he stays out he's telling me at 8 o'clock at night he's coming home and I'm still texting him and trying to video call him at 3 o'clock to see where he's at and he's not answering. Those are part of the text messages. All he does is say, I'm on my way, I'm coming, oh, this and this and this and that. And then before you know it, it's 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
I'm so sorry. Where are you? I'm so sorry. Okay. Let me say this. First of all.
And this is every time.
I got it. I know what's happening here. Mr. Payne, you say that women are 100% emotional and men are logical.
Yes, ma'am.
Your trips to the casino, your desire to do rapping, your staying away from home, all of that kind of stuff is your emotions. It's not logic. Casino is not a logical thing. It's all about the dopamine and how it makes you feel. So don't, just because you're not hooping and hollering, doesn't mean you're not behaving in an emotional manner. To satisfy your needs for your rap career and your, getting out of the house, that's all emotion. A logical thing to do if you've got twins is to have money in the bank. The logical thing to do if you have twins is say, hey, I have to do things that I don't really want to do now because let's say one of the kids gets sick. Let's say I have a problem. What am I going to do? The kids are 2. I don't have it. That's what logic is. You're just as emotional as she is. You just behave in different manner. So put that out there. You can't put some grand label on an emotion and call it something that it's not, because it's still emotion. Everybody's driven by emotion. The facts rarely get a hearing. Rarely. I'm gonna fuss at you. What you're doing in order to secure your relationship is tearing it apart. Yes, he lies a lot. Yes, he's doing the wrong thing. But you becoming an ongoing irritant, yelling, screaming, fussing, only exacerbates the problem. It makes it worse. It doesn't make it better. He makes up more excuses to leave. He knows he's going to be in trouble anyway, so he just stays at, I'm late, so she's going to go for it, so let me just stay out. I'll get back when I get back. You are not solving the problem. Y'all two, you raise your kids in that kind of chaos. People moving out every other day, got bags by the door, tearing stuff up. You want to be in your 50s with a 25-year-old drug addict in your house. Keep it up. Because that makes them crazy. And that they do is they go soothe. And the easiest thing to go do and soothe with is drugs, drinking, partying, unprotected sex, and all of that's going to land on your children. You don't have that right. You don't have that right. You don't have the right to make the mother of your children crazy. You don't have the right to make the mother of your children insecure. You don't have the right to say, I'm comfortable with a 14 days worth of job and nothing in the bank and I can spend all my extra money at the casino because I'm confident things are going to work out. You don't have that right. If you wanted to do that, you should kept Mr. Johnson in his house and stayed by yourself. But you didn't. So you've lost all of those rights. You with me?
I'm with you.
Reward him when he does something right. Do not act like a fool when he does something wrong. Do you hear me?
Yes.
On behalf of the kiddies. I'm not going to award you any money, Mr. Payne. Yeah, you could get hit for all of that, Mr. Payne, but she got 4 kids in the house and you've worked for 14 days. There's no way in the world I'm taking money out of those babies' bellies to give you money for stuff that she's been doing on and off forever. Stop it. That is the stupid tax. You know all that money you want him to keep and have? You're tearing it up and throwing it down the toilet every time you tear up his clothes. Y'all with me? There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
How you feeling now after hearing what the judge had to say?
She made a lot of valid points, and I do need to stop gambling, and I need to stop putting her in a position where she feels like she can't depend on me. And so I understand that.
What are you willing to do after you leave here today to kind of fix things and make things better?
For the sake of my kids, just learning how to deal with emotion and being under pressure and just learn to be a little calmer and handle situations a little bit better.
Follow us on Instagram for additional content from this case and preview our next all-new episode.
Judge, today's case, uninvited guest.
Mr. and Mrs. Garrett got married when he was deployed in Iraq. They got through that, but then his mother moved in, and now they're here.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Jacob E. Garrett and Kim Garrett. The two of you have been together for 15 years, but married for 3. You don't have any children together. Mr. and Mrs. Garrett, you are calling it a day. Mr. Garrett, you are suing Mrs. Garrett in the amount of $2,000 because you say she stole money that was designated for mortgage payments and spent it on herself. I'm going to talk about that money momentarily, but before we do, Mrs. Garrett, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and how we ended up here today?
Your Honor, I'm here today because my husband refuses to respect me, and he puts everyone in front of me, before me, especially his mother.
Uh-oh. In what way does he put his mother before you?
His mother lived with us for 8.5 years. She disrespected me daily, still does to this day, without good reason to do so.
Give me an example of some of the things she did that you found disrespectful.
My husband and I built a house about 3 years ago. He was unable to be there, so I felt like I could use some motherly advice. I asked her to come along. She comes, and we're doing the walkthrough. In the process of that, I see her phone, and she's actually texting his ex, a whole thread talking about me, how terrible I am, going on and on, for no reason. We're walking through my house that we're having built, and she's talking about me.
Now, Mr. Garrett, she's talking about your mother. What's up with Mom?
Yeah, she didn't lie about anything. All that is true.
Does your mother not like her?
For whatever reason, she doesn't. I don't know why she doesn't like her.
You don't know why?
I have no clue.
Did you ever
why.
discuss it with her?
You let her tell it she wasn't good enough for me. That's what my mother says. But I'm your son. This is my relationship. You should just respect it and move on.
Did you tell her to respect it?
Absolutely. But again, parents gonna do what parents gonna do. I can only tell her to respect my wife. If she does otherwise, I can address it. But after that, what else can I do?
You can't fix it. Mrs. Garrett, do you believe that he did enough to address his mother's attitude towards you?
Absolutely not.
And why do you believe that?
There were just several instances in where she continued to disrespect me and made me feel like an outsider in my own home.
Give me some examples.
Younger family member, getting up in age, going to middle school, we decided it was time for them to have a cell phone. That was more so my decision. I talked him into it. We agreed on it. It was given as a gift. The deal with that was so to ensure that this young person is looking at things that are appropriate, we need to know the passcode. So I'm trying to check the phone. The family member gave me the wrong passcode because his mother told them that I'm a terrible person, I'm not to be trusted. Just don't deal with me because they shouldn't like me.
Right. Is that true?
That's absolutely true. That happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you talk to Mom about that?
I did. The three of us had a conversation with this younger family member present because normally when I confront my mother about something like that, she'll lie. So I didn't want that to happen as far as her lying about what was said.
So you brought Junior on board, not just calling him Junior, on board so no lies could be told.
Correct. So I let her tell I interrogated her when I wasn't interrogating. I was just asking her, why would you tell a child something like that when you didn't need to? It wasn't no reason to do that.
It wasn't necessary. Well, you've said this phrase twice, to let her tell it. So let's let her tell it. Mrs. Garrett, Mrs. Brenda Garrett. Hello, Mrs. Garrett.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm great.
Have you been listening to what we've been talking about so far?
It's been in and out. I've gotten some pieces and parts of it. I had problems listening. I didn't get all of the audio.
Okay, I got you. Let me try to fill you in a little bit and see if I can get you up to speed. What's basically been said here is the younger Mrs. Garrett, Kim Garrett, says you don't like her. You don't like her for no reason whatsoever. You're disrespectful to her, that you talk badly about her to your son's ex, like when you were going through the house that they were having built, that you told lies about the telephone. Do you know what we're talking about?
I know about the telephone. I don't know why she feels that I don't like her, because I feel the exact same way.
Well, she would be right to feel that way. I don't like you. Look what you did to me.
Well, how do you feel?
How do I feel?
Yeah.
I feel used, abused, and a lot of other things.
Used?
Manipulated. I just feel that as long as I had money to contribute, you know, or bought things for her, for the family, it was okay.
That's
as long as I went along with everything she I'm just saying how I feel.
Me. You've lived in my house for 6 years and didn't pay one bill.
Is that true, Mrs. Garrett?
6.
No, can I respond to that?
Go right ahead.
Ever since I lost my job and lived with them, I have always contributed money.
That's a lie.
Always.
No, you have not. No, you have not. You have not. You lived there rent-free, paid nothing for 3 whole years.
Is that true?
I left because of his mother, and she is disrespectful. I try to be respectful, but I can only take so much. So I left my home, left everything I love to be with him and take a chance, and she pretty much ran me away.
For 3 years.
Yes, and talk trash to the ex about me while you were living there rent-free. Yeah, that's where we are.
I'm trying to think for 3 years. Is that really true? I came with him in 2013. We moved to Asheville in 2014.
You didn't pay nothing.
In 2014, I had to go to court because you and the ex conspired to tell lies and have a warrant served to me for something that I didn't do. So that's your, you need to figure out your timeline a little bit better.
Garrett, Ms. Brenda Garrett, hang on for a second. Tell me that story.
So at this point, I had never met the ex in person, only heard things about her. He and I had history, of course, when we were younger. I left because of his mother, and she is disrespectful. I try to be respectful, but I can only take so much. So I left my home, left everything I love to be with him and take a chance, and she pretty much ran me away. Because she was disrespectful. So we get back together the second time. She conspired with this ex to say that I threatened bodily harm to young people. They met and had lunches and talked about it. I went to court for it. The case was eventually dropped because it was bogus.
Now, do you remember her going to court for assaulting a young person? Do you remember that at all?
I remember.
She called me and told me the warrant was there for me.
I remember her going to court, both of them, but I don't recall whether it was assault.
Well, what do you think it was for? What do you think it was for?
I thought it was for something that happened over social media, and they ended up in court. I don't know anything about assault, and I don't know why she's involving me in it. I didn't know anything about it.
You called me at work and told me the warrant was at your house with my name on it.
I may have, but I don't recall what the warrant was truly about. I'm thinking it was about you and her going back and forth on Facebook or something.
There was no back and forth.
Was there a social media issue? I'm gonna call you Kim, and I'm gonna call her Brenda, just to keep the Mrs. Garretts down to a minimum. Kim, did you go to court over something on social media, or did social media get involved in the assault thing?
It was an assault. It was saying that I threatened to harm children.
A minor.
I'll talk about disrespect, locking me out of the house, hiding my keys, taking money out of my purse, stealing money.
Excuse me?
And I'm disrespectful.
Now that's a lie.
I'm sorry?
That's a lie. His ex, and he's very much aware of it, he saw all the messages that I received, continued to message me. I mean, taunt me about things that are personal, and she only knew because he told her. Not saying that he told her maliciously, but he gave her that information. So she began to send me messages because their relationship was over, and I'm assuming she was angry. So she lashed out about it at me, sent me messages, she threatened me. And the only thing I said was, stop messaging me. So this person had me arrested. Now, he didn't know about it until, the warrant was served, which was at her house, and she called me and she told me about it on my job.
What? Now, Mr. Garrett, have you been talking to your ex about your current wife?
No.
How did she get the information necessary to taunt and stalk her?
So, as Kim explained, we were together when I left the military. I was 21. I served in Iraq, and that's when I met her. So we stayed together for about 2 or 3 years. And like she just explained, she left because she couldn't deal with my mother. And I understand.
Was Mom really that out of pocket?
Sometimes, yeah.
Wait, tell me something she did.
It was just situations where she would come in the house, she being my mother, would come in the house and not speak to anyone. And I've had days you just come home, you don't speak to no one. She would take it personally as an attack on her, and she would ask my mother, and my mother would just pretty much go off like, I don't have anything to do with you, I'm not mad at you, I'm just mad at the day. And then that's where it would snowball from there.
Can I say something, Drew?
Yes.
Where I'm from, when we walk in a home or someone walks in, you speak to them. It's a sign of respect. When someone doesn't speak to you, it's a sign of disrespect. So I'm questioning, okay, this is my family. This is my mother, too. I'm accepting her. Why wouldn't she speak to me? Why wouldn't she acknowledge me? What have I done for her to not speak to me or not want anything to do with me? It's disrespectful, and that was many days.
Have you been disrespectful to your daughter-in-law while you're in your daughter-in-law's home?
Have I been disrespectful?
Yeah.
A lot of times I don't say anything because the situation, I feel, and I know is always manipulated. Now, we want to talk about disrespect. I'll talk about disrespect.
Okay.
I'll talk about disrespect in the terms of telling me that I'm jealous of you and I don't have anything, and kicking trash in my face and asking me, am I happy? Locking me out of the house, hiding my keys, taking money out of my purse, stealing money.
Excuse me?
And I'm disrespectful.
Now that's a lie.
I'm sorry?
That's a lie.
That is not a lie. I woke up and you were in my wallet.
May I explain?
Y'all lived up in the West End.
Okay. Kim, you say you want to explain that?
I don't want to explain it. I want to just
respond.
You've lived with me. You didn't have no car, no man, no friends, no nothing. So what would I have to take from you? And you live in my house.
I don't know. It's at the same time I was putting money in the younger son's piggy bank for doing good grades, and all of a sudden money walks away.
You took it out before.
I don't know.
Mr. Garrett, have you known your wife to pilfer money from your mother, or do you believe your mother has made that up?
I don't know if she's ever pilfered it from her.
Uh-huh.
But
does she's pilfered it from you?
Oh, yeah. Tons of time.
Tell me about that.
So here's a situation. I gave her money to go to get some groceries. I gave her $250. The money was to go get the groceries, come back. Go there, come back. She came back, told me she lost the money. How you lose $250? I just gave it to you to go do the groceries. What happened with that? And she has no answer for that.
Cool. How did you lose the $250?
I don't know. I misplaced it. That was the
You
truth.
lost.
I
That's
told
why
him
it's
that
lost, right?
because I don't know where it is. But he's so controlling, and money drives him. That's all that upsets him.
Tell me why you say he's controlling, and give me some examples.
Where'd you go? What'd you do? What'd you spend this on? Well, did you have to buy that? Why did you go to so many stores? Because I wanted to, and I wanted to get a better deal.
She's saying I'm controlling.
With money.
So, all my life, live with my mother. We live paycheck to paycheck to paycheck. And I do not want to live like that. That's a horrible way to live. We've been evicted out of every single place we've ever lived in. So for once, when I finally got something going good for me, I want to make sure I can sustain that. Right. Not for myself, but for my wife and for my children. So when we're short on money, yes, that bothers me. When we can't pay a mortgage and we're 2 months behind, yes, that bothers me. I didn't know what you're doing with your money, because clearly all my money is going to household bills, but you get to go willy-nilly with your money. I need to know. What did you do?
Ms. Kim?
Okay, so understanding your situation with your mother, I know your story. When you didn't have a job, when you didn't have a home, when you didn't have anything, I stuck by you. When we came, I moved here. Okay, I moved to be with you. We went to the restaurant and couldn't even pay the bill because while you were deployed, your mother spent up every penny you had. I didn't leave you. I stayed with you. I worked. I cleaned toilets and gave you every penny I had. What I don't like is for you not to remember that. And when money can make you so crazy and stupid when you never had it, I don't know how you miss what you never had, that you don't respect anybody else because of it.
I appreciate everything that you did.
Do you believe that she's not a good money manager?
Here's another example. During the time I had a good job. I was making 6 figures. So I was paying for everything in the home.
Right.
No problem. And I told her, you know, you can do whatever you want with your check. It doesn't even matter. The problem started to come when you get paid on Friday, and then Monday you say, baby, I ain't got no money for gas. I ain't got no money to eat. What happened to your paycheck? Then another situation I said, well, okay, let me give you a responsibility. How about you take care of the gas bill? Everyone know the gas runs every 2 months. You pay the gas bill. So one day I come home, the gas is shut off. I asked her, I said, what happened to the gas? I forgot to pay the arrangement. Why does it have an arrangement? It's every 2 months. I called the gas company, she's behind 5 months. You got one bill, one.
There's still more to get to, but let's adjourn for the day.
You asked to borrow money from me 3 months ago. You had to send home to your mother. I gave you $250. You gave me half of the money back on your payday Friday. and told me we family.
I never asked you for anything, not your opinion, your presence, or money.
My wife went through the phone, and come to find out, my mother was discussing what's going on in our house to my ex. So to have her do what she do and betray me so much, like, that hurts.
Judge, this is the case of Drank Sinatra.
Thank you. Today we've got a case of drinking, cheating, breaks, and one baby. And I want to make sure that last thing, that baby, is okay.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Kayla Allen and Brian Vizueta. The two of you have been together 3 years, separated for the last 6 months. You have one child together. Ms. Allen, you are seeking monetary compensation from Mr. Vizueta for moving expenses, and we will get to that momentarily. But Ms. Allen, I'm going to start with you. Why are we here today?
Good morning, Judge. First off, Brian says that I'm a hoe and not a housewife. And the first thing is that, you know, this past Memorial Day weekend, I went with one of my best friends down to Orlando. Brian was invited to come on that trip. I even offered to pay for his way.
Right.
And at the end of the day, you know, he said he didn't want to go. So while I was down there, throughout the trip, I was kind of posting pictures with my best friend. And one day in particular, I went down to the bar because my friend was in the room talking to her boyfriend. And while at the bar, the bellboy offered to take me and my friend to downtown Orlando to see the area. You know, I took a Snapchat video of downtown Orlando, but I didn't include my friend in the video. So because of that, the next thing you know, Brian's accusing me of sleeping with the bellboy and going home with him and not going back to the hotel room.
Mr. Vizueta, do you think she was messing around with the bellboy?
I mean, yeah, there's proof.
Now, where's the proof?
When she came back, I had asked her, you know, I confronted her about it, and she breaks down crying. So...
That's not what happened at all. So
mind you, there's other proof.
basically,
But I'm gonna get you. Did you fall out?
Basically, what happened was I gave him the whole phone. So he went through Snapchat, he went through Instagram, he went through Facebook. I was able to explain everything. But the one thing that I was very, in particular about, he wanted to read through my messages with my best friend. And I think that's an invasion of privacy. Like, why do you need to go through what I'm saying with my best friend? And he wanted to try to time track me to be able to coordinate and say, oh, well, you were here and you were there. So the message in particular that he's talking about, one of the messages said, okay, well, my friend said, okay, well, good night. And I had explained to him that she had sent that because I was taking too long downstairs at the bar to get back upstairs. But as she sent that message, I walked into the room.
Did what you see bother you, and why did it bother you?
If we're working things out, you shouldn't be hiding stuff at all.
Well, what was she hiding? I mean, did she let you go through the phone?
Yes.
Sort of, yeah.
Sort of, yeah. That's a yes.
Yeah.
What did you see that said, aha, she's doing the wrong thing?
Because at that time, I had asked her, you know, who'd you go out with? Oh, just my friend. Come to find out, there's a dude in the picture now, out of nowhere. And then that's when I tell her, look, if we're working things out, you shouldn't be hiding stuff. So
the reason why...
That's already a red flag for me.
If we're working things out, were things already rocky?
Of course.
Why were things rocky?
She had stepped out.
What now? Is that true?
No. So the issue with regards to that is the timing. So basically what happened was I moved out at the beginning of September because we basically had lost our way. You know, Brian was not spending time at home. So it got to the point that I was like, you know, maybe we just need space. So I moved out. And by the month of...
So you were on a break?
Yeah, kind of break. No, no.
I hate breaks.
No. It wasn't like a break. I just moved out because it was just very, it was a hostile...
You moved out and it wasn't a break?
No, it was a hostile environment, so I just wanted to get some space. So we were still, talking. We even went to, some counseling in October. But then what happened was...
She's still seeing some dude.
And then, but the guy that he's referring to, my coworker, we had to text basically, for work purposes. So what he's referring to was, come the end of October, around Halloween time, Brian and I kind of sort of agreed that we were going to go...
You were seeing him the entire time?
We were going to go... That's not what happened. But, at the end of October, we both agreed that we were going to go on the break. And after we agreed to go on the break, in November was when I kind of sort of started, like going a little bit more with the guy, like really talking to him, like texting, like keeping things kind of sort of casual,
you
but
kind of drifted into a quasi-relationship while you were out of the house and on a break. Did I get that?
Yeah, I did that, but he also did stuff.
Yeah,
so.
and we're gonna figure that out in a minute, Mr. Vizueta. What did you learn about the nature of her relationship? When did you learn it, and what did you guys say about it?
She had come out when we were, not talking, and she was like, hey, I'm gonna go out with coworkers. And it was this dude. I already called it out from the beginning. I was like, you don't have any other coworkers that live in Jersey that are gonna come pick you up? So there's that. So then, out of months later, she admits, like, yeah, we were texting. We went a couple of times, but just friends. All while the entire time we're going to therapy.
Okay.
So then that's when I told her, look, I'm not beat for this. I'm not here for that. I hope you get what you want. I'm just gonna contact you.
But I'm not the dude.
I'm just gonna contact you, the baby related, and that's it.
You say he tries to control you. I think I already know where you're gonna go with that one, but has he always been a jealous guy? Because he does tend to look through your phone and your Instagram and all that kind of stuff. Is he jealous?
I will say yes. Has things gotten progressively worse? Yeah. In particular, there's an ex from grade school that I was involved with. And he's also like one of my really good friends, but only because of what Brian, he doesn't like him, so I only hang out with him really in a group setting. But one instance in particular, I had asked Brian to help me move the baby's furniture and my stuff into my new apartment. He basically told me, no, I'm not gonna help you. You can do that on your own. So I reached out to one of my friends because I didn't want to spend like,
Wait a minute, hold up. Your baby, right?
Yes, sir.
She's with your baby. And you ain't gonna help her get situated with your seed, with your progeny.
It sounds bad, but...
Yes, it does.
I know. But my whole argument is, if she removed herself from our living space together, I don't want to interrupt, or I don't want to, inject myself into that.
Hold up. No. I'm gonna have a moment, and then I'm gonna let it go. At no time are you not responsible for the welfare of your children. At no time. I don't care if she goes to the moon. You're supposed to do your job with respect to that child. If she ain't stable, if she ain't right, and she's holding that baby and her legs are out from under her, she falls on top of the baby. That's your baby.
And
your
it wasn't
baby.
Her alone.
Huh?
It wasn't her alone. She had a...
It doesn't matter. Was there another father?
No.
It was just you.
Yes, ma'am.
How could you not, like, even if she didn't ask you to help, it was like, you got my baby. You better be all right. You know what I'm saying?
I see that.
That's my 10 cents to the world. I don't understand it, how attenuated a man could be from his own future. Woo! Let's say they were doing the mad nasty.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
We did, okay.
Were you doing the mad nasty?
After I found out, yeah.
If you want her to forgive you for that, can't you forgive her for the other thing? Why don't you tell me, other than the cheating, what is your main concern with her?
My main concern is her drinking.
How much does she drink?
Good amount, like, let's say a bottle.
A bottle? There are all kinds of bottles. They got the little ones, they got the big ones.
Like a 750 bottle. A
750?
A milliliter of?
It could be any liquor. She has no...
Are you a drinker, Ms. Allen?
So, I do drink.
Exactly. Yes.
But no, I'm not denying the fact that I drink. However, I drink, like, when I'm with my friends, it could be maybe, like, like 3 or 4, like, wine coolers, or maybe we'll have, like, a bottle of wine, or,
How many? Yeah, I take it you don't think it
yes. But he's making it seem like, I'm coming home from work every day and I'm, like, downing a bottle.
How often do you drink? Do you drink every day?
No. I have to wake up for work the next day.
Every other day.
Literally, Monday to Friday, I'm not drinking. Well, Monday to Thursday. Friday...
She can't even keep that straight.
But because and then Friday, he'll pick up the baby, so it's never anything like too crazy because baby comes back to me on Saturdays. So I'm not trying to be, hungover throughout the whole day, or even like, he says I'm an alcoholic, but
you get lit up though. You get lit up though,
not
right?
not even because
I mean, I understand glass of wine, but you kind of like
I'll go to like a a good point. And then, like, you know, I'm working on it because, you know, I do know, like, the alcohol is an issue for him. So it's like lately I've really been, like, you know, trying to mind, like, my limits, trying to, like, woo-saw myself. And,
if you're trying to mind your limits, then you know there's an issue.
Exactly.
People don't mind their limits when they know that stuff is cool.
I just don't want to become like, because, you know, there's been times where it's like, you know, like things have happened throughout the day, like, you know, between us, and then I'll wait till, like, I start drinking to then, like, explode, which is why, like, you know, I really try to, like, tone it down, like, not drink too much.
Repeat after me. I have an issue.
An issue.
With liquor.
With liquor.
There you go. You say Mr. Vizueta never wants to spend time with you and the baby. Tell me why you believe that.
That's a
lie. So, for instance, I literally I have to beg Brian.
I know she does talk a lot, though. I get that part. So I'm gonna give you an opportunity. I've noted that. Go ahead.
I mean, I literally have to beg Brian to come over and spend the night or to spend time with us. Like, literally, like, or for instance, like, I will text him in the morning, and one time I didn't text him at all. So next you know, he's like, wait, no good morning text?
That's you.
None of this? But that's him because, again, because I'm always texting him first. I'm always reaching out to want to hang out. I'm always like, hey, come over. Hey, stay over.
Gotcha. Mr. Vizueta, do you not reach out to her?
Yeah, we talk every day, all day. Do I not stay over every night? No, because I have my own place. You know, I want my own space. But the thing is, she doesn't see it that way. She sees it, oh, you got to be with me at all times. Till the morning, till night, till next day. And when I'm not at work, I'm with her and the baby.
Are you guys working to get back together to have that unit, or is this just it?
I think we're working on that. But
back in the house with the baby?
Yeah, trying to see where it goes from there.
What do you think you're doing?
I agree. Like, I really want our family unit. You know, I'm adopted, so I didn't grow up with my birth parents, and I don't want that for my child. So, you know, I did have mishaps. I recognized them, and I realized, like, you know, I was wrong, and I really do, like, I apologize, and I feel horrible for it. And I keep trying to say, like, you know, I really want him to move back in with us. I really want to work on things. I really want to progress and move forward. I don't want to keep dwelling on the past. And it just seems like Brian just can't let go of what happened.
Okay.
And
when you say mishaps, to what are you referring?
Literally, like, the whole thing with my coworker, he refuses to let that go. And it's like, you know, like, during that time period, he was with 5 girls, and I moved on from that.
Mr. Vizueta, you didn't mention that.
I didn't think
Were you with 5 girls while she was kind of flirting around with the coworker?
No, I mean, let's get this straight. She wasn't just flirting around. She was in a full-blown relationship with
No matter what she was doing, what were you doing? Don't say she's taking care of, because you came in here with the wrong attitude about that baby. Yes, you did. You told me what your attitude was, and I'm telling you it was wrong.
No.
Yeah.
Just that one instance, but you can't tell me about my own kid.
What were you doing?
She doesn't have to know what I was. She already
I'm asking you. I'm asking you, what were you doing? Were you seeing other women?
Yes, I was enjoying my time.
Can I say this? Can I say this? I see it all the time. A woman does this much wrong over here. Dude does this over here. No, wait a minute. She spends years trying to get you over this.
So
while you, hey. You think she shouldn't even acknowledge that this happened?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
What are you saying? You're saying it's none of her business. You were seeing other women, but it is an unforgivable sin that she was flirting with another dude while you were seeing other women.
Flirting. It's not even flirting.
Let's say they were doing the mad nasty.
That's exactly.
Okay. Let's say we were doing the mad nasty. Were you doing the mad nasty?
After I found out, yeah.
Yep.
So if you want her to forgive you for that, can't you forgive her for the other thing?
She hasn't. She still brings it up.
I bring it up if he brings that up, because everything coming out of his mouth is "you're a hoe." Even if it could be like I'm at work and I have to go to another location for my job. He's like, "Oh well, I know you're gonna smash your on your way to your job to the other location." Like seriously, like
what does she need to do to get this right?
I don't even know the answer to that question.
If you don't know the answer to that question, how do you anticipate rescuing this?
I personally don't feel like we're in a good place for that. And I don't want to hold her back because I'm undecisive.
So you out?
I think I am.
That's basically what I'm getting right now.
Yeah, he's out. You know what? Out is out. And a lot of women have a hard time seeing it. But if he can't forgive you, think how bad in would be.
Exactly.
Do you see what I'm saying? It's not the end of the world if he does the right thing about that baby.
No, she's taken care of.
Don't say she's taken care of, because you came in here with the wrong attitude about that baby. Yes, you did. You told me what your attitude was, and I'm telling you it was wrong.
No.
Yeah.
Just that one instance, but you can't tell me about my own kid.
No, I'm telling you about the attitude you gave me. She had other people helping you, so you weren't worried about it. And I'm telling you that is not an attitude that is appropriate for your child. Don't tell me what's up. I know. Ms. Allen, you're seeking $300. Why don't you tell me why?
The first time when I moved out of the apartment we shared into the house of my mom, I had to pay a moving company to help me move my stuff.
Do you have any
yeah, this is the bank
evidence
statement.
of that? Mr. Vizueta, what do you have to say about that?
She chose to pick
She
up
chose
her
to
stuff.
leave, so she should pay. Let me ask you this. Are you paying child support?
Yes.
No.
Have you been ordered to pay child support?
No.
Let me go later.
No.
How much money do you give her every month?
I give her half of my check every week.
His paycheck is solely the daycare, half of the daycare. I pay half of the daycare. I pay the food for the daycare, food for her to eat at home.
You don't
I
pay
pay for the
food, you
diapers
get
for
the
the
checks
house.
too.
I pay for the diapers,
Come
the
on.
wipes, everything.
Exactly. You heard that?
Everything.
Nothing.
And when I ask him to contribute, I'm doing the same thing at home. But mind you, the baby's only with him for one day.
Right.
The baby's with me for 6.
What was the full price of the move out?
It was $500, but I'm only looking for the $300.
What was it your decision, or was it mutually?
We
Her
both
decision.
agreed to move out.
It was her decision. I'm still in the place.
Well, we know that, but you could have said, "Hey, get out."
No, she chose to leave.
Did you want her not to leave?
He packed my stuff with me.
Yeah.
Listen, Mr. Vizueta, I don't think you're a bad guy at all. Once a guy gets cheated on, there's some gizmo in their head. It just breaks. Ours might click around a little bit, but we can get it back on track. Theirs just pop. And sometimes they can never get over it. My suggestion to you is, Ms. Allen, don't pursue constant pain. He will persist in this if he can't get over it. He needs to come to you, get right, and get it together. Don't pursue it anymore, because his gizmo may be broken and there's nothing you can do about it. You're a beautiful young woman. Move on and step forward. I think it was a mutual decision for her to move out. Therefore, I will award you $250, which is half of what it costs to get out of there. This matter is adjourned.
Do you think you can get past this cheating?
It's gonna take some time, I think, but maybe if we could work things out slowly, probably get there someday.
I mean, it definitely hurts because I really want my family to be together. I'm just gonna listen to the judge and, take a step back and just let him come to me. We have some good times that I'm hoping that can outweigh the past.
Okay, all right, good luck.
Thank you.
दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा दे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा दे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए आए हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया 2 दिन दी आए हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया 2 दिन दी दुनिया 2 दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया 2 दिन दी ऊंचे लम्हे महल बना दे ऊंचे लम्हे महल बना दे दगा फरेब ते जुल्म कमा दे दगा फरेब ते जुल्म कमा दे हाय कुछ नहीं खड़दे नाल दुनिया 2 दिन दी हाय कुछ नहीं खड़दे नाल दुनिया 2 दिन दी ओ दुनिया 2 दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया 2 दिन दी दुनिया देंदी दुख बतेरे दुनिया देंदी दुख बतेरे वीरा कोलू वीर नखेड़े वीरा कोलू वीर नखेड़े आए मावा तू विछड़े लाल दुनिया 2 दिन दी आए मावा तू विछड़े लाल दुनिया 2 दिन दी ओ दुनिया 2 दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया 2 दिन दी सुख दे सजना सारे संगी सुख दे सजना सारे संगी नस जांदे जद आवे तंगी नस जांदे जद आवे तंगी हाय कोई नहीं गम दा प्याल दुनिया 2 दिन दी ओह कोई नहीं गम दा प्याल दुनिया 2 दिन दी हंसना रोना गम लाचारी हंसना रोना गम लाचारी आज मेरी कल तेरी बारी आज मेरी कल तेरी बारी हाय कंजरी दी मिसाल दुनिया 2 दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया 2 दिन दी ओ दुनिया 2 दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया 2 दिन दी ओह कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया 2 दिन दी पुत वे तुड़ा नी मिट्टी दा वीरा पुत तुड़ा नी मिट्टी दा वीरा अपना आप संभाल बशीरा अपना आप संभाल बशीरा हाय मिट्टी मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया 2 दिन दी हाय मिट्टी मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया 2 दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया 2 दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया 2 दिन दी ओ दुनिया 2 दिन दी बंदा मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया 2 दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया 2 दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया 2 दिन दी दुनिया 2 दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दमाल दुनिया 2 दिन दी दुनिया 2 दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दमाल दुनिया 2 दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया 2 दिन दी सुल्तान भी आए बड़े बड़े सुल्तान भी आए ओढ़क जा बिच खाक समाए ओढ़क जा बिच खाक समाए हरे हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया 2 दिन दी हरे हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया 2 दिन दी दुनिया 2 दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया 2 दिन दी